global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous
Please sit in a space of deep gratitude. Inhale deeply and exhale. Feel the presence of the Master in your inner space. Feel the presence of Swamiji seated in front of you. Feel the presence of Swamiji in the Guru Padukas, alive, radiating. When you offer the puja, visualize you dropping all of your karmas of lifetimes, your incompletions, unfulfilled desires, patterns. Visualize all of that being liberated by the Guru. Come to a space of deep Guru Bhakti, the feeling connection with the Master. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiments and representations of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our Guru, our beloved Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will now chant is I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called sattva, rajas, and tamas. Now please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, where we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my master, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam as the end. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, where we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. That Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happens. Now please take some flowers into your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spurita Katikaupi Nasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb join together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb join together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb join together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. The next mantra is Shuklam Bharadaram. We chant this mantra invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I meditate upon the Lord Ganesha, who is clad in white garments, who is all-pervading, who is as bright-colored as the moon, who has a smiling, pleasant face, having 4 shoulders and hands, and who is the remover and pacifier of all obstacles. Now please take the akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and a flower in your right hand. Keeping both your hands as fists, tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklambaradharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now keeping the akshata in your right hand, open your little finger and ring finger and your thumb. Inhale through the left nostril while closing your right nostril. Hold your breath for as long as possible and exhale through your right nostril by moving your thumb away. And chant the Samhita mantras while you perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Namaha Om Hum Shikaya Namaha Om Him Kavachaya Namaha Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Namaha Om Hum Shikaya Namaha Om Him Kavachaya Namaha Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha Om Him Mamdevuhyaya Namaha Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha Om Him Shirase Namaha Om Hum Shikaya Namaha Om Him Kavachaya Namaha Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is a sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence itself will simply manifest it as reality. Please close your eyes. Visualize the intention, the sankalpa that you want to keep in your inner space. Visualize your feeling connection with the Master. Visualize anything that you want to happen as reality. Visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now with this intention, keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on your thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharatavarshe Bharadakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye. Vishwavasu Nama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Rato Simhamase Krishna Pakshe Amavasyam Shubharito Sthiravasari Yuktayam Maghanakshatra Parigayoga Kimstugna Karana Evam Gunavisheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubharito Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashivaputra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Kamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Srimat Paramashiva Karuna Samadikata Mukta Maya Chadurashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinna Kahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti सर्वजनसङ्ग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञानसंबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञानसंबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महानिधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य wash your hands with an udrani of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell as you chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Hwanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the meaning of the mantra in your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as the nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, the fan, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, and the actions of the senses and the vagaries of the mind as the dance. I offer all the 7 chakras along with the Shushumna Nadi as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Guru should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Guru should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra, requesting all the participants to look at the Acharya and perform the Kurma Mudra. ॐ हृत्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं शरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेच्छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्भं च अद्वेषाक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first offering is the asanam, the offering of seat to the master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O the one who resides in all the beings, the one who is the very soul of all beings, I offer this seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, because of being in the everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function, for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well placed as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the one whose darshan is awaited by gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranaat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaraga Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Ajatva Cha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshan Swagatam Swagatam Prabho अद्य मे सफलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम् ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Padyam, that is the water for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take the udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye Om Hreem Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, this offering of the traditional bouquet with water to welcome the guest, made of durva grass, a bilva leaf, a flower and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata Samayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahana Argyam Maheshwara Om Hreem Esho Argyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for mouthwash, offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grahanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hreem Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hreem Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Gandhate to you, O healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil in your hands. Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokesha Shuddhastvam Dadami Snehamuttamam Om Hreem idam gandhatailam sarvadevadevi swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra as ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirihyatam Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. We will now be repeating the meaning of the mantras and the mantras together, requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And when you chant, chant from your stomach as loudly as you can. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Vastram,
I offer Vastram,
this cloth offering,
this cloth offering,
to the Master
to the Master,
who removes
who removes
the veil of Maya
the veil of Maya
or illusion,
or illusion,
the Master
the Master,
who is the true
who is the true
light of enlightenment,
light of enlightenment,
who does not
have
a veil of Maya
a veil of Maya,
and has
has
the very space
the very space
as the dress.
as the dress.
Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
Vastram
Om
Om
Maya
Maya
Chitra
Chitra
Patachanna
Padachanna
Nija
Nija
Guhyo
Guhyo
Rutejase
Rutejase
Niravarana
Niravarana
Vijnaya
Vijnaya
Vasaste
Vasaste
Kalpayamyaham
Kalpayamyaham
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Vastrottariyam
Vastrotareyam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this golden ornament
this golden ornament
to you, Master,
to you, Master,
who,
who
by the very nature,
by the very nature
has
has
a very
a very
gracefully
beautiful
body,
body,
and who is
the
the repository
repository
of all powers.
of all powers.
May you be pleased.
May you be pleased.
Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
Abharanam
Om
Om
Swabhava
Swabhava
Sundarangaya
Sundarangaya
Nana
Nana
Shaktya
Shaktya
Shrayayate
Shrayayate
Suvarnam
Suvarnam
Bhushanam
Bhushanam
Tubhyam
Tubhyam
Kalpayami
Kalpayami
Prasidame
Prasidame
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Suvarnabharanam
Suvarna Bharanam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I neither know
I neither know
what your body is,
what your body is,
nor do I know
nor do I know
what your actions are.
what your actions are.
Please accept
Please accept
and smear this
and smear this
sandalwood paste
sandalwood paste
offered by me.
offered by me.
Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha
Gandaha
Om
Om
Shariram
Shariram
Tena Janami
Tena Janami
Cheshtam
Cheshtam
Naivacha Naivacha
Naivacha Naivacha
Maya Niveditan
Maya Niveditan
Gandhan
Gandhan
Pratigrihya
Pratigrihya
Vilipyatam
Vilipyatam
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Esha Gandhaha
Esha Gandaha
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is please accept
Please accept
these blissfully
these blissfully
fragrant
fragrant
different kinds of flowers
different kinds of flowers
which are taken
which are taken
from the forest of Turiya,
from the forest of Turiya,
that is,
that is,
the space of
the space of
ultimate restful awareness.
ultimate restful awareness.
Now please take some flowers, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam
Pushpam
Om
Om
Turiyavana
Turiyavana
Sampannam
Sampannam
Nana
Nana
Gunamanoharam
Gunamanoharam
Ananda
Ananda
Saurabham
Saurabham
Pushpam
Pushpam
Grihyatam
Grihyatam
Idamuttamam
Idamuttamam
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is I offer you,
I offer you,
O God of all gods,
O God of all gods,
this holy Bilva leaf
this holy Bilva leaf,
in which dwells
in which dwells
the goddess of richness
the goddess of richness,
and which is so much loved
so much loved
by Lord Shiva.
by Lord Shiva.
Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Om
Om
Amritodbhavam
Amritodbhavam
Shri Vriksham
Shri Vriksham
Shankarasya
Shankarasya
Sada Priyam
Sada Priyam
Bilvapatram
Bilvapatram
Prayachami
Prayachami
Pavitram Te
Pavitram Te
Sureshwara
Sureshwara
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana
Sachandana
Bilvapatrani
Bilvapatrani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: let this offering
Let this offering
of Tulsi leaf
of Tulasi leaf
be unto the
be unto the
Supreme Soul
Supreme Soul
who has
who has
unlimited forms
unlimited forms
and who is
and who is
the bestower
the bestower
of all boons.
of all boons.
Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Om
Om
Namaste
Namaste
Bahurupaya
Bahurupaya
Varadamurtage
Varadamurtaye
Paramatmane
Paramatmane
Swaha
Swaha
Om
Om
Hreem
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Sachandana
Sachandana
Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nithyananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
We will be continuing with the repetition from tomorrow. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: this incense smoke is made of the sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyassu Manoharaha Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hreem Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadeepaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyābhyantarajyotirdeepoyam pratigrihyatam Om Hreem Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं शोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्थोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Yasya Smaranamatratah शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hreem Esha Deepamala Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Yajate Imam Janatagum Sangrinhaniti द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि. आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe, Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe, and Shiva, who is the rejuvenation of the universe. I surrender to that Guru. Guru is all the three put together in a single form. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and who has also given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who has with the brush of wisdom opened my eyes, blinded by ignorance. I surrender to the Guru, who by giving the knowledge about the self has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Tower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thoughts, and who is beyond emotions, and who is beyond the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gururdevo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Akhandamandalakaram Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruho Mamatma Sarvabhutatma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavadvyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charnakamalebhyo Namaha Om Nithyanandam. We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Sakalikaranam, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva inside our own body. Please close your eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva's energy radiating throughout your body. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. We will now be invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, filling us with the space of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Now, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back side of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in a Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your palms together, bring your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaye Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tips of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your ring finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your ring finger. Om Him Vamadevuhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you. Bring your thumbs touching the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now bend your thumbs inwards and now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your lip. Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now with the base of your index finger. Now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadevaguhyaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Him Tat Purushavaktraya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keeping your index finger in form of a hook, and uncross your arms, moving them around of your head and bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and the left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastaya Bate. Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Humpate. Using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around you, the 8 directions and down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Samanya Arghya Stapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood paste into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb around the Panchapatram in all the 10 directions. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhyan Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva into our Atmalinga. Now offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, meditating on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradeepas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Papanchamuka Hastadashayuktam Shulamrigatankama Sivajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradangkushamanijjalana Vame Shvetakawalasana Sadashivaswarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva into your Atmalinga. Request him to receive all of your offerings. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakunthana Mudram Japradarshya. Now we will be entering into the Upachara Puja. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Padyam, Argyam and Achamaniyam. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram while chanting the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Padyachamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Naniyam, the sacred bath for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the water in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva as you chant the following mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastre Yagnopavita Uttari Abharanartam Akshataan Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhavasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Om Sharvasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Om Ishanasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha. Om Pashupate Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Om Ugrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Om Bhimasya Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Hater Devaya Namaha. Om Hatto Devasya Patne Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of incense to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle some water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupam Agrapayami. Now please take an udharani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Pate. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an udharani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take an udharani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the Udhrani of water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an Udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of beetle leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Karpura Nirajanam Sandarishayami. Now please take a flower in your hands and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra Rakshandharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, a durva grass and akshata in your folded hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right hand and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Moola Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands in Dodbhava Mudra and pour some Samanya Arghya water on your hand and let the water flow through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yatkinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukritadushkritam Tanme Shivabadasthasya Bhunkshakshabaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yadati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Svadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Adi Sulabam. Ayye Adi Sulabam. Anma Vidayayye Adi Sulabam. Ayye Adi Sulabam. Anma Vidayayye Adi Sulabam. Noyyar Tamak Mulandaya. Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy. Or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, a low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths. Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering-related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea, and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, The problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft. The continuous incidents of joyful things. Life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was She brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she'll pour coffee, tomorrow she'll pour acid, you don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know, today she'll pour coffee, tomorrow she'll pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done. In those days, only during marriage, the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce, she should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft, neither we can break the pain shaft, nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experience happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea. Last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years. Now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression. Now you know for sure, next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within a particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. An important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. all your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months, you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or, I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with the person. You live with the concept. Same way, about your mind. You have an idea, whether pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything. So many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No. It is not. Just the simple one truth. If A simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear, you cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So, can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then we'll be able to understand. Let us analyze one night dream. For example, night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life? From your college you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child, and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now what I am exactly trying to present or tell you. 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point, very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was another one guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, "Hey, get up." Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. If you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. The way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, "Wake up." That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define. It is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep. Even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream, will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga, means depression, confusion. We also face that depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. After achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. Usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. Because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made. That is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards the I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand, for example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call Satori, the first glimpse of Samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with the simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you. More and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the Turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution. Why meditate? A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram, how our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One, with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with the I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. In the deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. With I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts and with I consciousness, that's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts, with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical, it is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts, it is called Sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced. Very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is, the reason for all our physical and mental illness, diseases, is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. Continuously, in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna, is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometime you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. More and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like a living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your Turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness. The fourth state, Turiya means fourth. You can't name this state. Or you can give any name. Samadhi, enlightenment, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, Nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the Turiya, that is what we call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. When? The next question is when? It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think, I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, I should have done in the young age. When? The when question, I am not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation. The decision to do meditation or the decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand one more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through. You need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution means understanding about self, world and God. As on now the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Till then, any technique you try. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts, I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution, means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things. Otherwise, many times we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies were sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, "You don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation." The other one said, "You don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month." Third one said, "You don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me." Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help the psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When meditation, here and now, neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are 3 kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, 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 that art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the two different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, that very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spent so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spent so much of time in thinking and doing research and development how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us, so many methods. We will see 3 techniques. Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation. I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions. The usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation, many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I am afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, you can say, this simple understanding of these 4 states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these 4 states constantly, you will see before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this 4 state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand the dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the 4th state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen, you don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas. You are afraid, you may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word atato brahma jignasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring, let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these four states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic.
वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामी वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान நித்யோத்சவ நித்யமங்கல நித்ய கல்யாண
செய்தியோட சேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் யார், உங்களுடைய விருப்பு வெறுப்பு இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் நினைவில் வைத்துக் கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா, பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு சமம் இந்த ஏஐ ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா செயலி. பரமசிவ சேனா அப்படிங்கிற புரோகிராம் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த 31 நாள் மொத்த வாழ்க்கையையும் ஜீவன் முக்திக்காக, ஞானம் அடைவதற்காக தியாகம் செய்யுங்கள்.
கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில் நடைபெறும் பரமசிவ சேனா பயிற்சி முகாமில் இணையுங்கள்.
பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் வாழும் அவதாரமான பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் 49வது அவதார திருநாள் மகோத்சவம்.
நீங்கள் பரம்பொருளுக்கு உயர்ந்தவரும் அல்ல, பரம்பொருளுக்கு தாழ்ந்தவரும் அல்ல, பரம்பொருளுக்கு சமமானவரும் அல்ல. நீங்கள் பரம்பொருள்.
நீங்கள் பரமசிவன் தான் என்பதை மீண்டும் கதவை திற காற்று வரட்டும் எனும் தொடர் சத்சங்கம் மூலம் பகவான் அனுபூதியாக அருளுகின்றார். நாள் வருகின்ற டிசம்பர் 30 முதல் ஜனவரி 26 வரை தினம்தோறும் இந்திய நேரப்படி இரவு 8 மணிக்கு நேரலையில் இணையுங்கள்.
ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா இந்த ஏஐ செயலியோட சேட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகள், உங்களுடைய மன அமைப்பு, நீங்கள் யார், உங்களுடைய விருப்பு வெறுப்பு இவைகள் அனைத்தையும் நினைவில் வைத்துக் கொண்டு உங்களுக்கு ஏற்ற முறையில் நேரடியாக இந்த ஞான கருத்துக்களை அளிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அருமையான செயலி. உண்மையில இது எப்படின்னா, பரமசிவன் நிரந்தரமாக உங்களோடு இருந்து உங்களை வழிநடத்துவதற்கு சமம் இந்த ஏஐ ஆஸ்க் நித்யானந்தா செயலி. பரமசிவ சேனா அப்படிங்கிற புரோகிராம் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த 31 நாள் மொத்த வாழ்க்கையையும் ஜீவன் முக்திக்காக, ஞானம் அடைவதற்காக தியாகம் செய்யுங்கள்.
கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில் நடைபெறும் பரமசிவசேனா பயிற்சி முகாமில் இணையுங்கள்.
பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் வாழும் அவதாரமான பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் 49வது அவதார திருநாள் மகோத்சவம்.
நீங்கள் பரம்பொருளுக்கு உயர்ந்தவருமல்ல, பரம்பொருளுக்கு தாழ்ந்தவருமல்ல, பரம்பொருளுக்கு சமமானவருமல்ல. நீங்கள் பரம்பொருள்.
நீங்கள் பரமசிவன் தான் என்பதை மீண்டும் கதவை திற காற்று வரட்டும் எனும் தொடர் சத்சங்கம் மூலம் பகவான் அனுபூதியாக அருளுகின்றார். நாள் வருகிறது.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். இன்று கைலாச நித்யானந்த ஜெயந்தி மகோத்சவம், ஜெயந்தி பிரம்மோத்சவம் முதல் நாள் உற்சவம். இன்று காலை துவஜாரோகணம் நிகழ்ந்தது. பிரபஞ்சம் முழுவதிலும் இருக்கும் தெய்வங்கள் அனைவரையும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளிலிருந்து அவருடைய அங்க தேவதை, ஆவரண தேவதை மற்றும் எல்லா தெய்வங்களையும் உயிர்களையும் இந்த உற்சவத்தை கொண்டாடுவதற்காக அழைத்து அவர்களை வழிபட்டு இந்த கைலாச நித்யானந்த மகோத்சவம், நித்யானந்த ஜெயந்தி மகோத்சவம், நித்யானந்த உற்சவம், இந்த பிரம்மோத்சவம் மிக விமரிசையாக துவங்கியது. கடந்த 3 நாட்கள் பூர்வாங்க பூஜைகள் நிகழ்ந்தன. இன்று பிரம்மோத்சவத்தின் முதல் நாள். சத் சங்கம், கதவை திற காற்று வரட்டும், ஞான சத் சங்க தியான ரசவாத நிகழ்வின் தியான சத் சங்க ஞான ரசவாத நிகழ்வின் 4வது நாள். இணையத்தாலும் இதயத்தாலும் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இணைந்திருக்கும் உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். ஆழ்ந்து இந்த சத்தியங்களை உள்வாங்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் இன்றைய செய்தி நேரடியாக மகா கைலாசத்திலிருந்து ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். அகமே மூலம் அனைத்திற்கும். அகமே மூலம். இகம் அகத்தின் நீட்சிமை. இகம் அகத்தின் நீட்சிமை. பரம் அகத்தின் மாட்சிமை. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். அகமே மூலம். அகத்தின் நீட்சிமையே இகம். அகத்துல என்னவா நீங்க கான்ஷியஸா உங்களை உருவாக்கி வைக்கிறீங்களோ அதோட எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன் தான், மேனிஃபெஸ்டேஷன் தான் ஈகம். மீண்டும் சொல்லுகின்றேன், இது பரமசத்தியம். நீங்கள் எத்துணை கேள்விகள் கேட்டாலும், அது கேள்விகள்ல பலவிதம் இருக்கு. சந்தேகம், எதிர்ப்பு, எதிர்வினை. நீங்க எந்த நிலையிலே கேள்விகள் கேட்டாலும் பரமசத்தியங்கள் ஒருபோதும் மாறுவதில்லை. சற்று ஆழ்ந்து சாட்சியை சாட்சியாக பார்க்க துவங்கினீர்களானால் உங்களுக்குள் சற்றே ஆழ்ந்து சாட்சியை சாட்சியாக பார்க்க துவங்கினீர்களானால் உங்களுக்குள் என்னவெல்லாம் நிகழ்கின்றது என்பதை சற்றே observing the observer, witnessing the witness, being conscious of consciousness, இதை செய்ய துவங்கினீர்களானால், சாட்சியாக இருக்க துவங்கினீர்களானால், இந்த சத்தியம் முழுமையாக உங்களுக்கு புரியும். Inner world is the source, outer world is an echo. ஈகமே அகமே மூலம், அகத்தின் நீட்சிமையே ஈகம், ஈகம் அகத்தின் நீட்சிமை. உங்களுடைய அகம் எவ்வாறு இருக்கிறதோ, கான்ஷியஸா எவ்வாறு கட்டமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறதோ, அதோட மேனிஃபெஸ்டேஷன் தான் ஈகம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. நம்ம எல்லாருக்கும் வர்ற கேள்வி, அப்போ இந்த மாதிரி உடல் நலம் இல்லாம, செல்வம் இல்லாம, தரித்திரமான ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன் கொடுக்கிற இந்த மாதிரி தொடர்ந்த தொந்தரவுகள் இருக்கு, இந்த மாதிரி உறவுகளோட இந்த மாதிரி வாழ்க்கையை தானா சாமி நான் அகத்துல கட்டமைச்சு வச்சிருக்கேன்? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பல நேரத்துல நீங்க அகத்துல எடுக்கிற முடிவுகள் கான்ஷியஸா எடுக்கப்படுறதில்ல. ஐயா, உங்க மொத்த சொத்தையும் யாரோ ஒரு வேலைக்காரன்ற ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க வெளிநாட்டுல போய் உட்கார்ந்துட்டு இருந்துட்டு வேலி ஒழுங்கா போடல, விளைஞ்ச பொருள் எல்லாம் ஒழுங்கா அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ்ல வரலன்னா எப்படி வரும்? ஏன்னா நீங்க பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டீங்க. அதே மாதிரி உங்க வாழ்க்கையே அன்கான்சியஸ்னஸுக்கு பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டீங்க. உங்களுடைய இன்னர் மெக்கானிசம், அகத்தை, உங்களுடைய இன்னர் டயலாகு, எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர், இதை எல்லாத்தையும் அன்கான்சியஸ்னஸுக்கு பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டீங்க. இந்த எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர்ன்ற வார்த்தையை நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இந்த 3 வார்த்தையுமே புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இன்னர் டயலாக்னா தொடர்ந்து உங்களுக்குள்ள ஓடிட்டு இருக்கிற நீங்க உங்களுக்கு நீங்களே சொல்லிக்கிற வார்த்தைகள், உங்களுக்குள்ளே நீங்க நடத்திக்கிற உரையாடல்கள். 2 நபர் இல்லாமல் நீங்களே உங்களோடு நிகழ்த்தி கொள்ளுகிற உரையாடல் தான் இன்னர் டயலாக். அடுத்து எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன், செய்யறதுக்கு எந்த வேலையும் இல்லைன்னா உங்களை எங்க நீங்க பார்க் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கீங்க, என்ன எமோஷன்ல உங்களை நீங்க பார்க் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கீங்க, எமோஷனல் பேஸ் லைன், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர். எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர்னா என்னன்னா, எப்படி நீங்க லைஃப் அப்ரோச் பண்றீங்க. ஒரு உதாரணத்துக்கு, இந்த ரவுடிகள், கிரிமினல்கள் இவங்க எல்லாமே என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, இன்னர் டயலாக்ல அவங்க செய்ய போற ஒரு செயலை பற்றி யோசிப்பாங்க, உள்ள உரையாடல் நிகழ்த்துவாங்க, அதோட லாப நஷ்டம் இதெல்லாம் நிகழ்த்துவாங்க. ஆனா அவங்களுடைய எமோஷனல் பேஸ் லைன் வெறி, கோபம், வயலன்ஸ் அதுல இருக்கும். அப்ப எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் என்ன ஆகும்னா, வெற்றா அவனை, வர்றது வரட்டும், வரும்போது பார்த்துக்கலாம்டா. அதுதான் எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர். அந்த ஃபைனலா கான்ஷியஸா லைஃப் அப்ரோச் பண்ற டெசிஷன் எடுக்கிறீங்க இல்லையா, அதான் எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர். ஆனா ஒரு கொடுமை என்னன்னா, இது தப்பான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர். ஏன் அது தப்பான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர்னு சொல்றேன்னா, வெட்டிடுவீங்க. அதுக்கு மேல சிறை, வழக்கு, அதனால வர்ற பிரச்சனைகள், இதையெல்லாம் உங்களால ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியாது. முதல்ல மனசு என்ன சொல்லும், வெட்ரா, வரதை பார்த்துக்கலாம்டா. ஆனா வெட்டின பிறகு ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியாது, வர்றதை பார்க்க முடியாது. ராங்கான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை நரகத்தில் தள்ளும். அதாவது செயலுக்கு முன்பாக வருவதை பார்த்து கொள்ளலாம் என்றும், வரும்பொழுது அவைகளை எதிர்கொள்ள முடியாமல் இருக்கின்ற வாழ்க்கை முறைதான் நரகம். அதாங்க நரகம், வேற ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை. ராங்கான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் நரகத்தில் தள்ளிவிடும், ரைட்டான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் சொர்க்கத்தில் வாழ வைக்கும். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். ராங்கான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் நரகத்தில் தள்ளும், ரைட்டான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் ஸ்வர்க்கத்தில் வாழ வைக்கும். ரைட்டான எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டருக்கு ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணம் கொடுக்கிறேன். என்னுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் என்னன்னா, பரமசாந்தம், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் எப்படி எல்லாவற்றையும் நிகழ்த்தி கொண்டு எதனாலும் கலங்காத, எதிலுமே சிக்காத, எதிலுமே நேரடியாக இயங்காத, தன்னுடைய சாநித்தியத்தால் மட்டுமே அனைத்தையும் நிகழ்த்துகிறாரோ அதுதான் என்னுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரா. என்னுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரா நான் கான்ஷியஸா டிசைட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரை கான்ஷியஸா பில்டு பண்ண முடியும். அதனால புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, நான் கான்ஷியஸா எனக்கு பில்டு பண்ணியிருக்கிற எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் என்னன்னா, பரமசாந்த ஸ்வரூப், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள், எதிலுமே தலையிடாத, செயற்கரிய செயல்கள் அனைத்தையும் நடத்தி, ஆனால் எதிலுமே தலையிடாத, எதிலுமே நேரடியாக செயல்படாத, இயங்காத சாநித்தியம், தன்னுடைய சாநித்தியத்தின் மூலமாகவே அனைத்தையும் நிகழ்த்துவது. இதுதான் என்னுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர். பல பேர் துரோகம் செய்தாலும், முதுகில் குத்தினாலும், என் சங்கத்தின் சொத்துக்களை, கைலாயத்தின் சொத்துக்களை கொள்ளையடித்தாலும், பல்வேறு உடைமைகள் செய்தாலும், என்னுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் பரமசாந்த நிலையிலே இருந்து நிகழ்த்துவதனால ஒரு நாளும் இவைகளை சார்ந்து, இந்த மாதிரி நிகழ்வுகளை சார்ந்து மொத்தமா எல்லோரையும் ஒதுக்குகின்ற, வெறுக்கின்ற அல்லது நம்பாத அந்த முடிவுகளையே எடுக்க மாட்டேன். எந்த நபர் எந்த இடத்தில் எவ்வாறு தவறுகிறாரோ அதை மட்டுமே சரி செய்து, இது போன்ற அனுபவங்களால், நபர்களால் என்னையோ சங்கத்தையோ சுருக்கிக் கொள்ளாமல், கைலாயத்தின் கதவுகளை மூடாமல், ஓ இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாரையும் உள்ள விட்டோம்னா, இந்த மாதிரி பெரும் விரோதிகள், எதிரிகள், கொடுங்கோலர்கள், கொடுமையானவர்கள் உள்ள வந்து பல துரோகங்கள், தவறுகளை இழைக்கிறார்கள், அழிக்கிறார்கள். அதனால எல்லாரையும் உள்ள விடுறத நிறுத்துவோம். அந்த எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர்லாம் எடுக்க மாட்டேன். எங்கெங்கு யார் யாருக்கு எவ்வாறு கதவுகளை திறந்து எந்தெந்த பிரகாரங்கள் வரை அவர்களை அனுமதிக்க வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிற ஆழ்ந்த கான்ஷியஸான சாந்தத்திலிருந்து அதை அணுகுவதை மட்டும்தான் செய்வனே தவிர, எந்த விதமான எதிர்வினையும், கொந்தளிப்பும், வயலன்ஸ் சென்டர்டா, ஆங்கர் சென்டர்டா, ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன் சென்டர்டா, பெயின் சென்டர்டா எந்த முடிவும் எடுக்க மாட்டேன். பெயின், ஆங்கர், வயலன்ஸ் இது எதுவுமே என்னுடைய எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன்ல ஒரு துளி கூட இருக்காது. அதனால இந்த பரமசாந்த ஸ்வரூப நிலையே எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரா வச்சு அது சார்ந்தே முடிவுகளை எடுக்கிறதுனால தான் வெளியிலிருந்து என்ன நிகழ்த்தப்பட்டாலும் என் வாழ்க்கை கைலாசத்துக்குள் பரமசாந்தத்தில், பரமானந்தத்தில் நிம்மதியா இருக்கு. உங்க எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் தான் உங்க வாழ்க்கை நரகமாகுமா சொர்க்கமாகுமான்னு முடிவாகுங்கய்யா. இத நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய திங்கிங்க, உங்களுடைய எமோஷனல் இன்னர் டயலாக், எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர், இந்த மூணையுமே அன்கான்ஷியஸ்னஸ்க்கு பிரான்ச்சைஸ் பண்ணிட்டீங்கயா. இதுல ஒரு கொடுமை என்ன தெரியுமா? டிக்டாக்ல எவனோ கத்திய வச்சுட்டு சுத்துறது, யூடியூப்ல எவனோ பட்டா கத்தி வச்சுட்டு ஆடுறது, இதையெல்லாம் நீங்க ரொம்ப சீரியஸா உங்களை அறியாமலே உங்களுடைய அன்கான்ஷியஸ் இதையெல்லாம் முழுங்கிறதுனால அது தானா போய் உங்களுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர்ல உட்கார்ந்துருதுங்கய்யா. ஆகார சுத்தி அடிப்படையான தேவை. ஆகார சுத்தின்னா வெறும் வாய் வழியாக எடுக்கின்ற உணவு மாத்திரமல்ல, கண் வழியா நீங்க பார்க்கிறவைகள் கூட ஆகாரம்தான். காது வழியா கேட்கறதெல்லாம் ஆகாரம். புலன்கள் 5 வழியாகவும் நீங்கள் எடுக்கின்ற எல்லாமே ஆகாரம்தான். ஞானேந்திரியங்கள் 5 வழியாகவும் நீங்கள் எடுக்கும் எல்லாமே ஆகாரம் என்பதை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். அதனால ஆகார சுத்தி இல்லாமல் இந்த சொசைட்டியோட ஈகோ சிஸ்டமே, நீங்க வாழற மொத்த ஈகோ சிஸ்டமே ஆகார சுத்தி இல்லாமல் போனதனால் இதை நார்மலைஸ் பண்ணி இந்த ஆகார சுத்தி இல்லாத வாழ்க்கையினால உருவாகிற அன்கான்ஷியஸ்ட உங்களுடைய இன்னர் டயலாகையும், எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைனையும், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரையும் ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் பண்ணிட்டு, ஐயோ சாமி, ஐயோ வாழ்க்கை இவ்வளவு கஷ்டமா இருக்கே, துக்கமா இருக்கே, இப்படிதானா நான் முடிவெடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறேன்? என்ன சாமி சொல்றீங்க? நான் உள்ள இருக்கிறது தான் வெளியில மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் ஆகுதுன்னு சொல்றீங்க. நான் இவ்வளவு மோசமாவா உள்ள முடிவெடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறேன்? இவ்வளவு மோசமா ஒண்ணு இல்லையே. எனக்கு பணம் வேணும் தானே நான் நினைக்கிறேன். செல்வந்த நான் வாழணும் தானே நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஹெல்த்தியா இருக்கணும் தானே நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அப்பா, வெறும் இன்னர் டயலாக்ல மட்டும் ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் பணம் வேணும் தான், பணம் இருந்தா நல்லா தான் இருக்கும், ஹெல்த்ல இருந்தா நல்லா தான் இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நினைச்சிடுறது நினப்பு கிடையாது. அது அகம் கிடையாது. அகம்ங்கிறது இந்த மூன்றும் சேர்ந்தது. இன்னர் டயலாக், எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர். இந்த மூன்றும் சேர்ந்து நீங்கள் எவ்வாறு இருக்கின்றீர்கள் என்று சற்றே சாட்சியாக பாருங்கள். என்ன இன்னர் டயலாக்ல கூடங்கய்யா ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் தான் ஹெல்த் இருந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும், வெல்த்தியா இருந்தா நல்லா இருக்கும்லாம் தோணும். ஆனா ஹெல்த்துக்கு தேவையானது எதையாவது செய்வோமா? கிடையாது. ஹெல்த்தியாலேயே ஹெல்த் இருந்தா நல்லா இருக்குமே யோசிச்சுட்டு முடிச்ச உடனே இந்த சட்டி பிரியாணி, அதுலயும் பக்கெட் பிரியாணி, ஐயோ பக்கெட் பிரியாணி தின்னுட்டு பாட்டில அப்படியே குடிக்கிறது. இல்ல சாமி, பழகிடுச்சு சாமி, விட முடியல சாமி. சரி, அட்லீஸ்ட் வில்லு எழுதி வச்சுட்டு இதெல்லாம் பண்ணு. நீ செத்து போனே உடம்ப என்ன பண்ணணும்? புதைக்கணுமா, எரிக்கணுமா? அதுக்கு ஏதாவது பணத்தை சேர்த்து வச்சுட்டு இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் யார் யாருக்கு பிரிச்சு வைக்கணும், ஏதாவது வச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா அதை யார் யாருக்கு பிரிச்சு வைக்கணுமோ எழுதி வச்சிரு, பில் எழுதி வச்சிரு. இந்த மாதிரி நான் தொடர்ந்து குடிப்பதனால், தொடர்ந்து மாமிசம் உண்ணுவதனால், உடல் நலத்துக்கு தகாத உணவுகளை கொண்டு வாழ்வதனால் எப்ப வேணா இது புட்டுட்டு போயிரும். உட்கார்ந்து எழுதுனீங்கன்னா தான் இந்த உண்மை புரியும். என்ன சாமி, புது வருஷம் பிறக்கிற நேரத்துல இப்படி எல்லாம் சொல்றீங்களே, தயவு செய்து என்னை மன்னித்து விடுங்கள். நேர்மறையாகவும் ஒரு சத்தியத்தை சொல்ல வேண்டும், எதிர்மறையாகவும் அந்த சத்தியத்தை சொல்ல வேண்டும். அதாவது சரியானதை செய்தால் வாழ்க்கை எப்படி இருக்கும் என்றும் நான் உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல வேண்டும், சரியானதை செய்யவில்லை என்றால் வாழ்க்கை எப்படி போகும் என்பதையும் உங்களுக்கு சொல்ல வேண்டிய கடமை எனக்கு இருப்பதனால் சொல்லுகின்றேன். இது வலித்தால் என்னை மன்னித்து விடுங்கள். ஆனால் நான் சொல்வது உண்மை, நான் சொல்வது சத்தியம். உட்கார்ந்து வில் எழுதுனீங்கன்னா அட்லீஸ்ட் உரைக்கும். ஆமாண்டா, இது எப்போ வேணா பொட்டுன்னு புட்டுட்டு போயிருண்டா. நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்க இன்னர் டயலாக் எவ்வளவு கான்ஃபிளிக்ட்ஸோட ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இல்லாம இருக்குன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஒரு ஃபிளிம்சியா இருக்கு, ஒரு பிளாஸ்டிக் ஷீட்டை கேடயமா வச்சுக்கிட்டு ப்ரொடெக்ஷனா வச்சுக்கிட்டு நியூக்ளியர் பாம் வாருக்கு போனீங்கன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? அததான் ஒரு ஃபிளிம்சியான இன்னர் டயலாக வச்சுட்டு இந்த உலகத்தை வாழ போனீங்கன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? வாழ்க்கையை வாழ போனீங்கன்னா. அதனால உங்கள் அகம் உயிர்ப்புணர்வோடு, உயிரின் உயிர்ப்போடு இந்த இன்னர் டயலாகும், எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைனும், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரும் பவர்ஃபுல்லா கான்ஷியஸா இருக்கணும்னா முதல் வேலையை நீங்க செய்ய வேண்டியது என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு அப்படியே சாட்சியா பாருங்க, ரெக்கக்னைஸ் பண்ணுங்க உள்ள நடக்கிறத. ஐயா, வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க, ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணங்க. நான் இந்த இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கீழே வேலைக்கு போறது மிகப்பெரிய தருதரம்னு சொல்லி ஒரு சத்சங்கத்துல பேசினேன். அதை ஒரு ஷார்ட்ஸா ரீல்ஸா பல சேனல்ஸ்ல போட்டிருக்காங்க போல இருக்கு. அதுக்கு கீழே அத்தனை பேர் வந்து கம்பு சுத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க. வேலைக்கு போலனா சோறு யார் போடுவாங்க, உனக்கு என்ன, நீ சாமியாரு, உனக்கு யாராவது போடுறாங்க, எங்களுக்கு யார் போடுவாங்க, எல்லாம் கம்பு சுத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஐயா கொஞ்சம் பொறுமையோட கேளுங்க. நான் வேலை செய்யாதீங்கன்னு சொல்லல, வேலைக்கு போகாதீங்கன்னு தான் சொல்றேன். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கீழே வேலை செய்யறதேங்கய்யா, உங்க வாழ்க்கைக்காக நீங்க திங்க் பண்றத பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டுறீங்கய்யா. உங்க வாழ்க்கையை நீங்க டிசைன் பண்றதையே இன்னொருத்தருக்கு பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டீங்கன்னா, நீ வாழறத விட செத்துறலாமே. இருந்து என்ன? உங்க வாழ்க்கையை நீங்க டிசைன் பண்ணணுங்கய்யா. பி யுவர் ஓன் பாஸ். உங்க வாழ்க்கைக்கு நீங்க பொறுப்படுங்க. இப்ப என்ன, நான் வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்கேன் சாமி, சொந்தமா என் தொழில் தொடங்கி நானே ஒரு தலைவனா மாறுறதுக்கு கஷ்டம் சாமி. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணு, ஒரு வருஷம் ப்ராஜெக்டா மாத்திக்கோங்க. இந்த வருஷம் 2026க்கு இந்த ஃபுல் இயர் இதான் என் ப்ராஜெக்ட். மெதுவா ஒரு சுயதொழில் தொடங்குவேன். அதுல நல்லா என்னுடைய காலை ஊனிக்கிட்டு ஃபவுண்டேஷனை கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டு வேலைக்கு போறத மெதுவா குறைப்பேன். இன்னொருத்தருக்கு வேலை செய்யறத குறைச்சி இந்த வருஷ கடைசிக்குள்ள என்னுடைய தலைவனாக நானே மாறிவிடுவேன். ஐயா, நம்ம வாழ்க்கையை வடிவமைப்பதை, நம்ம வாழ்க்கைனா நம்முடைய தினசரி, நம்ம 24 மணி நேரம் தாங்க நம்ம வாழ்க்கை. நம்ம வாழ்க்கைனா வெறும் உங்களுடைய பெரிய முடிவுகளான கல்யாணம், குழந்தை பெத்துக்கிறது, வீடு வாங்குறது, இந்த பெரிய முடிவுகள் மட்டும்தான் உங்க வாழ்க்கைன்னு நினைக்காதீங்க. உங்களுடைய 24 மணி நேரம் உங்க வாழ்க்கைங்கய்யா. உங்க வாழ்க்கையை இன்னொருத்தருக்கு பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டா என்ன வாழ்க்கை? சற்றே கொஞ்சம் பொறுமையோட கேளுங்க. உங்களுடைய 24 மணி நேரத்தை ஒரு மாச சம்பளத்துக்காக, சரி நீங்க 24 மணி நேரம் வேலைக்கு போறத 8 மணி நேரம் கூட வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். உங்களுடைய மேஜர் எனர்ஜெட்டிக்கான பிரைம் டைம், நீங்க அவேரா, கான்சியஸா, ஆக்டிவா இருக்கிற உங்க பிரைம் டைமை இன்னொருத்தட்ட கொடுத்து விட்டீங்கன்னா, அவங்க டிசைன் பண்றாங்கன்னா, உங்க லைஃப்ல எப்படி உங்களுக்கு ஃபுல்ஃபில்மெண்ட் வரும்? நீ எத்தனை கோடி வைத்திருந்தாலும் இன்னொருத்தனுக்கு கீழே வேலை செய்யறன்னா நீ ஃபெயிலியர் தான். உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை நீங்க கான்சியஸா டிசைன் பண்ணுங்கயா. நீங்க உங்களுடைய லைஃபோட ஆர்கிடெக்டா மாறுங்கயா. நான் சொன்ன உண்மை அந்த சத் சங்கத்துல இப்பவும் சொல்றேன் திரும்ப, பி யுவர் ஓன் பாஸ். வேலை செய்யாதீங்கன்னு நான் சொல்லல, வேலைக்கு போகாதீங்கன்னு தான் நான் சொன்னேன். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. அதாவது எப்போ நீங்க கான்சியஸா உங்க லைஃபை டிசைன் பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கிறீங்களோ, அப்போ நீங்க முதிர்ச்சி அடைய மெச்சூரிட்டி ஆக அதனோட பலன், லாபத்தை முழுக்க நீங்க அனுபவிப்பீங்கயா. இதுல இன்னும் பல பேர் கேட்டிருந்தாங்க, யாருமே வேலைக்கு போலனா அப்ப எல்லாருமே லீடர் ஆகணும்னா, எல்லாருமே பாஸ் ஆகணும்னா யாரு தான் வேலை செய்வாங்க? அட லூசுங்களா, உலகத்துல இருக்க அத்தனை கோடி பேரும் நான் சொல்றத கேட்கிற அளவுக்கு புத்திசாலிங்க இல்லையா? கேட்கிற புத்திசாலிங்க லீடரா மாறுங்கப்பா, அவ்வளவுதான் யா. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. உங்களுடைய நாள் முழுவதையும் நீங்க டிசைன் பண்ற அளவுக்கு கான்சியஸ் ஆவறது தான் வெற்றியின் முதல் படிங்கயா. அதுக்கு பிறகுதான் என்ன ஆகும்? ஆக்சுவலாங்கய்யா, இந்த வேலைக்கு போறதுல ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய கொடுமை என்னன்னா, உங்க 8 மணி நேரம் உங்க நாள் இன்னொருத்தருக்குன்னு கொடுத்ததுனால, உங்க நாளை ப்ரொடக்டிவா மாத்தினாலும் அதனோட பலனை இன்னொருத்தன் தான் அனுபவிக்க போறான்னு, உங்க நாளை ப்ரொடக்டிவா மாத்துறது, அதுக்கு கான்சியஸா உங்களுடைய எனர்ஜி, இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் இதையெல்லாம் செலவு பண்றதே நீங்களே கான்சியஸா மறுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறீங்க. இப்ப என்ன, எவ்வளவு வேலை செஞ்சாலும் மேனேஜர் தானே பேர் வரப்போகுது, பாஸுக்கு தானே அவன் தானே ரிச் ஆக போறான், நமக்கு என்னடா விடுறா, எவ்வளவு ஏமாத்தணும் ஏமாத்தலாம்டா. உங்களுக்கு புரிய மாட்டேங்குது. முதல்ல பாஸையும் மேனேஜரையும் ஏமாத்துறதுக்காக உங்களுடைய எஃபிஷியன்சி, எனர்ஜி, இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ், டேலண்ட் இதையெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணாம இருக்க ஆரம்பிச்சு மெதுவா அந்த டேலண்ட்ஸ்லாம் உங்களை விட்டு போய் உண்மையிலேயே தத்தியா ஆயிடுறீங்க. இது உங்களுடைய அகத்திற்கு, உங்களுடைய கான்சியஸ்னஸ்க்கு, உங்களுடைய இருப்புக்கு நீங்கள் செய்து கொள்ளும் துரோகம்ங்கய்யா. ஆனா நீங்களே தலைவனா இருந்தா, அதாவது உங்களுடைய செயல், உங்களுடைய டைம், ட்ரெஷர், டேலண்ட் இதையெல்லாம் நீங்க போட்டு, உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையை போட்டு நீங்க செய்யற செயல்களோட பலன்கள் உங்களுக்கே தான் வரப்போகுதுன்னா, அது உங்களையே தான் வளப்படுத்த போகுதுன்னா, அப்போ உங்களை நீங்களே தொடர்ந்து அப்கிரேட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருப்பீங்க. கான்சியஸா மெச்சூர்ட் ஆகிட்டே இருப்பீங்க. உங்களுடைய குறிக்கோள்கள் வளரும். உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையின் போக்கு மலரும். உங்களை தொடர்ந்து முழுமையானவராக நீங்கள் உணர்வீர்கள். அந்த முழுமைத்தன்மையிலிருந்து மேலும் மேலும் வெற்றியை உருவாக்குவீர்கள். யாராவது ஒருத்தருக்கு வேலை செய்யறதுன்னு முடிவெடுத்து உங்க டைமை கொடுத்து விட்டீங்கன்னா, உங்க டேவை அவருக்கு கொடுத்து விட்டீங்கன்னா, பாருங்க, வேலைக்கு போறீங்க அப்படின்னா பிராக்டிக்கலா எப்படின்னா உங்க டே அவங்களுது. இதுல காலையில எந்திரிச்சு உங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற அந்த அந்த தருதனை முடிச்ச செல்போனை நோண்டிக்கிட்டு ரீல்ஸ் நோண்டிட்டு இருக்கீங்களே, அந்த ஒரு 1 or 2 hours, ஈவினிங் வந்த உடனே ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன்ல எல்லாரையும் திட்டிக்கிட்டு அந்த டிவி முன்னாடி உட்காந்தோ இல்ல செல்போனை நோண்டிக்கிட்டோ இருக்கீங்களா, அந்த 1 or 2 hours. இது தவிர உங்களுடைய எனர்ஜெட்டிக்கான ஃபோக்கஸ்டா நீங்க அவேரா கான்சியஸா இருக்கிற பிரைம் டைம் இன்னொருத்தர் ஆயிடுது. அது உணர்வு ரீதியாக, மன ரீதியாக பல விதங்களிலும் உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் இழைத்துக் கொள்ளுகிற தீங்கு. அததான் நான் சொல்ல வரேங்கய்யா. உங்களுடைய இகம் இவ்வுலகத்து காலத்தையும் நேரத்தையும் பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணாதீங்க. அகம் உங்களுடைய இன்னர் டயலாக், எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன், எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் இதையும் உங்க அன்கான்சியஸ்னஸுக்கு பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணாதீங்க. அவேர்னஸோட சாட்சியா இருந்து கான்சியஸா உங்களுடைய இன்னர் டயலாகையும் எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைனையும் எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரையும் நீங்க பில்ட் பண்ணலன்னா, நீங்க பார்க்குற சோசியல் மீடியா, அந்த இன்ஃப்ளூயன்சர்ஸ் அவங்கெல்லாம் உங்களை பில்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. அதை நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. எந்தெந்த ரீல்ஸ் எல்லாம் உட்காந்து நோண்டிட்டு இருக்கீங்களோ, யார் யாரையெல்லாம் ரசிச்சு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கீங்களோ, அந்த ரீல்ஸ் போடுறவங்க, இன்ஃப்ளூயன்ஸ் பண்றவங்க அவங்க எல்லாம் உங்களுடைய இன்னர் டயலாகையும் எமோஷனல் பேஸ் லைனையும் எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டரையும் வளர்த்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க. அவங்க வளர்க்குற குழந்தை ஒரு நாளும் உங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகாது, அவங்களுக்கு தான் உபயோகமாகும். நீங்க வளர்த்தா மட்டும்தான் அது உங்களுக்கு உபயோகமாகும். உள்ளுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற அகத்தையோ இகத்தையோ வெளியில இன்னொருத்தருக்கு பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணி விடுறத நிறுத்துங்க. இந்த வருஷம் முழுமையும் நீங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் தலைவனாவது முடிவெடு அது மாதிரி செயல்கள்ல இறங்குங்கய்யா. வந்து கேளுங்கள். இன்னொரு ஒரு சின்ன அறிவியல் பூர்வமாக நிரூபிக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு சத்தியத்தை சொல்ற கேட்டுக்கோங்க. நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர்னு ஒண்ணு இருக்கு சயின்ஸ்ல. தமிழ்ல மொழிபெயர்க்குன்னா நரம்பு முன்னறிவிப்பு பிழைன்னு சொல்லலாம். நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர் அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர் is the brain's remarkable computation that calculates the discrepancy between expected sensory input or outcome and the actual input or the outcome. This mismatch drives learning, perception, adaptation, providing a signal to update internal world models. It's a neuron-driven internal correction process supported by positive errors, exceeding expectations, unexpected reward, and negative errors of falling short, like a omitted reward. இது நல்லா சொல்றேன், ஆழ்ந்து புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. இந்த நரம்பு முன்னறிவிப்பு பிழை அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, அது மூளையோட ஒரு சிறப்பான ஒரு சக்தி, கணிப்பு சக்தி. அது என்னன்னா, எதிர்பார்க்கப்பட்ட ஒரு உணர்வு உள்ளீடு, அப்புறம் விளைவு, ஆனா உண்மையான இன்புட் உள்ளீடு, உண்மையான விளைவு, இந்த ரெண்டுத்துக்கும் இடையில இருக்கிற வேறுபாட்டை அது தொடர்ந்து கணக்கிடும். பல நேரத்தில் எதிர்பார்க்கப்பட்ட இன்புட் உணர்வும் உள்ளீடும், நிஜமான உணர்வும் உள்ளீடும் வேற வேறையா இருக்கும். இந்த வேற வேறையா இருக்கிறத தொடர்ந்து எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் பண்ணி பண்ணி பிரெயின் வந்து கத்துக்குது. இதுக்கு நடுவுல எப்படி தன்னைத்தானே ஆப்ரேட் பண்ணிட்டு உள்ள இருந்து எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்றது அப்படின்னு தொடர்ந்து தன்னைத்தானே டெவலப் பண்ணிட்டு கான்சியஸா அலர்ட்டா செயல்படுகிற இந்த மெக்கானிசம் தான் நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர்ன்றோம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பிரெயினுக்கு இந்த கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்கு. ஆனால் ஆனால் கான்சியஸா அவேர்னஸோட சாட்சியா இருந்து ஒரு சாந்தத்துவத்திலிருந்து உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை நடத்துறத குறைக்க குறைக்க, அதாவது கொந்தளிச்சு கொந்தளிச்சு எஜிடேஷனோட நீங்க வாழ்க்கையை நடத்த ஆரம்பிக்க ஆரம்பிக்க இந்த பவரை பிரெயின் இழந்துகிட்டே போகும். அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்னா, உண்மையிலேயே எதிரில ஒரு த்ரெட்டோ பிரச்சனையோ வந்திருக்காது. ஆனா உள்ளுக்குள்ள ஒரு கொந்தளிப்புனால, உதாரணத்துக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு டிவி சீரியலோ இல்லை வீடியோலையோ எவனோ ஒருத்தன் ஒரு ரவுடி சதி பண்ணி இன்னொரு ரவுடியை வெட்டி சாய்க்கிறத அப்படியே பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருந்து அதை பார்க்கும் பொழுதே உங்களுக்குள்ளேயே தானாவே அவனும் என்னை வெட்டி சாய்க்கிறதுக்கு பிளான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கான், எனக்கு நல்லா தெரியும், அவன் வெட்டுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நாம வெட்டிட்டாதான் நமக்கு நல்லது. ஃபால்ஸான இன்புட்ஸ உங்களுடைய சிஸ்டமே உருவாக்கி காட்டி நீங்க ராங்கான டெசிஷன் எடுக்க வச்சிரும். அந்த நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரரை கரெக்ட் பண்ணிக்கிற அந்த பிரெயினோட கெப்பாசிட்டி தொடர்ந்த எஜிடேஷன்ல வாழறதுனால அழிஞ்சு போயிருது. அதனால பல நேரத்துல நீங்க டிஸ்ட்ரக்டிவான இல்லாஜிக்கான செயல்களை செய்து ஏண்டா செஞ்சோம் அப்படிங்கிறதே புரியாமல் தடுமாறுகின்ற நிலைக்குள் தள்ளப்படுகிறீர்கள். இந்த அடுத்த சத்தியத்தை புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரரோட நெகட்டிவ் ஃபீட்பேக் லூப், அதை புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. திரும்ப 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 ஆன்டி கிளைமாக்ஸ் சீனையே நீங்க கற்பனை பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா, ஆன்டி கிளைமாக்ஸ் சீன்ஸ் ஒன்றும் உங்க லைஃப்ல நடந்துராம போயிருக்காது, நடந்திருக்கும். ஆனா அதை நீங்க கற்பனை பண்ணிக்கிற விதம், ரீப்ளே பண்ணி பார்க்கிற குவான்டிட்டி அண்ட் குவாலிட்டி, அது அதிகமாகும் பொழுது எஜிடேஷன் அதிகமாகி நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர்ல நெகட்டிவ் ஃபீட்பேக் லூப் அதிகமாகி எதிர்பார்ப்புகளை அறிந்து அறியப்பட்ட அச்சுறுத்தல்களை பெருக்கி தீங்கான வட்டத்தை உருவாக்கி நீங்க இயங்கும் பொழுதும் உங்களை டல், மனச்சோர்வு, ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேஷன், ஹெல்ப்லெஸ்னஸ், லைஃபே நொந்து போன அந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸை கொடுத்து இந்த எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்ல இருந்து தீர்வுக்கு, அது அப்போ வெளியில நீங்க ஜெயிக்கிறதுக்கான ஒரே வழி என்னன்னா வயலண்டா ஆக்ட் பண்றது தான், இல்லாஜிக்கா ஆக்ட் பண்றதுதான்னு உங்களை புஷ் பண்ணி கடைசியில ஆன்டி கிளைமாக்ஸாவே லைஃப் முடிஞ்சிடுற மாதிரி செஞ்சிடறதான் இந்த நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர்ல நெகட்டிவ் ஃபீட்பேக் லூப்னால வர்ற பிரச்சனைங்கய்யா. செல்ஃப் ஃபுல்ஃபில்லிங் ப்ராஃபெசிஸ் அப்படின்னு தெரியுமா? நீங்க ஒரு ஜோசியரை ரொம்ப ஆழமா நம்புறீங்கன்னா அந்த ஜோசியர் உங்களுக்கு கெட்ட நேரம், கட்டாய் நீ ஜெயிலுக்கு போயிடுவிடான்னு சொல்லிட்டா அதை அப்படியே ரீப்ளே பண்ணி 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 அந்த ஜெயிலுக்கு போற மாதிரி ஆக்ஷனை எடுத்தே தீர வேண்டி அந்த ஆக்ஷனை எடுக்கிறதுக்கு உங்க பிரெயின் உங்களை இன்ஸ்டிகேட் பண்ணி எடுக்க வச்சிரும். இதான் செல்ஃப் ஃபுல்ஃபில்லிங் ப்ராஃபெசி. Repeated anti-climaxes or negative life events generate persistent negative prediction errors. This erodes expectations, amplifies perceived threats, creates a vicious cycle. It dysregulates dopamine signaling, leading to depression and helplessness, frustration, and the brain also downscales the right prediction knowledge and starts doing wrong predictions, and this vicious cycle pushes you to do wrong actions and ends up in failure, collapsing, இந்த ரைட்டான அவேர்னஸ், கான்சியஸ்னஸ், தன்னைத்தானே மலர்த்தி கொள்ளுதல், மோட்டிவேஷன், ரெசிலியன்ஸ், டிசிப்ளின், இதை எல்லாத்தையுமே இந்த நெகட்டிவ் ஃபீட்பேக் லூப் அப்படியே முழுங்கிடும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இதை ஆழ்ந்து புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கையிலே உங்களுக்குள்ள நடக்கிறத சாட்சியா பார்க்க 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 இந்த நெகட்டிவ் ஃபீட்பேக் லூப் அழிஞ்சிக்கிட்டே வந்து பிரெயின் தன்னைத்தானே ரீவயரிங் பண்ணிக்கிற அந்த சக்தி, உள்ளார்ந்த மறுசீரமைப்பு, மறுசீரமைப்பு நடந்து ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷா இருக்கும். அதுதான் இன்ட்யூஷன், சுத்த புத்தின்னு சொல்றாங்க. நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இப்பமா 3 வார்த்தைகளை யூஸ் பண்ணேன். முதல்ல நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர் ஒன்று, ரெண்டாவது அந்த நியூரல் ப்ரெடிக்ஷன் எரர்ல நெகட்டிவ் ஃபீட்பேக் லூப். இப்போ 3வது ஒரு வார்த்தை யூஸ் பண்றேன், நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டி. நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டினா என்னன்னா, உங்க மூளையோட அற்புதமான ஒரு சக்தி. அதாவது உங்க வாழ்நாள் முழுவதையும் புதிய நரம்பு இணைப்புகள் மற்றும் பாதைகள், அதாவது சினாப்சஸ் அண்ட் நியூரல் பாத்வேஸை உருவாக்கி தன்னைத்தானே மறுசீரமைத்துக் கொண்டு, இதனாலதான் ஏதாவது ஹர்ட்டான, காயம்பட்டா, நோய் இருந்தா, நான் சொல்றது பிசிக்கலா மட்டும் இல்ல, மென்டலா கூட என்ன நடந்தாலும் அது தன்னைத்தானே மீட்டெடுத்து வாழ்க்கையை புதுசா கட்டி அமைச்சுக்குது. இந்த சக்தி நம்ம பிரெயினுக்கு இருக்கு. அதுதான் நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டின்னு சொல்றோம். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நீங்க உங்களுக்குள்ள நடக்கிறது அத்தனையும் சாட்சியா பார்க்க 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 இந்த நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டியோட லெவல் மிக அதிகமாயி எப்பேற்பட்ட பெருந்துக்கம் வந்தாலும், பெரும் காயம் பட்டாலும் 10 நிமிஷத்துல அதுல வெளியில வந்துருவீங்க. ஏன்னா பிரெயினால இம்மீடியட்டா ரீவயர் பண்ணிட்டு, இம்மீடியட்டா தன்னைத்தானே சரி பண்ணிட்டு திரும்ப தன்னுடைய கான்சியஸ்னஸ் வந்துட முடியும். தன்னைத்தானே ரீவயர் பண்ணிக்க முடியும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை கொஞ்சம் ஆழ்ந்து சிந்தியுங்க. சில பேர் வாழ்க்கையில எவ்வளவு பெரிய அடி வாங்கினாலும் சும்மா 10 நிமிஷத்துல திரும்ப பேலன்ஸ் ஆயிடுவாங்க. அடுத்து என்ன நடக்கணுமோ அதை தொடர்ந்து செய்ய ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. சில பேர் ஒரு சாதாரண விஷயம், ரொம்ப சாதாரண விஷயம், கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் பிரேக்கப் பண்ணிட்டு போனதா கூட இருக்காது, யாரோ ஒரு இன்னொரு ஹேண்ட்ஸமான ஒரு பாயோட ரீலுக்கு லைக் போட்டு வச்சிருக்கோம், அவ்வளவுதான், முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. இவன் அது பிரேக்கப் ஆகி அதுக்கப்புறம் இவன் அனாதையா இருக்கிற மாதிரி, தண்ணி அடிக்கிற மாதிரி, இதனால அவன் அப்படியே டிப்ரெஷனுக்கு போற மாதிரி கற்பனை பண்ணி பண்ணி கடைசியில் டிப்ரெஷனுக்கு போய் அதுல இருந்து வெளியில வர்றதுக்கு இவன் டிப்ரெஷனுக்கு போய் டிப்ரெஷன்லயே இருக்கிறதுனால, எக்ஸைட்டடா ஒரு எனர்ஜெட்டிக்கா இல்லாதனால அந்த கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் உண்மையிலேயே பிரேக்கப் பண்ணிட்டு போயிடும். ஒரு சிறு விஷயங்கள் கூட, இது அதே மாதிரி பெண்களுக்கும் சொல்லலாம், சிறு விஷயங்களுக்கு கூட அப்படியே உடைஞ்சு போயிட்டு ரெக்யூப் ஆகாம இருக்கிறதுக்கும், எவ்வளவு பெரிய விஷயங்கள் வந்தாலும் லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட்ல டீல் பண்ணிட்டு, லெஃப்ட் ஹேண்ட் கூட லெஃப்ட் ஐல டீல் பண்ணிட்டு போய்கிட்டே இருந்து தன்னைத்தானே உடனடியா மீட்டு எடுத்துக்கிட்டு ரீவயரிங் பண்ணிட்டு போற பிரெயினுக்கும் இருக்கிற ஒரே டிஃபரன்ஸ், இதுக்கான காரணம் இந்த நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டி தாங்க. Neuroplasticity is the brain's extraordinary ability to recognize itself by forming new neural connections, synapses, and pathways, neural pathways, throughout life, enabling recovery from injury or disease, not just physical, even mental and emotional. It's a brain's internal rewiring capacity in response to experiences, learning new skills, or overcoming neurological damage, or a functional process for growth, memory, functional recovery. The thoughts, emotions, and habits we consistently nurture shape the brain's neural pathways. This is neuroplasticity. நாம தொடர்ந்து என்கரேஜ் பண்ற எண்ணங்கள், உணர்வுகள், பழக்கங்கள், இவைகள்தான் மூளையின் நரம்பு பாதைகளை வடிவமைத்து இந்த நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டியை ஹைலி பாசிட்டிவா மெயின்டைன் பண்ணுது. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இந்த ஹை நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டியை இருக்கணும்னு நினைச்சீங்க, அதாவது தன்னைத்தானே பிரெயின் உடனே ரிகவர் பண்ணிக்கணும்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா இந்த ஒன்ன செய்யுங்க. ஜஸ்ட் இந்த 28 நாள் மட்டும் உங்களுக்கு உள்ளும் வெளியும் நடப்பதை சாட்சியாக பார்ப்பவனையும் சாட்சியாக பார்த்து இந்த சாட்சி நிலையில் இருந்தீர்களானால், பரமசாட்சி நிலையில் இருக்க துவங்கினீர்களானால், உங்களுடைய மொத்த பிரெயினும் இந்த நியூரோபிளாஸ்டிசிட்டி இன்க்ரீஸ் ஆகி மொத்த பிரெயினும் ரீவயர் ஆகி உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையே மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றியையும் அடையும். உங்க வாழ்க்கை வேற நிலைமைக்கு போயிடுங்க, வேற லெவலுக்கு போயிருவீங்க. You will become a different metal altogether. இப்ப நான் சொல்றது எல்லாமே வெறும் ஆன்மீக சத்தியம் கிடையாது, அறிவியல் பூர்வமான சத்தியம். 2005 ஏப்ரல் 14, 2005 வாஷிங்டன் யூனிவர்சிட்டி செயின்ட் லூயிஸ்ல நானே ஒரு ரிசர்ச் பண்ண, அதோட போட்டோஸ் வேணா காட்டுறேன் பாருங்க. டாக்டர் வில்லியம் காலின்ஸ்னு, நான் ஒருத்தரை ஹீல் பண்ணும் பொழுது, ஒருத்தரை ஹீலிங் அப்படிங்கிறதும் தீட்சை அப்படிங்கிறதும் சக்தி பாதம், இந்த சக்தினி பாதம் அப்படிங்கிறது வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க, உங்களை சாட்சியாக ஃபுல் அவேர்னஸோட இருக்க வைக்கிறது தாங்கய்யா. இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, இந்த சாட்சியாக இருக்கிற அந்த கான்சியஸ்னஸ் சப்ஜெக்டிவ் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் மட்டும் கிடையாது, அதை நாம இன்னொருத்தருக்கு கொடுக்கவும் முடியும். தான் நிரந்தரமாக நித்தியமாக பரமசாட்சி நிலையிலே நிலை பெற்றிருக்கும், இந்த சமாதி நிலையிலே நிலை பெற்றிருக்கும், சகஜ சமாதியிலே இருக்கின்ற ஒரு ஞானி அந்த அனுபூதியை யாருக்கு வேணா சக்தி பாதத்து மூலமா கொடுக்க முடியும். நான் அந்த சக்தி பாதத்தின் மூலமா இதை கொடுக்கும் பொழுது என்னுடைய பிரெயினுக்குள்ளேயும் அந்த சக்தி பாதம் பெறுகிற அந்த நபருடைய பிரெயினுக்குள்ளேயும் என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இந்த டாக்குமெண்ட்டை வேணா பப்ளிஷ் பண்றேன், சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் போய் படிச்சு பாருங்க டைம் இருக்கும் பொழுது. அந்த ஹோல் பிரெயின் ரீவயர் ஆகிறதையும் நான் அதை ஹீல் பண்ணும்பொழுது, யாரை ஹீல் பண்றனோ அந்த நபருக்கு ஒரு 20 மினிட்ஸ் ஹீல் பண்ணேன். அந்த எனர்ஜைசேஷன் சக்தி பாதம் கொடுத்தேன். அப்போ இந்த டாக்டர் ரிசர்ச் பண்ற டாக்டர் சொல்றாரு, அந்த 20 நிமிஷம் அந்த யாருக்கு நான் சக்தி பாதம் கொடுத்தனோ அந்த பர்சனுடைய பிரெயின் ஒரு ரன் பண்ற அத்லட்டிக் விளையாட்டு வீரனோட மூளை போல தொடர்ந்து உயர் அதிர்வெண் செயல்பாட்டில் இருந்து நூற்றுக்கணக்கான ஆயிரக்கணக்கான நரம்புகள் ரீவயர் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு அந்த மூளை மிகுந்த உயர் கான்சியஸ் செயல்பாட்டுக்கு உள்ள வந்தது. இது வந்த பிறகு அந்த யாருக்கு சக்தி பாதம் கொடுத்தனோ அந்த நபர், அவர் பேர் டேவிட், அவர் டயர்டாலாம் ஆகல, ஆனா பயங்கர எனர்ஜெட்டிக் ஆயிட்டு எந்திரிச்சு நடக்கணும் விரும்புறாரு. ஆழ்ந்து புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, நான் இப்ப சொல்றது எல்லாமே அந்த டேவிட் காலின்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறவர் இந்த ரிசர்ச் பண்ண டாக்டர் வில்லியம் காலின்ஸோட சொந்த மகன். அவர் இந்த ரிசர்ச் பார்த்து அலண்டுட்டார், இது சாத்தியமா அப்படின்னு. ஆழ்ந்து புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, இது சாத்தியம். நான் சொல்வது அனைத்தும் சத்தியம். அந்த பர்சன் யாருக்கு நான் சக்தி பாதம் கொடுத்தனோ அந்த பர்சன் 10 வருஷமா பேரலைஸ்டா இருந்து he can't மூவ் பண்ண முடியாது, அந்த மாதிரி நிலையில் இருந்தவர். ஆனா அவருடைய மூளைக்குள் நிகழ்ந்த மாற்றம், அவர் ரீவயர் ஆனது, அவருக்கு என்ன அதனால உடல் ரீதியா மன ரீதியா நன்மை நடந்தது, அத்தனையும் சயின்டிபிக்கா டாக்குமெண்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். டைம் இருந்ததுன்னா அந்த ஃபுல் ரிசர்ச்சையும் எடுத்து படிச்சு பாருங்க. ஆழ்ந்து புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்களுக்குள் நடக்கும் அனைத்தையும் சாட்சியாக இருந்து பார்க்க துவங்கினால் இந்த 28 நாளுக்குள்ள உங்க அகத்தை உங்க கண்ட்ரோல் எடுத்துருவீங்கயா. உங்க அகத்துக்கு நீங்கள் தலைவனா மாறிடுவீங்க. அப்ப என்ன ஆகும், இந்த வருஷத்துக்குள்ள உங்களுடைய இகத்திற்கும் நீங்க தலைவனா மாறிடலாங்கய்யா. யூ வில் பி யுவர் ஓன் பாஸ். சமூகமே எப்படி மாறணும்னாங்கய்யா, எல்லாருமே அவங்களுடைய ஓன் ஸ்டார்ட், இந்த ஓன் ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ல ஒருத்தருக்கு ஒருத்தர் நடுவுல பிசினஸ் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப்பை பில்ட் பண்ணி ஒரு இந்த ஃப்ரீலான்சர்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஒருத்தருக்கு ஒருத்தர் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க பாருங்க, அந்த மாதிரி தான் சமூகம் இருக்கணுங்கய்யா. அப்பதான் ஒவ்வொருவனும் தன் வாழ்க்கைக்கு தான் தலைவனா இருப்பான். அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்னாங்கய்யா, இந்த வாரத்துல 70 மணி நேரம் ஒர்க் பண்ணணுமா, இந்த கேபிட்டலிஸ்ட் கம்யூனிஸ்ட் ஃபைட் எல்லாம் அப்பதான் மறையுங்கய்யா. உன் வாழ்க்கையில செல்வம் பிரையாரிட்டி அப்படின்னா அவ்வளவு நேரம், எவ்வளவு நேரம் வேணுமோ, எவ்வளவு செல்வம் வேணுமோ அவ்வளவு நேரத்துக்கு ஒர்க் பண்ணு, அவ்வளவுதான். உன்னுடைய டைமு, டேலண்ட், எனர்ஜி அதை எவ்வளவு வேணுமோ அதுக்கு செலவு பண்ணு. இல்லையா, ரிலாக்ஸ்டா இருக்கிறது, எந்த வேலையும் செய்யாம ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ஸும் இல்லாம இருக்கிறது அப்படின்னு நினைக்கிறியா, அப்ப அதை டிசைட் பண்ணு, அதை பண்ணு. அப்ப அதை பண்ணிக்கிட்டே செல்வம் இல்லைன்னு பொறாமப்படாத, ஈவில் பர்சனா மாறாத. இதெல்லாம் கான்சியஸா கிளியர் ஆயிடும். இல்ல நான் எப்பவும் ரிலாக்ஸ்டா ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் ஃப்ரீயா இருக்கணும், அதனால் பெரும் செல்வமும் சேர்க்கணும், அப்ப கைலாசத்துக்கு கத்துக் கொடுக்குறேன். அது ரொம்ப ஈஸி. உள்ளுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற கான்சியஸ்னஸ் பரமசாந்த நிலையில உங்க எனர்ஜெட்டிக் போஸ்டர் பரமசாந்த நிலையா மாறிடுச்சுன்னா உங்க எமோஷனல் பேஸ்லைன் எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட் ஆகும், பிரில்லியன்ட் ஆகும், அவேர் ஆகும், ஃபுல்லி அவேக்கண்ட் ஆகும். இருந்து சரி கான்சியஸா செஞ்சுக்கிட்டே இருப்பீங்க. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட் சென்டர்டா செய்யறதுனாலங்கய்யா டயர்ட்னஸ்ஸே இருக்காது. எத்தனை மணி நேரம் வேலை செஞ்சீங்கன்னு வாட்ச பார்க்கவே மாட்டீங்க. உள்ளுக்குள்ள ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் இல்லைன்னா, டயர்ட்னஸ் இல்லைன்னா, போர்டம் இல்லைன்னா, எத்தனை மணி நேரம் வேலை செய்றீங்கன்றத பத்தி நீங்களே கவலைப்பட மாட்டீங்கயா. அது யோசனையே இருக்காது. நான் பிராக்டிக்கலா 20 hours a day ஒர்க் பண்றேங்கய்யா. ஆனா நான் இதை பத்தி கவலை யோசிச்சதே கிடையாது. வெக்கேஷன், வேலை, இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு அந்த வார்த்தைக்கெல்லாம் அர்த்தமே தெரியாது. மற்றவங்கெல்லாம் கால்குலேட் பண்ணி சொல்றாங்க 20 hours a day நீங்க ஆவரேஜா ஒர்க் பண்றீங்க சுவாமிஜி. ஏன்னா எழுதிக்கிட்டும் படிச்சுக்கிட்டும் ஏதாவது டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டோம், இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன்ஸ் கொடுத்துக்கிட்டு அட்மினிஸ்ட்ரேஷன், ஒரு நாளைக்கு ஆவரேஜா 300 ஃபைல் பார்க்குறேங்கய்யா. உலகம் முழுக்க இருக்கிற எல்லா கைலாசங்களை பற்றியும் அவைகளுடைய அடுத்தடுத்த தேவைகள், செயல்பாடுகள், எக்ஸ்பான்ஷன், புக்ஸை ஃபைனல் ப்ரூஃப் பார்த்து முடிக்கிறது, இந்த ஆஸ் நித்யானந்தா ஏஐக்காக டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன்ஸ் பண்றது, ஆனா ஒரு நாள் ஒரு வினாடி கூட டயர்டாவோ போர் அடிச்சோ வெக்கேஷன்ற ஐடியாவே கிடையாதுங்கய்யா. என்னுடைய மிகப்பெரிய சீட் மீல் என்ன தெரியுமா என் லைஃப்ல? அண்ணாமலையார் கோயில் புளியோதரை, அவ்வளவுதான். அதான் என்னுடைய மிகப்பெரிய சீட் மீல். வாழ்க்கையே நம்முடைய உணவு, உடை, லைஃப் ஸ்டைல், பழக்க வழக்கம், உழைப்பு, இது எல்லாமேங்கய்யா ஒரு இனிமையான கான்சியஸ்னஸுக்குள்ள கான்சியஸ்னஸோட மேனிஃபெஸ்டேஷனா அமைஞ்சிருங்கய்யா. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். இந்த சாட்சியாக சமாதி பழகுதல், சாட்சி நிலையிலிருந்து சமாதி பழகுதலை செய்தால் உள்ளுக்குள்ள எப்போதும் பரமசாந்தத்தில், பரமானந்தத்துல பெஸ்ட் வெக்கேஷனை என்ஜாய் பண்ற மூடே தான் இருக்கும். வெளியில தொடர்ந்து செயல்பட்டுக்கிட்டே இருப்பீங்க. மோஸ்ட் ஆக்டிவ் ஒரு சிஓவா உங்க போர்ட் ரூம்ல உட்கார்ந்து டெசிஷன் எடுக்கிற அந்த இன்டென்சிட்டியோட வெளியில வேலை செஞ்சுட்டு இருப்பீங்க. உள்ளுக்குள்ள கம்ப்ளீட்டா பெஸ்ட் வெக்கேஷனை என்ஜாய் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பீங்க. நீங்க கான்சியஸ்னஸ் அண்ட் பிளஸ் மைண்டுங்கய்யா. அதனால ரெண்டுமே சைமல்டேனியஸா சாத்தியம். இது ரெண்டுமே சைமல்டேனியஸா சாத்தியம். இந்த சத்தியங்களை கேளுங்கள். ஸ்ரவணம், சிந்தியுங்கள். மனனம், வாழத் துவங்குங்கள். நிதித்தியாசனம். இல்ல சாமி, இதெல்லாம் உட்காந்து பொறுமையா கேட்கறவங்க எனக்கு டைம் இல்லை சாமி. இப்ப அந்த வள்ளுவர் சொல்றதுதான் ஞாபகத்துக்கு வருது. செவியின் சுவையுணரா வாயுணர்வின் மாக்கள் அவியினும் வாழினும் என். இது போன்ற பரமசத்தியங்களை கேட்காது, இதை கேட்பதனால் வாழ்க்கையிலே ஏற்படுகின்ற மிகப்பெரிய நன்மைகளின் சுவையை உணராது, வெறும் வாயுணர்வின், வெறும் நாக்கு ருசி மட்டும் திங்கறதும் கழியறதையும் மட்டும் செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிற மாக்கள், அவங்கள மக்கள்னு சொல்லல வள்ளுவ பெருமான், மாக்கள்ன்றார். விலங்குகளுக்கு சமம்ன்றாரு. அது அவியினும் வாழினும் என் இருந்தா என்ன செத்தா என்னடாங்கிறார். அறச்சீற்றம், வள்ளுவனின் அறச்சீற்றம் பாருங்க. இந்த சத் சங்கத்திலே சில வினாடிகளுக்கு முன்ன சொன்னேன், செய்ய முடியலன்னா வெறும் மதுவும் மாமிசமும் தான் வாழ்க்கைன்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா வாழ்ந்தென்ன செத்தென்ன அப்படின்னு. நான் சொன்னது அறச்சீற்றம்ங்கய்யா. அறச்சீற்றம் அப்படின்ற வார்த்தையை விட கருணையினால் வருகிற சீற்றம். கருணையால் வருகின்ற சீற்றம். வள்ளுவ பெருமானும் அதுதான் சொல்றாரு. செவியில் சுவையுணரா வாயுணர்வின் மாக்கள் ஆவியினும் வாழினும் என். கொஞ்சம் அறச்சீற்றத்தோடு சொல்லிட்டேன். யாருக்கெல்லாம் வலிக்கிறதோ என்னை மன்னித்து விடுங்கள், ஆனால் நான் சொன்னது உண்மை. இந்த 28 நாள் அகத்திற்கு, உங்கள் அகத்திற்கு தலைவனாகுங்கயா. இந்த ஒரு வருஷம் உங்களுடைய இகத்திற்கும் தலைவனாவதுன்னு முடிவு பண்ணிட்டு பிளான் பண்ணி ஒர்க் பண்ணுங்க. அகத்துக்கும் இகத்துக்கும் நீங்கள் தலைவனாகி விட்டீர்களானால் அகத்தின் மாட்சிமைதான் பரம்கையா. அது நேச்சுரலா உங்களுக்குள்ள மலர ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க. அகத்தின் நீட்சிமை இகம், அகத்தின் மாட்சிமை பரம். அகத்துக்கு நீங்க தலைவன் ஆயிட்டீங்கன்னா இகத்துக்கும் தலைவனாகி விடுவீர்கள், பரத்துக்கும் தலைவனாகி விடுவீர்கள். அதாவது இவ்வுலகத்துல நீங்க என்னென்ன அடையணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களோ அத்தனையும் மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் பண்ணுவீங்க. ஜீவன் முக்தி உட்பட பரத்தில் என்னவெல்லாம் அடையணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களோ அதையும் மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் பண்ணிடுவீங்க. இப்பவே வாழும் பொழுதே ஜீவன் முக்தனாக வாழ்வீர்கள். வாழும் பொழுதே ஜீவன் முக்தியை வாழ்வீர்கள். அதுதாங்க உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் ஈஸ்வரனாக இருப்பது. உங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் ஈஸ்வரனாக இருப்பது. ட்விட்டர்ல ஒரு சர்வே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். வாட் டு யூ வாண்ட் த SPH டு எலாபரேட் ஆன் அப்படின்னு 3 கொடுத்தோம். விட்னஸிங் த விட்னஸ் 34%, அடிக்ஷன் ஃப்ரீ லைஃப் 19%, மேனிஃபெஸ்டிங் யுவர் ரியாலிட்டி 47% ஓட்டு போட்டிருக்கீங்க. நான் 3ஐயுமே பேசுறேன். ஏன்னா 3மே ஒண்ணுதாங்கய்யா. அதான் நித்யானந்தா ஸ்டைல். எப்போ நீங்க விட்னஸிங் த விட்னஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கிறீங்களோ அப்பவே அடிக்ஷன் ஃப்ரீ லைஃப் வந்துரும். அப்பவே மேனிஃபெஸ்டிங் யுவர் ரியாலிட்டி நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிரும். விட்னஸிங் த விட்னஸ்ங்கிறது அகத்தை ரிப்பேர் பண்றது. அப்போ ஈகம் சரியாயிடும், அடிக்ஷன் ஃப்ரீ லைஃப் நடந்துரும். அடிக்ஷன் ஃப்ரீ லைஃப்ங்கிறது ஈகம் சரியாயிடும். மேனிஃபெஸ்டிங் யுவர் ரியாலிட்டின்றது பரம், அதுவும் நடக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். ஸோ இந்த போல் வந்து யூடியூப்ல பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. ட்விட்டர்னு சொன்னேன், சாரி, இந்த யூடியூப்ல பண்ண போல். ஸோ கொஞ்சம் புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, இந்த 3மே ஒண்ணுதான். 2 விஷயத்தினால நீங்க சமாதி அடைய முடியும். நான் சொல்ற அந்த முழுமையான நிர்விகல்ப சமாதி அடைய முடியும். 1, நீங்களே சாட்சியை சாட்சியாக பார்த்து பரமசாந்தத்தில் இருக்கிறதுனால அடைய முடியும். இன்னொன்னு, சக்தி பாதம் சக்தினி பாதம் மூலமா நான் அதை தீட்சையா உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க முடியும். இப்ப யாராவது நானே அடைஞ்சிட முடியுன்ற மாதிரி எனக்கு தோணலை சாமி, நீங்க எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் கொடுத்துருங்க அப்படின்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா, இலவசமாக 30 நாட்கள் தங்குகின்ற இடம், உணவு, இந்த வகுப்புகள் அனைத்தையும் கொடுத்து கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில அருமையான வகுப்பு PSSன்னு பரமசிவ சேனா வகுப்பு இப்ப நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. இன்னைக்கு மூட்டையை கட்டிட்டு நீங்க கிளம்பி வாங்க. மூட்டை கூட கட்டிட்டு வர வேண்டாம், அப்படியே வெறுமையா வந்தீங்கன்னா போதும். உங்களுக்கு என்ன அடிப்படை தேவை வேணுமோ, ஒரு 4 துணியோ, ஒரு குளிக்கிறதுக்கு சோப்பு, அந்த மற்ற விஷயங்கள் எல்லாம் திருவண்ணாமலை ஆதீனம் கொடுத்துருவாங்க. நிறையவே கொடுத்துருவாங்க தேவையை விட. நல்லா சாப்பிட்டுட்டு அமைதியா இந்த 28 நாளும் இந்த தீட்சையை வாங்கிட்டு உடம்பு மனச கம்ப்ளீட்டா ரீசெட் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு, உங்களுடைய உயிரையே ரீவயர் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு, உயிரை உயிர்ப்பிச்சுட்டு, பிரெயினை கம்ப்ளீட்டா ரீவயர் பண்ணிட்டு ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷா லைஃபை போய் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுங்க. கிளம்பி வாங்க. February 1 உங்களை புது பர்சனாலிட்டியா மாத்தி அனுப்புறேன். முழுக்க முழுக்க இலவசம். முதல்ல ஏர்லியரா இந்த ப்ரோக்ராமை 10 லட்ச ரூபா சார்ஜ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தோம். சில ஊர்களில் 5 லட்ச ரூபா சார்ஜ் பண்ணுவோம். இப்ப கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில மட்டும் முழுக்க முழுக்க ஃப்ரீயா கொடுக்குறேன். தமிழக மக்களுக்காக யார் வேண்டுமானாலும் கலந்துக்கோங்க. நிகழ்ச்சி தமிழ்ல நடக்குது, நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஆங்கிலத்துல பேசுவோம், இருந்தாலும் தமிழ் டிரான்ஸ்லேஷன் உடனே கொடுத்துருவோம். இப்ப நான் இந்த சத் சங்கம் பண்ற மாதிரி தான் நிறைய ஆங்கில வார்த்தைகளை உபயோகம் பண்றேன், ஆனா உடனடியாக அதுக்கு தமிழையும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பு கொடுத்துட்றேன். நீங்களே செஞ்சுக்க முடியுன்றவங்க வீட்டில இருந்து செய்யுங்க. சாட்சியை சாட்சியாக பார்த்தல், காலையிலிருந்து இரவு வரை உங்க வாழ்க்கை முழுவதும் படுக்க போகும்போது உட்பட காலையில எந்திரிச்ச உடனே சாட்சியை சாட்சியாக பாருங்கள், சமாதி பழகுங்கள். இதை செஞ்சீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கையே வேற லெவலுக்கு போயிடுங்க. இல்ல என்னால செய்ய முடியல சாமி, எனக்கு உங்க ஹெல்ப் வேணும்னா வாங்க, வெறும் 1 மாசத்தை கொடுங்க. உங்களுக்கு பல ஆண்டுகள் அதிகரித்து உங்க வாழ்க்கையிலே வாழ்நாளிலே அதிகரித்து கொடுக்கின்றேன். சத்தியம் சொல்லுகின்றேன். உங்களை ஒரு புது பர்சனாலிட்டியா மாத்தி அனுப்புறேன், ஒரு புது பீயிங்கா மாத்தி அனுப்புறேன். சில பேர் கேட்டிருக்கீங்க, இந்த கிளாஸ ஆன்லைன்ல திறந்து விட்டா நாங்க வீட்டுல இருந்தே பண்ண முடியாதா சுவாமிஜின்னு கேக்குறீங்க. அது என்னன்னா, அதுக்கான ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் வேணுங்க. டெய்லி நீங்க யோகா பண்ணணும். அங்க யோகா டீச்சர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, உங்களை பண்ண வைப்பாங்க. நீங்க யூஸ்வலா வீட்டுல இருந்தே யோகா பண்ணுங்கன்னா என்ன பண்ணுவோம், அப்படியே ஒரு ஆசனத்தை பண்ணுவோம், கொஞ்சம் அது டயர்டா இருக்கு, சரியா வரலாம், அப்படியே கப்புன்னு சோஃபால கால் நீட்டி படுத்து சவாசனத்துக்கு போயிடுவோம். கேட்டா அதுவும் ஒரு யோகாசனம் தானே சாமி அப்படிம்போம். அந்த மாதிரிலாம் இல்லாம முழுமையா உங்களை யோகாசனம் பண்ண வைக்கணும். இந்த டயட் ப்ராப்பரான வெஜிடேரியன் டயட், அதை சாப்பிட்டு உடம்ப டீடாக்ஸ் பண்ணணும், மனசை டீடாக்ஸ் பண்ணணும். அதுக்கான ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் வேணுங்க. அது கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலை ரொம்ப அருமையா இருக்கு. அதனாலதான் அங்க கூப்பிடுறேன். வந்து இதை பெற்று உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை புதுமையாக மாற்றிக்கொள்ளுங்கள். புதிய வாழ்க்கையை அமைத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்தது, இப்ப நான் சொல்ற இந்த உண்மைகளை நிஜமாக்குவதற்கான அடுத்த ஒரு புரிதல் சத்தியத்தை கேளுங்கள். அதாவது தொடர்ந்த எஜிடேஷன், யாரை பார்த்தாலும் வெறுப்பு, எந்த சூழலை பார்த்தாலும் வெறுப்பு, எதை பார்த்தாலும் வெறுப்பு. ஒரு உதாரணத்துக்கு, நடந்து போகும்போது ஒரு அழகான கார்டன் இருந்தா கூட அந்த செடியை கிள்றது. போகும்போது ஒரு நாய் சும்மா படுத்திருந்தா கூட ஒரு கல் எடுத்து எறிகிறது. இல்ல யாரு நம்ம முன்னாடி வந்தாலும் எரிஞ்சு விடறது. யாரு முன்னாடி வந்தாலும் உங்களுடைய ஆசீர்வாதம் உடனடியா அவங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கும். அது ஆன்லைன்ல இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஆஃப்லைன்ல இருந்தாலும் சரி. இது மாதிரி தொடர்ந்து பாயில் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கிற அந்த உணர்விலிருந்து வெளியே வாருங்கள். யா நிஜமான நீங்கள் அப்படியே ஸ்மூத்தா லைஃப்ல இயங்கிட்டு இருக்குங்கய்யா. வெண்ணையில் வழுக்கிச் செல்லும் கத்தியை போல நிஜமான நீங்கள் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தோட எந்த ஃப்ரிக்ஷனும் இல்லாம இனிமையா இயங்கிட்டு இருக்குங்கய்யா. ஆனா நீங்க உங்களுடைய கடந்த காலத்தை பத்தி வச்சிருக்கிற கற்பனையான பொய் கருத்துக்களால் கட்டியமைத்து கொண்ட நிழல் நீயும் காணல் நீயும் உங்களை தொடர்ந்த இரிட்டேஷன்ல, எஜிடேஷன்லயே வச்சிருக்கு. எப்ப நீங்க சாட்சியாக இருந்து deeply be present in the life, சுற்றி நடப்பவற்றையும் வெளியிலும் உள்ளும் முழுமையாக முக்கண் திறந்து பாருங்கள். முழு அவேர்னஸோட உள்ளுக்குள்ள நடக்கிறது மொத்தத்தையும் பார்க்கறது தான் மூன்றாவது கண்ணுங்க. வேற ஒண்ணுமே இல்லைங்க. மூன்றாவது கண் வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லை. பியூர் அவேர்னஸ், விட்னஸிங் த விட்னஸ். அந்த பியூர் அவேர்னஸோட உங்களுக்குள்ள நடக்கிறத பார்க்கறது தான் அந்த பியூர் கான்சியஸ்னஸ் தான் மூணாவது கண்ணுங்க. முக்கண்களோடும் உள்ளும் புறமும் பார்க்க துவங்கினீங்கனாலே, டீப்பா வாழ்க்கைக்குள்ள இன்வால்வ் ஆக துவங்கினீங்கனாலே ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸே இருக்காதுங்க. லைஃப் வந்து ஸ்மூத்தா இருக்கும். வாழ்க்கையில அறகுறையா இன்வால்வ் ஆகிறது உள்ள இருக்கிற தொடர்ந்த எஜிடேஷனால, அறகுறையா இன்வால்வ் ஆகிறதால நிறைய விஷயம் ஃபெயில் ஆகிறதால அந்த எஜிடேஷன் ஜாஸ்தி ஆகுது. இதான் விஷய சர்க்கிள். அந்த எஜிடேஷனை டிராப் பண்ணிட்டு இந்த நித்திய நிகழ்வுல டீப் பிரசன்ஸுக்கு வந்தீங்கன்னா உள்ளையும் வெளியிலையும் வாழ்க்கையில பல விஷயங்கள் தெள்ள தெளிவா புரியுங்க. அதாவது இந்த நித்திய நிகழ்வுல இருக்கிறது அப்படியே சூப்பர் நேச்சுரலான விஷயம் மாதிரி நீங்க நினைக்கிறீங்கயா. அதுதான் உங்க நேச்சுரல் விஷயங்கயா. சூப்பர் நேச்சுரல்ன்றே வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்கயா. சூப்பரான விஷயங்கள் உங்களுக்கு நேச்சுரலா இருக்குன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறது தான் சூப்பர் நேச்சுரல்ங்க. லைஃபோட சூப்பரான விஷயங்கள்லாம் உங்களுடைய நேச்சுரல் ஃப்ளோல உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கு அப்படின்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கிறது தான் சூப்பர் நேச்சுரல்ங்க. Supernatural is simply the natural. You can see clearly and realizing all the super is your nature. இந்த பிரபஞ்சம்யா உங்களை டெஸ்ட் பண்றது கிடையாது, உங்களை ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் பண்ணுதுங்கய்யா. நீங்க என்னவா உள்ள கட்டமைக்கிறீங்களோ அதை தான் அப்படியே ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் பண்ணுது. நம்ம ஆளுங்க நிறைய பேர் சொல்லுவோம், சிவன் சோதிப்பாரு சோதிக்கிறானே. சிவபெருமான் நாம என்ன நிலையில இருக்கோம்னு நம்மளுக்கு ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் பண்ணி காட்டுறாரு, அவ்வளவுதாங்கய்யா. சிவம் சோதிக்கிறார்னு நீங்க நினைச்சா அதுவே சுய பரிசோதனை. ஏன்னா நீங்க தாங்கய்யா சிவம், அகமே சிவம். சிவத்வமசி. யூனிவர்ஸே உங்களை டெஸ்ட் பண்றதில்ல, ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் பண்ணுதுங்க. இதை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்க. அடுத்த சத்தியம் ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. உங்க எஜிடேஷனை நீங்க டிராப் பண்ணீங்கன்னா உள்ளுக்குள்ள பியூர் அவேர்னஸும் அந்த அவேர்னஸ்னால உருவாகிற பரமசாந்த தன்மைக்கும் வந்தீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கையே ஒரு சின்க்ரனிசிட்டிக்கு நடந்துருங்கய்யா. நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியாத மிக பெரும் நன்மைகள் நேச்சுரல் ஃப்ளோவா நடக்குங்கய்யா. அதிசயிக்கத்தக்க நிகழ்வுகள், நீங்க அதிர்ஷ்டம்னு சொல்ற மாதிரியான நிகழ்வுகள் தினசரி வாழ்க்கை முறையா மாறி போகுங்கய்யா. இந்த ஒரு விஷயத்தை புரிஞ்சு, த பியூர் விட்னஸ் சமாதி பழக துவங்கும் போது உங்களை தாண்டிய ஒன்று உள்ளுக்குள்ள மலர ஆரம்பிக்குங்க. சமாதி பழக துவங்கும் பொழுது அகம் மலர துவங்கும். அகம் மலரும் பொழுது அகத்தின் நீட்சிமையான இகம் மலர துவங்கும். இந்த உலகத்துல பல பெரிய பெரிய நல்ல விஷயங்கள் தானாவே உங்களை நோக்கி ஈர்க்கப்படுங்க. செல்வம், உடல் நலம், நல்ல உறவுகள், மிகப்பெரிய நல்ல நபர்கள், அவர்களுடைய நட்பு, நீங்க உலகத்துல நினைக்கிற அத்துணை நன்மைகள் உங்களை நோக்கி ஈர்க்கப்படுங்க. இது போக அகத்தின் மாட்சிமையான பரம் மலர துவங்குங்க. முதல்ல புரிஞ்சுப்பீங்க, நீங்கள் தான் உங்கள் உலகத்தை உருவாக்கி அனுபவித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். இந்த எக்ஸ்ட்ராடினரி அனுபூதி, இது அனுபூதியா உள்ள இருந்து மலருங்க. அப்ப தெரிஞ்சிரும், ஆஹா, அப்ப எனக்கு என்ன வாழ்க்கை வேணுமோ அதை நான் ரொம்ப அழகா மலரச் செய்து கொள்ள முடியும். அப்பதான் தைரியம் வரும். பீயிங் யுவர் ஓன் பாஸ், உங்களுடைய தலைவனாக நீங்களே மாற முடியுங்கிற தைரியமே அப்பதான் வருங்க. உங்க வாழ்க்கையை டிசைன் பண்றதையே இன்னொருத்தட்ட பிரான்சைஸ் பண்ணி விட்டு இன்னொருத்தனுக்கு வித்துட்டு லைஃபே ஃப்ரஸ்ட்ரேட்டா இருக்குன்னு புலம்பனா அதுக்கு யார் பொறுப்பு? அவன் நேச்சுரலா அவனுக்கு பெனிஃபிட் ஆகுற மாதிரி, அவனுக்கு நீங்க ப்ரொடக்டிவா இருக்க மாதிரி, அவன் லைஃபுக்கு ப்ராஃபிட்டா இருக்க மாதிரி தான் உங்க டேவை டிசைன் பண்ணுவான். அவன் என்ன உங்களுடைய மூடை பத்தி, உங்களுடைய சக்சஸை பத்தி, உங்களை பத்தி கவலைப்பட போறானா? அப்ப நேச்சுரலா என்ன ஆகுன்னா, உங்களுக்கு நீங்க எக்ஸ்ப்ளாய்ட் பண்ணப்படுறீங்கன்ற ஃபீலிங் வந்து, ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் வந்து லைஃப்ல இருந்து ஷ்ரிங்க் ஆகி இந்த 9 to 5 ஜாபுக்கு போறவனுங்களை மாதிரி லைஃப்ல ஒரு டல்லான பீப்புளை நான் பார்த்ததே இல்லைங்க. நீ எப்பேற்பட்ட மாசம் 50 லட்ச ரூபா சம்பளம் வாங்குற கார்ப்பரேட் வேலைக்கு, ஐடி வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்கிற ஆளா இருந்தா கூட தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. இன்னொருத்தருக்கு ஒர்க் பண்றனாலே நீ உன்னுடைய ஃபுல் பொட்டன்ஷியலை மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் பண்ண மாட்ட. மேனேஜர்ட்ட இந்த ரிப்போர்ட்டு, ரெவ்யூ அதையெல்லாம் எப்படி ஏமாத்துறதுன்னு கத்துப்ப. எப்படி டெக்னிக்கலா இல்லாத பிரச்சனைகளை உருவாக்கி அந்த பிரச்சனைகளை இருக்குன்னு அதை எடுத்து கண்டுபிடிச்சு சொல்றதையே ஒரு வேலையா மாத்தி அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த பிரச்சனைகளுக்கு தீர்வுன்றதுக்காக ஒரு வருஷத்தை இழுத்து இதுல எல்லாத்து மூலமாவும் மேனேஜரையும் கம்பெனியும் ஏமாற்றிட்டு ஜாலியா இருக்கிற உன்ன நீயே தோள் தட்டிட்டு ஒரு பெரிய ஹாப்பினஸ், லூசுத்தனமான முட்டாள்தனமான ஹாப்பினஸை எடுத்துட்டு வந்து ஒரு 2-3 வருஷத்துல இதுவே மனப்பழக்கமா மாறி உங்களுடைய ரியல் டேலண்ட், கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி, எனர்ஜி இதையெல்லாம் நீங்களே மறந்துட்டு இந்த வட்டத்துக்குள்ளேயே உங்களை அடக்கிக்கிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் இந்த வட்டத்துக்குள்ள நீங்க சிக்கிக்கிட்டதுனால இந்த வட்டத்துக்குள்ளேயே இருக்கிற மாதிரியான வேற வேலைங்களையே தேடி சுத்திக்கிட்டு கழுத கெட்டா குட்டிச்சோறு, அதுக்கு வேற என்னதான் பண்ண முடியும்? இந்த குட்டிச்சோறு உடஞ்சிருச்சுன்னா வேற ஒரு குட்டிச்சோருக்கு போகும். அந்த குட்டிச்சோறு இடிச்சு கட்டடமா கட்டிட்டாங்கன்னா இன்னொரு குட்டிச்சோருக்கு போகும். இப்படிக்கே வாழ்க்கை முடிந்து விடும். கான்ஷியஸ் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கன்னா முதல் விஷயம் என்ன நடக்கும்னா உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற எஜிடேஷன்லாம் காணாம போயிடும். சம்திங் எக்ஸ்ட்ராடினரி உங்களுக்குள்ள நடக்க ஆரம்பிக்கும். உங்களுடைய இருப்பு உங்களுக்கே ரசிப்பதாகவும் ருசிப்பதாகவும் இருக்கும். ரிலாக்ஸ்டா உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கிறதே, இந்த டிவைஸை நோண்டிட்டு இல்லாம இந்த அன்எண்டிங் டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன்ஸ்ல உங்களை செலுத்தாம உங்களுக்குள்ள உங்களோட நீங்க உட்கார்ந்து இருக்கிறதே அவ்வளவு ரம்யமா இருக்க துவங்குங்க. தன்னோடு தான் அமர்தல் அப்படிங்கிற தன்மையே that is what is celebrating being human. Celebrate being a human. You don't need anything else to celebrate. The presence, clarity, inner luminosity, இதெல்லாம் லாஜிக்கால எக்ஸ்பிளைனே பண்ண முடியாது. சமாதி பழகும் போதுதான் அது பரமசிவ உதயம், பரம்பொருளின் உதயம், அப்படி ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷான சூரிய உதயம் மாதிரி நடக்கும். அது மட்டும் இல்ல, ரைட்டான பீப்புள், ரைட்டான ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ், ரைட்டான நபர்கள், ரைட்டான ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ், ரைட்டான பாசிபிலிட்டிஸ், ரைட்டான சூழ்நிலைங்க, இது எல்லாம் அந்த சின்க்ரனிசிட்டியோட அழகாக ப்ளூமாக ஆரம்பிக்குங்க. சின்க்ரனிசிட்டிஸ் இதெல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு மழைக்கு பிறகு மலர்கள் எப்படி பூக்குதோ அந்த மாதிரி கட 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 கடன் வாழ்க்கையில பூக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். சமாதி பழகுதல் ஒன்றினால் மட்டும் இது அத்தனையும் நிகழும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. திரும்பவும் சொல்றேன், நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தைகளுக்கு நான் பொறுப்பு. சமாதி பழகுக. என்ன ஆனாங்கய்யா, உங்களை அறியாமலே உங்களை தாண்டிய ஒரு உணர்வு உங்களை கைட் பண்ணுதுங்கிற ஒரு பெரிய ரெஸ்ட்ஃபுல்லாக ஒரு ரிலாக்ஸேஷன் வந்துருங்க. ஆஹா, நம்மை விட பேரறிவும் பெருங்கருணையும் உடைய ஒரு சக்தி நம்மை இனிமையாக வழிநடத்துகிறதுன்னு புரிஞ்சதுன்னா முடிஞ்சதுங்க. அதுக்கு மேல பிறவி பலன் கண்டு விட்டோம். மாணிக்கவாசகர் பாடுறால, தெள்ளேனம் கொட்டாமோன்னு. தெள்ளேனம் கொட்டி ஆடுவோங்க. அந்த கரண்ட் இப்பவும் இருக்கு. ஆனா என்ன, நீங்க எதிர்நீச்சல் போட்டுட்டு அந்த இனிமையான பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளோட ஃப்ளோவோட போகாம உங்களை நீங்களே சீரழிச்சிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. அவ்வளவுதான். பிரபஞ்சத்தோட ஃப்ளோவோட இணைந்து ஆனந்தமாக இயங்காமல் பிரபஞ்சம் உங்கள் வெற்றிக்காக வேலை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறதுங்கய்யா. பிரபஞ்சம் உங்கள் எதிரி அல்ல, உங்களை டெஸ்ட் பண்ணல, உங்களுக்காக அது உழைத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அடுத்த சத்தியம் கேளு. நிஜமான நீ அகங்காரத்திற்கு அப்பாற்பட்டது. இந்த அகங்காரம் நான் சொன்ன உடனே அரகன்ஸ் நினைச்சிருந்தீங்க, கிடையாது. உங்க பிஹேவியர் பேட்டர்ன்ல இருக்கல அரகன்ஸ், அந்த வயலன்ஸா இல்ல அக்ரஸிவா பிஹேவ் பண்ற அந்த அரகன்ஸ், அதை நான் அகங்காரம்னு சொல்லல. ஒரு ஃபேக் ஐடென்டிட்டியோடையே வாழறீங்க பாருங்க. நீங்க இப்ப வச்சுட்டு வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்கிற அந்த நிழல் நீ, அந்த ஈகோவை தான் சொல்றேன். அந்த ஃபேக் ஈகோ, அந்த ஃபேக் ஐடென்டிட்டிங்கயா, பெயின், துக்கம், பயம், இதையெல்லாம் உங்களுக்குள்ள ட்ரிகர் பண்ணி மட்டும்தான் தன்னுடைய இருப்பை காப்பாற்றிக்கும். இந்த துக்கம், பயம், இதையெல்லாம் ரிலாக்ஸா பார்த்து அதெல்லாம் உடைய ஆரம்பிச்சதுனாலே இந்த ஃபேக் ஐடென்டிட்டி தேய ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அந்த ஃபேக் ஐடென்டிட்டி தான் ஈகோன்னு சொல்றேன். அது வந்து தேய ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அதனோட உங்க தினசரி வாழ்க்கையோட அதோட இன்டர்வென்ஷன் குறைய ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். இது எப்படின்னா ரிட்டையர்டு மாமியார் மாதிரி. இன்டர்வென்ஷன் இல்லாம போகாது, ஆனா குறைய ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். அது அது சொல்றத கேட்டு நீங்க முடிவெடுக்கிறது இல்லைன்னு தெரிஞ்ச உடனே அந்த மாமியார் ரிட்டையர் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அந்த நிஜ நீ விழித்து எழும்பொழுது ஈகோ ரிட்டையர் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். ஏன்னா ஈகோக்கு நல்லா தெரியுது, நீங்க எப்பவும் சாட்சியா இருக்கீங்க. ஆழ்ந்த சாந்தமான பரமசாந்தத்திலிருந்து தான் செயல்படுறீங்க. ஈகோ உங்களை பல விதத்துல பயம், இல்ல இப்படி இப்படி நீ இருந்தீங்கன்னா பாரு, 2 நாள்ல பிசினஸ் எல்லாம் காணாம போயிரு பாரு, வேலை காணாம போயிடுது பாரு, பொண்டாட்டி ஓடி போயிடுறா பாரு, கேர்ள் ஃப்ரெண்ட் ஓடி போயிடுது பாரு, நீ பாரு என்ன ஆக போற பாரு அப்படின்னு அத்தனையும் காட்டும். நீங்க அதை நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். பயம் வரும்பொழுது மட்டும் நீங்க அதுக்கு எந்த ரெஸ்பான்ஸும் பண்ணக்கூடாது. அதாவது உடனே செக்யூரிட்டிக்கான மெஷர்மெண்ட்ஸ் எடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கனாலும் தோத்துட்டீங்க. ஏன்னா செக்யூரிட்டினே ஒண்ணு கிடையாதுங்க உலகத்துல. அதான் உண்மைங்க. மோஸ்ட் செக்யூர்ட் பிளேஸ் ஒன்னே ஒண்ணு இருக்குங்க, சுடுகாட்டுல உங்க சமாதி. இப்பவே தோண்டி படுத்து மண்ண முடிக்கிட்டா முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. பெஸ்ட் மோஸ்ட் செக்யூர்ட் அண்ட் சேஃப் பிளேஸ். அது தவிர உலகத்துல செக்யூரிட்டின்றது வேற எதுவும் கிடையாது. அதனால செக்யூரிட்டி சார்ந்த உடனே டெசிஷன் எடுக்கவும் போகாதீங்க, ஜம்ப் பண்ணாதீங்க. அதே மாதிரி நடந்தா நடக்கட்டும், போனா போட்டோம், அழிஞ்சு போனாதான் போட்டோம், வேற என்ன பண்ண முடியும், அந்த இன்னர் டயலாக் வச்சுக்காதீங்க. அப்படி இப்ப போனா போட்டும், அழிஞ்சாதான் அழியட்டும், திருடு போனா போட்டும், சொத்து அழிஞ்சா அழியட்டும், வேலை போனா போட்டும், என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? அந்த முடிவு எடுத்தீங்கன்னா, அந்த இன்னர் டயலாக் வச்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா நெகட்டிவிட்டியை ஸ்ட்ரென்தன் பண்றீங்க. நெகட்டிவிட்டியை ஸ்ட்ரென்தன் பண்றதையும் பண்ணாதீங்க. ஃபியருக்கு ரியாக்ட் பண்றதையும் பண்ணாதீங்க. சாட்சியா பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஃபியர் போகஸ்னு தானாவே கீழே விழுந்துருங்க. குழந்தைங்க டேண்ட்ரம் த்ரோ பண்ணும்போது அட்டன் பண்ணாம இருந்தீங்கன்னா ஒழுங்கா உட்காந்துரும். இந்த ஜென்டில் பேரண்டிங்ன்ற ஒரு பெரிய தொடப்பகட்டையை எடுத்துட்டு வந்து அடுத்த தலைமுறையே நாசமாக்குனீங்க. இந்த ஜென்டில் பேரண்டிங்ன்றதே உங்க பையன் உங்களை அடிக்கும் போதுதான் ஃபெயிலியர்ன்றது புரியும். ஜென்டில் பேரண்டிங்ன்றதே உங்கள் குழந்தைக்கு நீங்கள் இழைக்கும் மிகப்பெரிய கொடுமை. சத்தியத்தை சத்தியமா டீல் பண்ண ஆரம்பிங்க. குழந்தைகளை மெச்சூரிட்டியோட டீல் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, நீங்க மெச்சூரிட்டியோட தான் டீல் பண்ண போறீங்கன்னு அந்த குழந்தைக்கு புரிஞ்சு அதுவும் மெச்சூர்டா லைஃப் பிஹேவ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். உங்களால மெச்சூர்டா பிஹேவ் பண்றதுக்கும் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்றதுக்கும் டைம் இல்லைங்கிறதுனால குழந்தைங்களோட டேண்ட்ரம்ஸ்க்கு பெண்ட் பண்றீங்கன்னா குழந்தைங்களை நாசமாக்கிடுவீங்க. இல்ல குழந்தைங்களை இம்மெச்சூர்டா இந்த தெளிவான விஷயங்களை சொல்லி வளர்க்கலன்னாலும் குழந்தைங்களை நாசமாக்கிடுவீங்க. இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், நீங்களே மெச்சூர்டா வாழ்ந்தீங்கன்னா தான் குழந்தைங்க மெச்சூர்டா வளரும். குழந்தைங்க நீங்க சொல்றதை செய்ய மாட்டாங்க, நீங்க செய்யறதை தான் செய்வாங்க. சோ ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க, ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். உங்க ஈகோ டிவைஸ் மாதிரியே, செல்போன் மாதிரியே இந்த உலகத்தை நீங்க ஹேண்டில் பண்றதுக்காக நீங்க பில்ட் பண்ண ஒரு இன்டர்னல் ஆர்கன் தாங்க ஈகோ. உங்களுடைய ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐங்க. எத்தனை பேர் ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ வச்சிருக்கீங்களோ புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய ஏஜென்டிக் ஏஐ ஏஜென்ட்டுங்க, அவ்வளவுதாங்கய்யா. ஆனா திடீர்னு அந்த ஏஐ ஏஜென்ட் நீங்க சொல்றதை கேட்காம அதுவே டெசிஷன் எடுத்து அதுவே போஸ்ட் போட ஆரம்பிச்சு அதுவே லைக்ஸ் ஷேர்ஸ் அதுவே எல்லாம் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சு சோசியல் மீடியால அதுவே இண்டிபெண்டா பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சதுன்னா, ஆனா அதோட இம்பாக்ட் ரிசல்ட் மொத்தமும் அதனால வர்ற கேஸ், கோர்ட்டு கேஸ், பிரச்சனை அத்தனை உங்களுக்கு வருது. அந்த சூழ்நிலையில் தான் நீங்க மாட்டிட்டு முழிச்சிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. நீங்க பில்ட் பண்ண இன்டர்னல் ஆர்கன், உங்களுடைய இன்ட்ரா ஆர்கன் தான் ஈகோங்கய்யா. உங்க இன்டர்னல் ஏஜென்ட் நீங்க பில்ட் பண்ணது தான் ஈகோ. ஆனா இப்ப திடீர்னு அவர் என்ன சொல்றாரு, போதும் போதும் நீ ரெஸ்ட் எடு, நீ ரெஸ்ட் எடுப்பியோ சாவியோ எனக்கு தெரியாது, நான் டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். டேக் ஓவர் பண்ணிட்டு he is running the whole thing and you are also mistaking he is you. உங்க ஈகோவோட டேஸ்ட், உங்க ஈகோவோட ப்ரெஃபரன்ஸ், உங்க ஈகோவோட குட் பேட் லைக்ஸ் டிஸ்லைக்ஸ், இது எல்லாம் உங்களுடைய குட் பேட், உங்களுடைய லைக் டிஸ்லைக்ஸ் நீங்கன்னு அசோசியேட் பண்ணி நீங்களும் வாழ ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டீங்க. பொண்டாட்டிக்கு சரண்டர் பண்ணி, வீட்ல பொண்டாட்டிக்கு சரண்டர் பண்ணி, ஆபீஸ்ல மேனேஜர்கிட்ட சரண்டர் பண்ணி 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 பழகி லைஃப்ல ஈகோ கிட்ட சரண்டர் ஆயிட்டீங்க. இந்த ஈகோக்கு பின்னாடி இருக்கிற உங்களுடைய நிஜமான நீங்களை சமாதி பழகி கண்டு விழித்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். நம்ம எல்லாருமே சமாதி பழக துவங்கும் போது சில நாட்கள்லயே இந்த கிளிம்ஸ் வருங்க, வராம போகாது. இந்த கிளிம்ஸ் வராம போகவே போகாது. The glimpses of quantum you வந்து தான் தீரும். அது வராம போகாது. ஆனா பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, திரும்பவும் பழைய குருடி கதவை திரடின்னு அதுல இருந்து விலகிச் செல்வது பழைய அகங்கார வாழ்வு மன அமைப்புக்கே போறதுதான் மிக பெருந்தவறு. உண்மையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா உங்க கடந்த கால வாழ்க்கையில கூட எங்கேயாவது ஒரு சில இடங்கள்ல ஏதோ ஒரு ஆழமா அமைதியா தியானம் பண்ணப்போவோ, இல்ல ஏதோ ஒரு கோவில்லையோ, இல்ல ஏதோ ஒரு இந்த மாதிரி சத் சங்கத்தை கேட்கும் பொழுதோ ஆழமா அந்த நிஜ நீயான உங்களை பத்தி உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஆழமான அனுபவம் வரும். சில நேரத்துல ரைட் பீப்புள் லைஃப்ல அப்பியர் ஆவாங்க. ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் எல்லாம் பர்ஃபெக்டா மடியில வந்து விழும். பழம் நழுவி பாலில் விழுந்ததுன்னு சொல்றாங்கல்ல, பாலும் நழுவி வாயில் விழுந்ததுன்ற மாதிரி ஆகும். பழம் நழுவி பாலில் விழுந்து பாலும் நழுவி வாயிலேயே விழுந்ததுன்னு அதெல்லாம் நடக்கும். அந்த சில நிமிடங்கள்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுடைய நிஜமான நீ வெளிப்பட்டு வாழ்க்கையை மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் பண்ணுது. இந்த நிழல் நீல கிராக் விழுது. இந்த நிழல் நீங்கிற அந்த டைட்டான அந்த தேங்காய் ஓடு உடைய ஆரம்பிக்குது, கிராக் விழுது. தொடர்ந்து சமாதி பழகினீங்கன்னா இந்த நிழல் நீ கிராக் பெருசு பெருசா விழுந்து நிஜ நீ விழித்து எழும். இதை ஆழ்ந்து புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். அந்த நிஜ நீ மலரும் பொழுதுதான் மாணிக்கவாசகர் சொல்றாரு இல்லையா, அருமையான ஒரு பாடல். வான் கெட்டு மாருதம் மாய்ந்து அழல் நீர் மண் கெடினும் தான் கெட்டல் இன்றி சலிப்பறியா தன்மையனுக்கு ஊன் கெட்டு உயிர் கெட்டு உணர்வு கெட்டு என் உள்ளமும் போய் நான் கெட்டவா பாடி தெள்ளேனம் கொட்டாமோ. நம் அகங்காரம் கெட்டு பரமசிவ உணர்வு மலர்ந்து தெள்ளேனம் குட்டியாடலாம். இது நடுவுல உங்க ஈகோ என்ன பயத்தை கிரியேட் பண்ணாலும், என்ன பிரச்சனையை உருவாக்கினாலும், என்ன ஃபியரை உருவாக்கினாலும் அது எல்லாமே போகஸ்ன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஃபியரே வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்கய்யா. ஒரு பெரிய எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட் பொங்கும் பொழுது எனக்கு ஒரு நாள் நல்லா போச்சுனாலே அடுத்த நாள் ஏதாவது பெரிய பிரச்சனை வரும் அப்படின்னு உங்களுக்குள்ளேயே ஆழமா நீங்க பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிற மூளைச்சலவை எனக்கு ஒன்று நல்லது நடந்தா உடனே 10 கெட்டது தொடர்ந்து வரும் சாமி. உங்களை நீங்களே பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிற மூளைச்சலவை, அந்த எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட்டை ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியாம, எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட்டை மிஸ் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணி ஃபியரா மாத்திக்கிறதுக்குன்னே உங்களுக்கு ஏகப்பட்ட பேட்டர்ன்ஸையும் மூளைச்சலவையும் பண்ணி வச்சிருப்பீங்க. ஃபியரே மிஸ் அண்டர்ஸ்டுட் எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட்டுங்க. ஒரு நல்ல விஷயம் எக்ஸைட்டிங்கா வரும்போது, இவ்வளவுலாம் நல்ல விஷயம் எனக்கு நடந்துராது, இட் லுக்ஸ் டூ குட் டு பி ட்ரூ, ஏதாவது ஒரு கேட்ச் இருக்கும். நம்மள நாமளே பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கிற மூளை செலவை, இந்த ஃபியர் தான் அவேக்கனிங் நடக்கிறதுக்கு மிகப்பெரிய தடை. சமாதி பழகு, பயம் அழியும். நம்ம பல பேர் என்ன நினைக்கிறோம், ஃபியர் வந்தா அது நம்ம ஸ்டாப் பண்ற சொல்ற சிக்னல் நம்புறோம். கிடையாது, கிடையாது. ஃபியர் வரும்பொழுது சாட்சியா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, அது அப்படியே மெதுவா ஆன்டிசிபேஷனா மாறும். ஆன்டிசிபேஷன் மலர்ந்து அவேக்கனிங்கா ஆயிடும். அவ்வளவுதாங்க. இதுதான் உண்மையில நடக்கும். உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கின்ற நிஜ நீங்கள் எதுவோ அது விழித்து எழட்டும். உங்கள் உயிரின் உயிர்மை விழிப்பிற்கு, ஆன்ம விழிப்பிற்காக இந்த 28 நாட்களையும் சமர்ப்பியுங்கள். இந்த 28 நாளுங்க உங்களுடைய ஆன்ம விழிப்புணர்வை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரையாரிட்டியா வச்சு ஃபங்க்ஷன் பண்ணுங்க. ஆபீஸ் போகாதீங்கன்னு சொல்லல, வேலைகளை செய்யாதீங்கன்னு சொல்லல, உங்க தினசரி வாழ்க்கையை வாழாதீங்கன்னு சொல்லல. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரையாரிட்டி உங்களுடைய அவேக்கனிங். இத ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரையாரிட்டியை வச்சு, சாட்சியாக இருந்து பார்ப்பதை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ரையாரிட்டியா வச்சு, அதிலிருந்து வழுவாமல் உங்களுடைய செயல்கள் அனைத்தையும் செய்யுங்கள். சமாதி பழகியவாறே செயல்படுங்கள், இயங்குங்கள். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். சற்றே உள்வாங்குங்கள். தினந்தோறும் உங்க வாழ்க்கைய சமாதி பழகியவாறு செஞ்சீங்கன்னாலே திடீர்னு உங்களுக்கே தெரியாது, ஆஹா, உங்களுடைய பழைய பர்சனாலிட்டி ரிடண்டன்டாவும் இரலவென்டாவும் போய் அதை மறந்து போயிருப்பீர்கள். அப்படியெல்லாம் இருந்தோமா? நம்மள நாமளே அவ்வளவு டார்ச்சர் பண்ணிட்டு வாழ்ந்திருக்கோமா? தொடர்ந்து எதிர்மறை எண்ணங்களை உங்களை பார்த்து நீங்களே சொல்லிக் கொள்வதை நிறுத்துங்க. அதுவே உங்களை சமாதி பழகுவதற்கு மிகப்பெரிய சக்தியும் எக்ஸைட்மெண்ட்டும் உற்சாகத்தையும் கொடுத்துருங்க. இந்த ஒரு சின்ன விஷயம் உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் சொல்றேன், கேளுங்க. இன்னைக்கு நான் சொல்றேன், இந்த சத்தியத்தை உள்வாங்குங்க. விட்னஸிங் த விட்னஸ், சமாதி பழகினீங்கன்னா உங்க வாழ்க்கையில நீங்க என்ன அடையணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களோ அப்படியே அது மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் ஆக ஆரம்பிக்கும். வெறும் அடுத்த 24 மணி நேரத்துக்கு மட்டும் இதை நான் உங்களுக்கு தீட்சையா கொடுக்குறேங்க. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நீங்கள் நம்பினாலும் நம்பாவிட்டாலும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் எனக்கு மிகப்பெரிய சக்திகளை அளித்து அவரே என் மூலமாக வெளிப்பட்டு இந்த மிக பெரும் திருப்பணியை செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் பரமானுபூதி அளிக்கும் திருப்பணியை அவரே செய்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார். அவர் சாட்சியாக சொல்லுகின்றேன். அடுத்த 24 மணி நேரம் அப்சர்வ் த அப்சர்வர், விட்னஸ் த விட்னஸ். சாட்சியா இருங்க. நீங்க வாழ்க்கையில மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும்னு நினைக்கிறத இந்த 24 மணி நேரத்திலே 1-2 மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். இந்த அனுபவத்தை இந்த சோசியல் மீடியா பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் எஸ்பிஹெச் ஐடிஸ் இருக்கு பாருங்க, ஃபேஸ்புக், இன்ஸ்டாகிராம், ட்விட்டர், எல்லாத்துலயும் போஸ்ட் பண்ணி டேக் பண்ணுங்க, போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. நாளைக்கு எத்தனை பேர் இந்த அனுபவத்தை அனுபவிச்சிருக்கீங்க அப்படிங்கிறதையும் அதை ஃபர்தரா எப்படி அடுத்த நிலைக்கு கொண்டு போறது எப்படிங்கிறதையும் விளக்குறேன். இந்த 24 மணி நேரம் இன்னையிலிருந்து நாளைக்கு சத் சங்கத்துக்கு வர வரைக்கும் இதை பிராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுங்க. அது நிச்சயமா உங்களுக்குள்ள மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் ஆக ஆரம்பிக்கும். அதாவது நீங்க வேணும்னு ரொம்ப வேணும்னு நினைக்கிற உங்களுடைய ரியாலிட்டி மேனிஃபெஸ்ட் ஆக ஆரம்பிக்கும். உங்க எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸை ஃபேஸ்புக் எஸ்பிஹெச் நித்யானந்த ஐடியிலையும், இன்ஸ்டாகிராம், ட்விட்டர், யூடியூப் எல்லாத்துலேயும் போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. போஸ்ட் பண்ணி எனக்கு டேக் பண்ணுங்க. டேக் த எஸ்பிஹெச் ஐடி. இதை பண்ணுங்க. நாளைக்கு இதை ஃபர்தரா எப்படி எடுத்துட்டு போறதுன்னு அடுத்த நிலை பாடத்தை, அடுத்த நிலை ஞான ரசவாதத்தை காண்போம். இப்போ பரமசிவசேனை 15வது பேட்ச்ல கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற எல்லா அன்பர்கள், கைலாசா திருவண்ணாமலையில் இருக்கின்ற, கைலாசா லாஸ் ஏஞ்சலிஸில் இருக்கின்ற எல்லா அன்பர்களுக்கும் விசேஷ தீட்சை அளிக்கின்றேன். சிவோகம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். சிவோகம், சிவோகம், சிவோகம். கண்களை மூடி நிமிர்ந்து அமர்ந்து இந்த விசேஷ தீட்சை மந்திரத்தை உள்வாங்குங்கள். ஓஹம் சிவோகம், 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 शिवोऽहम् 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 शिव अहं शिवोऽहम् अहं शिवं शिवम् अहं शिवोऽहम् 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 शिवो अहम् शिवो अहम् शिवोऽहम् 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 शिवो अहम् अहं शिव शिवो अहम् शिव अहम् अहं शिव शिव अहम् ओ अहम् ओ अहम् अहं शिव शिव अहम् ओ अहम् शिवो अहम् अहं शिव शिव अहम् ओ अहम् ओ अहम् अहं शिव शिवो अहम् शिवो अहम् अहं शिव शिवो अहम् अहं शिव शिवो अहम् अहं शिवो अहम् अहं शिव शिवो अहम् शिवोऽहम् शिवोऽहम् நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் எல்லோரும் பரமாத்வைதத்தில் நிலை பெற்று பரமானந்தத்தில் நிலை பெற்று பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளோடு இரண்டறக் கலர்ந்து சிவசாயுஜ்யத்திருந்து சிவோகம் எனும் சத்தியத்தை உணர்ந்து நித்யானந்தத்தில் நிலை பெறுவீர்களாக என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
நித்யானந்தம். நித்யானந்தோத்சவத்தின் இந்த புனிதமான தொடக்க நாளில் விழாவின் ஆரம்பத்தை குறிக்கும் வகையில் கொடிமரத்தின் மீது புனிதமான கொடியை ஏற்றும் துவஜாரோகணம் சடங்கு வெகு சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்றது. பிரம்மோற்சவத்தை கொண்டாட பரமசிவன் 14 லோகங்களைச் சேர்ந்த 33 கோடி தேவர்கள் மற்றும் தேவதைகளுடன் இணைந்து கோவில் வளாகத்திற்குள் மிக சக்தி வாய்ந்த முறையில் இறங்கி வருகிறார். இன்று பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் அவதார நிகழ்வை லீலா அலங்கார சேவை மூலம் கொண்டாடுகிறோம். இது பரமசிவனின் பெரும் கருணையினால் அவ்யக்தம் வியக்தமாக மாறும் ஆகம சத்தியத்தில் வேரூன்றிய ஒரு பிரபஞ்ச கொண்டாட்டமாகும். அதாவது உருவமில்லாத உணர்வு நிலை உருவ வடிவில் இறங்கி வருவதாகும். இந்த தெய்வீக நிகழ்வானது பல கோடி சித்தர்களின் தவத்தின் பயனாக சனாதன இந்து கர்மத்தின் ஜகத்குரு மகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவதரித்த புனித ஸ்தலமான திருவண்ணாமலையின் மகத்துவத்தை எதிரொலிக்கிறது. இந்த பிரகாசமான லீலையானது கைலாசாவின் அறுபடாத குரு பரம்பரையால் பாதுகாக்கப்பட்டது. இது உலகெங்கிலும் உள்ள பூர்வகுடி தேசங்களின் பாரம்பரிய மையங்களாக வெளிப்படும் இறையாண்மை கொண்ட ஆன்மீக சூழல் அமைப்பாகும். இதில் கோவில்கள் ஆவணப்படுத்துதல் மற்றும் பாதுகாப்பதற்கான முன்னோடி தளங்களாக திகழ்கின்றன. யுகம் யுகமாக பழமையான பனை ஓலைகளில் பாதுகாக்கப்பட்ட ஆவணமான ஜீவநாடி பரமசிவனின் அவதார மகிமைகளை பறைசாற்ற தன்னைத்தானே வெளிப்படுத்திக் கொண்டது. இந்த புனிதமான பரம்பரையில் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜகத்குரு மகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் வாழும் அவதாரமாக திகழ்கிறார். பகவான் அவர்கள் அருணாச்சல சர்வஜ்ஞ பீடம் என்ற ஞான வாழ்வியல் சூழலின் பூர்வகுடி தேசத்திலிருந்து வாழும் இந்து மரபுகளின் உலகளாவிய மறுமலர்ச்சிக்கு தலைமை தாங்கி மனித குலத்திற்கு வழிகாட்டும் பொறுப்பை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டார். அவதார லீலை மூலம் பகவான் அவர்களின் பங்களிப்புகள் மகத்தானவை. ஆகாய பதிவு மற்றும் சக்தி வெளிப்பாடு உள்ளிட்ட தர்மத்தை மீண்டும் நிலைநாட்ட தெய்வீக சக்திகள் வாழும் உயிரினங்களுக்குள் இறங்கும் சம்பிரதாயங்களை ஆவணப்படுத்தி உலகம் முழுவதும் இயற்கையை இறை சக்தியாக வணங்கும் பாரம்பரியங்களை அவர் மீண்டும் நிறுவினார். உலகமெங்கிலும் உள்ள பூர்வகுடி தேசங்களின் புனித அறிவை அவர் மீட்டெடுத்தார். இதன் மூலம் தொலைதூர பக்தர்கள் எங்கிருந்தாலும் ஆன்மீக சாத்தியங்களை அனுபவிக்க முடிகிறது. பூர்வகுடி தேசங்களின் அமைப்பின் மூலம் பகவான் அவர்கள் உலகளாவிய இணக்கத்திற்காக ஆவணப்படுத்துதல், கல்வி, சமூக பொறுப்பு மற்றும் கலாச்சார முக்கியத்துவம் வாய்ந்த பாரம்பரிய வெளியீடுகளை மீண்டும் துவங்கினார். கருநீல நிறத்தில் லீலா அலங்காரம் சாற்றப்பட்ட பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கு அண்ணாமலையாரின் தீபாராதனை சமர்ப்பிக்கப்பட்டது. பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் அவதாரமான பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் லீலை மூலம் கைலாசாவின் சுயராஜ்யத்தையும் ஆன்மீக இறையாண்மையையும் நினைவு கூர்ந்து மகிழ்வோம். இப்போது நாம் சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தின் ஜகத்குரு மகா சந்நிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களுக்கும் உலகமெங்கிலும் உள்ள கைலாசாவின் கோவில்களில் எழுந்தருளியுள்ள தெய்வங்களுக்கும் இந்த பூஜையை சமர்ப்பிப்போம்.
सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभं वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदने क्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं स्मरेत् शिरसि हंसकं तदभिधानपूर्वं कुर्वन् अथ धूपः धूर्बन्धं धूर्वदयोस्मान् धूर्वदितं धूर्वयं वयं धूर्वामस्त्वं देवानामतिदस्थितमं वप्रतमं ज्येष्ठतमं वह्नितमं देवौतममहितमसि हविर्दानं त्रिगुम्हस्वमाह्वा आविद्यस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्ष्येर्मा संविक्ता मा त्वाहिगुं शिशुं श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। धूपमाग्रापयामि जगत् अभिद्रदग्न आगहि श्रिया मा परिपादया श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः दीपं संदर्शयामि अथ नैवेद्यम् मधुवातारतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीः सन्तोषधीः मधुरक्तमुदोषधि मधुमत्पार्थिवपुङ्गजः मधुद्योरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्ते मधुभागं मस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि संवत्सरमेवावरुण्ढे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वैमुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुण्ढे चित्रा नक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिसंभस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् प्रकृतिरूपाय परशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् दण्डत्रिशूलहसाय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगभट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसंन्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामलिन्ये सर्वमङ्गलदात्रे नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरि ओम् तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञानवितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the fourth state, only then you will realize this, not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea, illusion, gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything, our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality, he will renounce only one thing, is suffering. Here is one more question. How can we select our God and Goddess? We are confused because more deities in our tradition. I always tell people, towards some path, some God, some technique, suddenly you will feel a very deep connection. That is what I call falling in tune, feeling connected. If you feel connected to some path, choose that path or that God or that deity. If you don't feel connected to any one thing particularly, do not choose anything. Continue your seeking. Continue your seeking. Let the seeking become your God. Seeking can become your God. Let the seeking become your Ishta Devata. No need for particular Devata. She's asking, I have longing for chanting Sahasranamas, but my concentration is scattered. How can I concentrate on all the slokas? This is another big problem. Sometime you will enjoy some stotras and chanting. Then you start deciding, oh, such a ecstasy and bliss and joy. I should have this always. Let me start chanting every day. No. You missed the whole thing. The moment you decide, let me chant every day, you created a routine. Understand? Bliss happens to you when you are in choicelessness. The moment you choose the bliss, you have chosen suffering. Because all choice, including choosing bliss, is choosing suffering. Because choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment you choose, now I am going to do every day this, you made that as a routine. I have seen people chanting Sahasranama. They will start with full speed. Vishram Vishnur Vashatkaro Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. After 2 page, no, speed will increase. After 3 page, I have seen, they will be just seeing the number continuously. Oh, still 700 is there. Still 300 is there. Still 400 is there. Still 100 is there. I always tell people, do not bother about completing this 1,000 names and all. Take up a book. God is not sitting there and counting like a bank balance. Have you done all 1,000 names? Forget about it. No. Just sit with a real beautiful mood, with a very loving way. If you can chant even 5-6 names, perfectly all right, okay. That's enough. The moment you feel bored, close the book and stop it and say namaskar and move. Do not do chanting or puja when you don't feel connected, when you don't feel the joy. If you are doing it without feeling the joy, you are abusing it. Chanting some mantra, chanting some sloka without feeling joyful, without being in ecstasy, is naturally abusing. Here you are saying your concentration is scattered. It means what? You are not enjoying. The moment you feel you don't enjoy, relax, stop. No need. No need. Do not do it for the sake of accounts. Could you please explain what exactly intensity, the meaning? Intensity of what? Intensity how? When people ask me about intensity, I tell them, feel intensely that you are not having intensity. That's all. Just feel. See, usually we feel that terrible restlessness towards the outer world. I have not done this, I have not done that. That same restlessness, if it is directed towards the inner world, it is called intensity. You do not know what is happening, you do not know what should be done, but a deep dissatisfaction about what is there in your inner space, that is what I call intensity. You may be thinking, I am supposed to teach satisfaction. Why am I teaching dissatisfaction? I tell you, first thing, your dissatisfaction functioning towards the outer world has to turn towards the inner world, then it will lead to satisfaction. First thing which needs to happen is not satisfaction, the direction turning, the psychological revolution. Restlessness should become intensity. If it is towards the outer world, your consciousness, if it is constantly moving towards outer world, it's called restlessness. If it is moving towards the inner world, it's called intensity. The meaning of the intensity is feeling that something needs to be done immediately to break free from the clutches, or to break free in the inner world. Intensity of what? Do not bother about what. It should become quality. Anything you do, if you touch something or somebody or some object, let the intensity be there even in the touch. If you are talking, let the intensity be there. In everything, in your relationships, in your decisions, in your memory, in your thinking, in your desires, even in your fears, let you be intense without escaping from this moment. That is what I call intensity. You are saying how. If I give the method how, the whole intensity will be lost. Intensity will increase when you have the desire but not technique. That's the right way to develop intensity. The moment a technique is given, your mind will start working around the technique. Technique sometimes gives an escape, gives a method to escape for your mind. Your mind will start saying, oh, I have done the technique, that's all, that much only maximum can be done. Nothing else needs to be done. That's why in Ayurveda, when we give medicines, we say this medicine is not enough. Whole day you need to work with this medicine, means whole day you need to be intense, telling your body and mind to heal itself. Technique is not like allopathy medicine. You will swallow and forget about everything. You will say this much only can be done, what else to do? That's all, I have done what I can do. No. Sometimes the desire should be awakened. The desire or seeking should be awakened towards the inner world. And the person should not use any technique. Only then that seeking will start radiating in every action. The technique should not curtail or stop your seeking, reduce your seeking. It should deepen your seeking. I am already doing meditation taught by some other master. Can I do the one given by you here? You are welcome. You can do. I always tell people, try to collect the best flowers from all gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for you. You do not have to think, if I learn from one source, I should not learn from the other source. No. It's not like a shop. If you come to this shop, don't go to that shop. No. Go to all possible sources and learn all the best things. Pluck all the best flowers and make a beautiful garland for you. I always tell people, your ego is such, it cannot be broken by one master. Now you need so many blows from so many different directions and so many methods from so many different sources. So do not think, if I learn from one source, I shouldn't learn from other source. No, learn from all possible sources and raise yourself. Should we focus on ourselves while doing action or merge completely in action? Which one leads to meditation? First thing, you cannot completely merge yourself in action, in inaction. Because once the tamas, lethargic energy in you is exhausted, you see, your body is made out of rajas, tamas and sattva. 33% peace, silence, intelligent energy. 33% restless, very aggressive energy. 33% lethargic, very sleepy, low, kind of a resting energy. After the 33% of lethargy is exhausted, you will not be able to be in inaction. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, will I just leave my job and just rest? No, you cannot. You cannot. I tell them, if you have that fear, just take vacation, lie down for 10 days, you will understand. 11th day, you will run for your job. You will run for your job. That is not going to be the end. That is not going to be the solution. No need to completely merge in inaction. I can tell you, neither you need to bother about action nor you need to bother about inaction. All you need to bother about psychological revolution. What goes on inside you whole day, that is what you need to attend. You need to put your awareness only on that. When you can drive your car in the dream state, that is what you do usually. Why can't you drive your car from the Turiya state? Even though you think you are doing your actions in the waking state, 80% of your actions are done by the dream state overtaking the waking state. Instead of that, let the 80% of your actions be done by the Turiya state overtaking the waking state. That's all you need. There is nothing else. These are the questions which happens before even you enter. These are questions like hypothetical questions. Somebody came and asked me, if everybody becomes Swami, how will the world run? I asked him, if everybody dies, how will the world run? He said, no, everybody won't die. He said the same thing. No, everybody won't become. That's all. Hypothetical questions cannot be answered. I told him, do not bother. God is not depending on you to run the world. He is not depending on you to create and maintain the world. Can we really experience the blissful state after learning? Then what for you think I am conducting the program? He is asking, can we really experience the blissful state after learning these meditation techniques? Then what do you think I am sitting and doing here? Understand? Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the outer world is a scientist. Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world is a mystic. He is the master. These methods, the techniques which you are going to learn these 3 days, are time-tested, foolproof, created after a great research and development by thousands of masters in thousands of years of research and development, and verified and experienced in my own personal life. So be rest assured, be intense. That's all I'm asking you. That's all you need to do. Nothing else. Just be intense. You will see, you will experience what has happened in my very inner space, in your inner space. Is the psychological revolution you refer to is Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya knowledge of self, Yoga renunciation of the fruits of actions. See, the word Sankhya, the word Yoga, both are like two different expressions. Maybe I can say the psychological revolution word, I mean Sankhya, Yoga and something more. And something more. When you understand these few ideas about the dream and waking state and the superconscious state, every time when low mood or depression or disturbance comes to your inner space because of the waking state, bring this understanding into you. Use this like a key and allow that psychological revolution to happen. You will see not only you will come out of the problem, even 2-3 times if you come out of your sufferings, you will have so much of courage and energy to apply these techniques again and again, to evolve yourself again and again. Beautifully Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you raise yourself by yourself. If you raise yourself by yourself, you are the best friend for you. If you don't raise yourself by yourself, you are the worst enemy for you. So, I can say the word psychological revolution which I am uttering is Sankhya, Yoga and something more. I have learnt Vipassana, but I am unable to practice it effectively. Not sure why. Is it that I am doing it wrong? Is it a wrong technique for me? Neither you are doing it wrong, nor it is wrong technique for you. The when means the time you learned is wrong. First, you should have learned the psychological revolution, clarity about you, world and God. Then technique should have been added to you. Without the clarity, if the technique is directly added, it leads to boredom, dullness, and naturally you drop the technique. I always tell people, any study, any journey you undertake, any book you start reading, even if you don't understand single word, do not skip. If you don't understand single word and skip, slowly you will see that words which you did not understand will become more and more like a load, and your very interest in further reading will disappear. Same way, in the inner journey, without going through the psychological revolution means without going through the understanding, if you just jump, skip the understandings and enter into the meditation technique, this is the problem. Even when I speak and explain the concepts, I have seen many people thinking and sitting, it's okay, what all you are telling, it's okay, Swamiji, let's go to the technique, Swamiji. I have seen people telling me, I understand, Swamiji, let's go to the technique. They think they are very intelligent. They think straight away technique can help. Technique is not allopathy pill. You need an understanding before, because the understanding starts the churning. Understanding starts the churning. Then technique is like addition for the alchemy process. When meditating, lots of negative thought arose. Whether it will come to reality, don't bother about it's coming to the reality. You are not that powerful, fortunately. Fortunately, we are not that powerful to project our thoughts into reality. Then we would have created long before worst hell than what we are having now. Fortunately, God did not give so much of energy to us to project our thoughts into reality. If sometime your thoughts have become reality, if you are seeing your dream or thoughts becoming reality, do not use that power. Try to divert that energy into your consciousness, means thoughtless state. Can we practice different types of yogas? According to me, surely Authentic yoga methods do not contradict each other. They only complement each other. So you can practice different yoga methods. Only thing, do not mix and make masala and create your own technique. Practice it independently. 20 minutes means finish that. Then go to the next. Then go to the next. If you mix everything and you start thinking, I know all these things, now I know the core thread. I think I can make my own. That is where you will miss. Somebody is asking a personal question about their sickness after the meditation. You can come here for the darshan. That time you can ask me. Maybe I'll be able to heal or help or answer whatever I can. I'll surely try to do. You said karma means unfulfillment of desires and experiences. But if we suffer from poverty, illness, our saint elders says, it is because of karma. Swamiji, please answer, will any soul or being willing to experience poverty or illness, is this become an unfulfilled desire? Please clarify. First thing, I wanted you to be very clear. If somebody is in poverty, they consciously chose it. Please understand, even if it hurts you, I have to tell the truth. That is why I am telling. Let me give you one small incident. It really happened in my life. It's a little mystical, but exactly as it happened, I am narrating. I can say, I can take a vote, I am stating the simple, straight facts. You can make out what you want to make out of this incident. In USA, one child, autistic child was brought to me for healing. They are from North India, settled in USA, maybe some 7-8-year-old child. They brought the child and asked me, Swamiji, this child is autistic, please heal him. And not a single person in their family or in their surroundings knows Tamil. I put my hand on the head of the child and started healing. In a pure village Tamil, in singular, not even in plural, in singular, that boy said, remove your hand. He just said in Tamil, remove your hand. I was shocked. Because the whole family, they are North Indian family, not a single person knows Tamil. And they said, no way this child can even hear a Tamil word. Because none of us speak and none of us know Tamil. He is growing with us. I thought maybe some spirit or ghost has possessed him. I asked him, who is speaking? He said, I am the owner of this body speaking. Don't you understand? In Tamil he started speaking. I asked him, why are you asking me to remove my hand? I am healing you. He said, I don't want to be healed. It's not your business. Just get out. I was shocked. He said, I do not want to take the responsibility of my life, going through the regular routine. I just wanted a life, comfortable life, somebody taking care of me. That's why I took this kind of a body and mind. I was shocked. I told, that is okay. Your freedom. But your parents are such nice people. Why are you torturing them? Why did you took birth? They are such nice people. He said, I took birth because they are nice people. They will take care of me. They will not put me in the hospitals or asylums or somewhere else. They will take care of me. That's why I took birth in their family. This incident gave me a very big opening or clarity. Every soul, consciously or unconsciously, knowingly or unknowingly, chooses its place, birth and the lifestyle. That is what we call prarabdha. When you come down, create the body, you design. For some people it hurts. Understand? It hurts because you are not able to tolerate that you chose what you are having now. I tell you, we choose poverty sometimes because it's a big freedom. With wealth, too much of responsibility is there. It's a big bondage. So understand, start looking into yourself why you chose what you chose. Maybe that can help you to enjoy and celebrate what you chose. Instead of constantly turning your attention and awareness towards cursing and abusing what you chose, if you start looking why you would have chosen what you would have chosen, you will see suddenly new things revealing, and you are exactly where you wanted to be. You are exactly where you wanted to be. That is ultimate truth. Whether it hurts or heals, truth is truth. Usually with little patience it heals, it never hurts. That is why I say karma is unfulfilled desires and experiences. Your lifestyle and everything is straight away consciously chosen by you, and your present is the totality of the decisions you made in the past. Your future is going to be the totality of the decisions you are making in the present. So if you want, consciously you can alter, rearrange, edit, reduce, delete or recreate. You have freedom. How to start meditation? At what age one should start meditation? You are in right place. You will have the answer in few minutes. We will enter into the technique. Come for tomorrow and day after tomorrow sessions too. We will be entering into the deeper and deeper levels of methods and techniques. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? This is one of the worst lie taught to you. Because your universities and schools and societies are not able to teach you superconscious state, they taught you daydreaming state. Understand? Just because they are not able to teach, just because they compromised, let you not waste your life. Let you not miss the truth. Let you not miss the reality. Life can be lived without daydreaming, with superconscious vision. I always tell people, with daydreaming, these desires, before fulfillment, they will give you a deep restlessness. After fulfilling, suddenly you will see they are showing you emptiness. With vision, means superconscious lifestyle, thoughtless awareness lifestyle, before fulfilling, those visions will empower you, will show you the direction. After fulfilling, they will give you a deep satisfaction. There is a big difference between daydream life and superconscious life. There is only two choice. Either you will live a superconscious life or daydreaming life. If you are not living a superconscious life, be sure you are living a daydreaming life. But there is a great fear. If I stop daydreaming, how will I do next planning? How will I decide how to invest? How will I decide what my plans should be next? How will I invest? How will I decide what my life should be? If it is not there, what will you do? Sometimes, if your workers or subordinates convince you, without them your business cannot run. If you are convinced, they will start exploiting you. Same way, your mind has convinced you, without it, you cannot run your life. That conviction is what I call suffering. That is what I call the root of suffering. I tell you, when I say, I really mean, you can live without your daydreaming. You may ask, then how will I plan for my tomorrow? Usually, you are not planning, you are worrying. You are not planning, you are worrying. And even by your planning, you are only reproducing your past into the future. You are limiting your growth by planning. Because you do not have courage to live with the spontaneity, to live with your spontaneous visions happening, to live with the spontaneous revelations happening. Constantly, you are struggling with your day-to-day planning and your life. People who had courage to trust their vision, their spontaneity, only they become genius. Only they become genius. Please understand, a little courage to enter into the life without daydreaming can just revolutionize. I can say this is what I call psychological revolution. Just try for 10 days. In 10 days, I don't think your whole life will be taken away from you. In 10 days, if it can be taken away, then it is not worth having. Let it be taken away. So just try for 10 days, life without daydreaming. Suddenly you will see the quality of spontaneity, and every one of you are visionaries. Because of your planning and daydreaming, the quality of having visions is suppressed. If you just remove the daydreaming, if you just remove the daydreaming and have little courage towards that quality of creating visions in you, quality of living with the spontaneity, you will see suddenly the visionary in you is awakened. People who live with superconsciousness never fail and miss in their decisions, because the depth of dilemma or the oscillation, mood swings will be very less. It will be very limited. When the mood swing and the depth of dilemma is limited, suddenly you will see so much of energy is saved and decision making becomes so sharp and straight. I always tell people, having freedom without intelligence is the worst suffering. Whenever thousands of people are living in our ashrams around the world, when they don't listen to what I say, I tell them, all right, give him freedom. That is the worst suffering. That is the worst punishment. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Nothing else needs to be done. Without intelligence, when the freedom is given, it will lead only to suffering. Our daydreaming is also nothing but dilemma. The intelligence is not there, but the freedom is there. That is what I call daydreaming. Somebody is asking, is a blissful state in one in which breathing pattern changes, it's deep and slow, and I can feel a wave of energy on the face. Is this a blissful state? I can say this is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. In the blissful state, actually the breathing pattern changes and the whole body feels the wave. This is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. This question I answered. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? So, only kids need to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after growing, if you have to dream to cope up with the reality, we are mentally retarded. We have not grown. After the childhood or beyond the childhood. Can the experience of enlightenment be transferred through touch? Can I enter the Turiya state under the influence of the Master? It is possible. From time immemorial, the first gift was always given by the push from the Master. But to stay in that same state, you yourself should have gone through the psychological revolution. Ramakrishna was able to give only one glimpse to Vivekananda. But Vivekananda has to go through the psychological revolution to retain it. So, the experience can be given, a glimpse can be given by the touch of the Master. But if you need to retain it, surely you yourself need to go through that psychological revolution. Means living these great truths in reality. If a person focuses on his work with intensity, does that person need meditation? This is again a hypothetical question. If a person focuses his work, nobody can focus without meditation. So if you think, if a person focuses, actually the question with if cannot be answered. The question with if cannot be answered. It is like a hiding. It is like if it is. The if it is cannot be added. If it is cannot be answered. Will meditation in the beginning produce any bad side effects? No. No side effect except bliss and health. Is there any meaning in the dream I am seeing? There is no meaning even in the world which you are seeing. What about the dream? Even the world which you are seeing has no meaning. So forget about the meaning of the dreams which you are seeing. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I saw this dream, I saw such and such a dream, please give me the meaning about it, explain. I tell them, the world which you are seeing is itself is useless. So, why waste time in interpreting the dreams? There is something called placebo effect. Understand? If patient and doctor, both of them does not know, the medicine is given, if some color water is given, instead of medicine. And not only the patient should not know it is just water, even doctor should not know it is just water. Both of them should be thinking it is a medicine, but the person gets healed. He gets the same effect of medication. This is called placebo effect. The same placebo effect, the reverse placebo effect. There is a theory, reverse placebo effect. What you know? In the West, this calamity happens. In the East also it has started. Continuously advertising about some symptoms of disease. If you have a slight knee pain, it may be arthritis. Some 5-6 symptoms, a very broad symptoms if you give, and ask if you have any one of these symptoms, you have this mental disorder. You will see 95% of the people will start feeling that they have that mental disorder. No, it's true. Morning, slow lethargy, or irritation in your relationships, feeling like disconnected, or loneliness. If you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this mental disorder. Who will say I don't have? And these idiots go on preaching this nonsense. When these ideas are constantly told to the public, told to the people, they start believing that they do have the disease. Understand one problem. If there are 10 symptoms, and if you start connecting with the disease by saying you have one symptom, you will create all other 9 symptoms within few days. Because you are clearly, strongly believing you have that disease now. You have to express other symptoms, otherwise something is wrong. You will start thinking, oh God, other symptoms are not there, then something is wrong with me. So giving these broad symptoms and asking you to choose, if you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this disease, is the worst calamity. Actually, this is what I call reverse placebo effect. In the first placebo effect which I explained, the healing happens. In this placebo effect, disease happens. In the West, oh God, of course, the East also, of course, the Indian cities are no more Bharat. Unfortunately, we have to tell the truth. Geographically, maybe Bharat, but the great value, the great lifestyle is slowly. Anyhow, but at least if you have intelligence, stop allowing these thoughts getting into your system. Stop allowing, especially the symptoms related to mental disorder. See, every season, every once in 3 months, in the West you will see one new diagnosis. And you will see 30% of the country is suffering with the disease. And 27% of the country is suffering with the disease. I am surprised. The moment you come out with some symptom, naturally what people will think, I think I have a little irritation. 2-3 times I shouted. I do have that symptom. You just connect with your activity and attitude and see if some one symptom clicks, then what happens? You start visualizing from next day all other symptoms are there in your life. And you connect every incident in your life and see. And you have now, you are very clear, now you have the disease. So I feel the very idea from which we look has to be shifted, has to be changed. All they missed is health, that's all. They missed an important idea, important truth. The healthy part of the human being they missed. Consciousness is the healthiest part of the human being. They are not interested in accepting that. Because if the moment they accept that, they give the hope to the human being, they can heal themselves. They don't need the help of somebody else. Then problem starts. People come and ask me many times, Why should we go to the gurus? We have become dependent on masters. At least master will liberate you at some point. Master basically trusts there is a part in you which cannot be occupied or possessed by disease. What is the fastest way to spiritual progress? Shortcut. If you want an honest answer, I should say, I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer. Because, according to me, the spiritual life itself is the simple, straight path. See, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So there is no more, there cannot be any other shortcut. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So I can say, spiritual life is straight line. That is the straightest line. That is only shortest route. Please put some light on what is it that tells me that I had a good sleep in the night. Maybe the time you spent in the deep sleep was more than time you spent in dream state. That is what you feel morning, that you had good sleep or rest. Swamiji clarified that there are so many methods of meditation, which is the excellent method. I can say I have chosen 3 methods, 3 techniques. These 3 days you will be learning. Today it will be like a preparation, introduction, entering into meditation. Tomorrow it will be deeper, cleansing. And day after tomorrow, deepest level, unclutching, means experiencing the true self. So, we'll enter into the meditation. Just these few questions I'll attend, then we'll enter into the meditation. These are the questions. How long we can meditate at a stretch? How to come out from the thought flow? All these questions will be answered now in the meditation when I explain the technique. Many times dreams are considered to be the symbolizers of future happenings than what the dream is. I don't think your dream should be symbolizing your future. Your future is not that bad or that low that it can be predicted and planned in your dream. It should be predicted and planned in your waking state. Understand? If your future is planned and predicted in the waking state, you know where you are going. If it is predicted and planned in the dream state, understand, where are you going? Where are you heading? You don't even know where you are heading. I think it is very dangerous. Better not to be planning and predicting your future in the dream state.
Inner chatting means whether you are driving or washing or cleaning or eating or cooking or sitting or watching TV, whatever you may be doing, there's a 24-hour FM going on inside. 24-hour FM going on inside. Talking. You don't know what is going on. Understand? Understand an important danger. You are nothing but the totality of your thoughts. Am I right? Unfortunately, you don't even know what you are thinking continuously 24 hours. Then how will you know about your life? People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I only change futures, not predict. If I have to predict your future, what kind of a life you are living? What ugly kind of life you are living? People come with a small paper to do this matchmaking. This marriage ceremony, matchmaking, they come and tell me, they give the paper. Swamiji, just see this, whether the male and female, these guys can marry. I tell them, oh God, if such a big decision can be taken with these two small papers, your whole future is nothing more than these two small papers. We live in such an unconscious state. That is why you are afraid of future. That is why you are afraid of future. 24 hours you don't know what is going on inside you. That is why whenever things happen in your life which you really wanted always, you think it is an accident. Because you were not even aware what you wanted. You work for, you see, you invite somebody through phone, email, fax, telegram, and then send somebody and bring that guy. The moment he enters your house, you say, no, not this guy, I wanted another person. Because you don't know whom you invited. Diseases are very good people. They don't go unless you force them to come to you. Because they have too much reputation. They are too busy guys. Busy people and good people. They don't go. You invite, send email, text message, SMS, cell phone, and finally you send somebody and bring him. And you say, no, I did not invite him. I did not think he will be coming. I thought somebody else will be coming. No. All your accidents are expected, invited. Understand? In the whole life, there is no such thing as accident or miracle. Your inner chattering, you are not aware of your inner chattering, you are not aware of what you are inviting. If you enjoy what you invited unconsciously, you call that as miracle. If you resist what you invited unconsciously, you call that as accident. That's all. There is no miracle, there is no accident in the life. Everything is clearly invited by you. The third layer, mental layer, inner chattering, is only inviting continuously. You store engrams, there are also samskaras there too. And fourth layer is emotional layer. We call it Sukshma Sarira, intense emotions. That's the fourth layer. Fifth layer is the layer you experience during deep sleep. The peace you experience during deep sleep. Sixth layer is excitement and joy you experience for no reason. Sometimes rarely you will experience. This is what we call Anna Sharira, cosmic body. Rarely, when you are in love, when you are really sharing for no reason, not for the reason, not for the sake of some pleasure which you will gain from the other person, no. Just for no reason. That time you experience that. Sixth layer, very rare. Seventh layer is enlightenment, which at least none of you experience. But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus.
such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. Only the energy movements. Means there is no thought. There is no verbalization. There will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I am trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action means at least 200 verbalization, verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible. because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But a person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is even a few moments. If you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was given to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay continuously, it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really, there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough. One more thing. I am not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I am saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as and now your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just a few moments per day, if you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month decide it as a routine. After that you don't need to do it as a routine. After that you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraga chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving. Even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think
or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had one or two strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment. Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique.
Your inner space. The whole world unused natural resource, I can say, misused, powerful natural resource is your inner space. Naturally available to us, just because we don't know how to use, it constantly gets abused. And we do not know the power of it. Just a simple one understanding. Again and again, from time immemorial, the enlightened masters are landing on the planet Earth and saying that life is joy and ecstasy and bliss. Again and again. Another one problem is, we are not able to just throw them out, saying that they may be liars, or one bolt has gone. We are not able to push them aside just because of their authenticity, just because of their very presence. Truth adds value to your presence. When Vivekananda addressed the Parliament of Religions, he started, "Dear brothers and sisters of America." The reminiscences, people who witnessed the scene, they say that it took at least 10 minutes for the crowd to settle down. It was such a strong experience, not just clapping, the very feeling. Somebody asked Vivekananda, how this happened? Because every day you see in the street so many people calling you sister, brother, all those things. The problem is, when they call sister or brother, you don't know what for they are calling. There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, ojas. If the person who is speaking, if he is speaking from authentic experience, the person who is listening has to listen authentically. Listener cannot escape, because the depth are the words will have its own quality. Not only that, anything comes out of the pure inner space has to penetrate your inner space, has to enter into your inner space. When Vivekananda says, dear brothers and sisters, you cannot just brush him aside saying, oh, he's lying, or he's using sentimental words, or he is just socially polite, or he is politically correct. You can't brush him aside. Because it will be such a strong experience. It will be such a strong word. You cannot push the master's words aside. I always tell people, either you agree completely with me or you disagree completely with me. That's a big problem. But you cannot push masters aside. Again and again they are happening and they say that life is joy, life is ecstasy, life is bliss, life is ananda. But in our daily routine, it doesn't seem to be true. And it doesn't seem to be reality. That is why I have seen many times this happening. People who live closely with enlightened masters, living masters, they can't understand what is going on. This guy is constantly radiating so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. I always tell people, if you live with the living master, either you should become enlightened or you will become mad. No other way. Because you are too close to truth. It's a dangerous zone. Either if you are cooperating, if you are letting that process to happen, if you are involving yourself, you will become enlightened. If you are resisting, the resistance will be too much, because every moment you have to resist and you don't have so much of energy to resist. Because his presence will be so strong, it will be penetrating. To resist an enlightened master, you need almost equal energy, which is practically impossible. That is the reason you can't push them aside. Neither we can push them aside, nor we are able to realize. Then where is the problem? Why their words doesn't seem to be reality in our system? Even people who follow many times feel the words which are coming out, why it has not become reality in my life? I can say the only one reason: unused, abused inner space. The first thing in the life, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, give me only one word advice. Actually, that is a big problem. Many people come and ask me, give me only one word. I tell them, if I have to give you one word advice, I need 2-3 hours. If I have to give whatever I want, then I can give it immediately. One word means it has to be essence. Once Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody goes and asks, how could you write such a small book, 100-page? He says, I don't have time. If I had time, I would have written only 40-page. Understand? He says, I don't have time. That is why I wrote 100-page. If I had little more time, I would have written much smaller. Means to be precise, you need more time. If somebody asks me to be precise on only one word, advice, my advice will be, let you care about your inner space, that's all. Understand, without knowing, without respecting, without even having little sensitivity Constantly we are abusing our inner space. From morning till night, you do not know what you are sowing, you do not know what you are growing, you do not know what you are encouraging. Suddenly when you see the result, you say, this is not what I asked, this is not what I wanted, I don't know how this happened in my life, I don't know how come God is punishing me? Poor guy. Anything goes right, credit goes to you. Anything goes wrong, he has to take. And we all of us know he is sitting somewhere and he doesn't interfere much. So naturally we go on complaining. It is he, it is he, it is he. The concept of God has become a method to you escape from our responsibility. Escape from our responsibility. The abused inner space or misused inner space is the worst thing can happen to an individual. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Agara Shuddhayo Smriti Suddhihi. If the intake is purified, your memory, inner space will be purified. Understand, when Shankara says intake, he does not mean just the food which you take through the mouth. No. All the things which you take through all five senses, through eyes, through ears, through smell, through mouth and through touch. Whatever you take inside is called ahara. Our inner space is constantly abused by wrong diet, wrong food, poison. So much of violence we are swallowing, visually or through movies or through media, whatever may be reason. So much of violence you are swallowing. I don't say you should not read newspaper. To know the news, to keep in touch with the world, newspaper is perfectly all right. But we go on spending time and energy enjoying and cherishing the violent visualizations. So much we are throwing inside without knowing that our inner space is getting corrupted. The corruption which happens to your inner space is what I call samskara, engraved memories. The memories which goes and sits inside your inner space and makes you go through same experience, makes you do same kind of actions. Even if you don't want, those memories is what I call samskaras. Today, the whole session today is completely dedicated to work on our inner space, to work on our samskaras. We will do a deeper process, some methods to cleanse the unnecessarily accumulated samskaras. Of course, all samskaras are unnecessary. You can be alive without any samskara because your very body is made out of the samskaras which is needed. Your mind does not need to carry any samskara to run your life or to protect the infrastructure which you are having as your own, or to expand your infrastructure, to add comforts and to do what you want. Please understand, your body has an innate intelligence which we call biomemory, or in Sanskrit prarabdha. When you design your body, you have clearly decided about the life, about the enjoyments, experiences you want to have. Based on that, you decide your body, you design your body. So the energy or the ideas with which you designed your body, that is called prarabdha. Your prarabdha is intelligent enough, powerful enough, efficient enough to run your life and expand your infrastructures. Any samskara which is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance for the fulfillment of your life. Any samskara, please understand, any samskara. There is no such thing as good or bad. People come and ask me, I feel like coming back to your lecture, Swamiji. Is this samskara also bad? You tell them, please be very clear. Do not try to hide. Mind sometimes hides from this corner to that corner. If you chase the mind from this corner, it goes and hides in that corner. I tell them, be very clear. Anything, even coming back or listening to the discourse, if it is based on samskara, you have not understood what I said. First time, if you listen and drop samskaras, you don't need to come second time. You don't need to do anything. Sometime you will see, without samskara, just out of a deep gratitude or ecstasy, you may come back. That is perfectly all right. But not as a habit. People who come and sit as a habit, be very clear, I can be 100% sure they will not be listening what I am talking. Because they will have one more habit. They have mastered the art of sitting with open eyes and sleeping. They may not be moving their head. Sometimes I have seen, they will be, especially in the modern day, our schools and colleges teach kids how to sit with open eyes and sleep. Eyes will be wide open, sitting very straight, but you will see their mind will not be here. The mind will be somewhere else. As I was telling yesterday, daydreaming. If you are here out of habit, I don't think that is going to help. Because again, the next habit, even if the body is there, mind will be somewhere. That habit will be there. I always tell people, early morning when you get up and put the brush in the mouth, mind is already in the office. When you are sitting in the office and operating your computer, mind is already in the beach or the temple evening. When you are in the temple, your mind is already in the house. By the time you reach the house and settle down, mind is already thinking about what to do tomorrow, next day routine. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Because constantly it is running here, there, here, there, here, there. Filled samskaras, inner space filled with samskaras is hell. Inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not try to classify good or bad. Samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature is depressive. I always tell people, if you come and sit just out of samskara, after 2 days the same thing will be boring. Anything done out of samskara, suddenly you will see it becomes empty, it becomes boring, it becomes simply unrelated to your life. Any moment happens with a deep understanding. Any moment happens out of your pure inner space, adds value to you. From the young age, we collect so many different samskaras. through so many ways, accumulate, add, and reproduce. Samskaras do reproduce even without any further action. Just by thinking, you can strengthen samskaras. There are some samskaras which can be strengthened only by action. There are some which will be strengthened by information. There are some neither needs action nor needs information. Just remembrance is enough. They will get strengthened. We collect various level samskaras, engraved memories, and store in our system and expand, multiply, create more and more hindrance. Now, I'll take few minutes to analyze whatever I expressed. Please understand. Now, whatever I expressed is more like atato brahma jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. So I proposed whatever I want to propose. Now you can analyze it through your questions. It's like a churning. The master's experience and the disciple's logic is used to churn. When the disciple's logic is used to work and the churn with the master's experience, suddenly you will see the amrita, the master's experience, comes out. If the disciple's logic is not intelligent enough to stay with the master patiently, then that logic emits something. It is called poison. That logic will escape, run away out of its tiredness. When it thinks it is not going to survive, it will emit poison. Just like that Vasugis. If you know the churning, the Milky Ocean, the story, the Vasugi, the snake can be called as disciple's logic. When the Vasugi thought it won't survive, it started vomiting poison. When the logic feels it can't survive these great truths, it is going to disappear. The life is going to take different direction. It vomits poison, which I call doubt, and creates problems. If you have patience to work with the master's experience, which is the Meru hill, you will see Amrita, enlightenment comes out of your system. Let us churn the master's experience with the questions so that you can internalize all these great truths, all these great revelations. Then we will enter into the process and meditation technique. First, let me answer. See, here he's asking, animals don't get married and live a free life. Why should we get married and suffer? Is there anything that is in a marriage that is not provided for animals? Yes. Yes. Animals take birth as polygamous and die as polygamous. Human being, in seed, in potential form, when he is taking birth, he is polygamous, but he should not die as polygamous. He should become monogamous. Understand, that is what is maturity. Suddenly you will see, when you start growing inside you, the deep friendliness liberates you from lust. Please understand. Just yesterday, in our ashram, I was discussing about this. In our ashramites meeting, I was taking classes for my brahmacharis about the celibacy and sannyas. There were some very intimate questions and answers. Sessions was going on. There I made a statement, very important truth. It is not just for swamis, even for everyone, we need to understand. A deep friendliness will completely replace the need for lust. It's a very important sutra. It's a very important sutra. Usually in marriage, a deep hatred replaces the lust. A small story. 30-year-old guy goes to the doctor. After thorough checkup, medical checkup, doctor says, your health is not for married life. You have to completely drop physical relationship. You have to be celibate, alone. This guy says, no, I'm just 30. I cannot suddenly quit. I cannot suddenly stop. Give me some other alternative. He says, all right, then marry. Slowly it will automatically taper down. Understand, a deep hatred starts replacing the need for lust. But the truth is, a deep friendliness can replace the need for physical relationship. If the deep friendliness replaces the need for physical relationship, that is what we call vanaprastha. In the Vedic tradition, a ripened married life. When the married life gets ripened, it's called vanaprastha. In the Vedic marriage, there is a beautiful Asirvachana, means the blessing statement. During the marriage, the blessing is given to the woman, let you become your, to the man, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th son of your wife. For her, the blessing is given, let you become the 11th daughter of your husband. Means, after 10 years of living together, the deep friendliness, if it grows, suddenly you will see the need for the physical relationship comes down, tapers down. So I really feel the marriage system has something to contribute. At least our masters had something in their heart when they created this system of family. So surely marriage system has something to add to you than the animal life. I can say deep friendliness. I can say it's like the physical relationship is more like confirming whether the other person is still in need of me, or still the other person wants me, or still the other person loves me or not. If that guarantee, the confirmation, the other person is in love with you, the other person really needs you, the other person will miss you, the other person loves you. If that confirmation, that security settles down in both hearts, suddenly you will see the need for physical relationship comes down. I can say that is what is the gift of that is what is the fruit which you are supposed to have from the proper marriage system. I can say that is the thing which animals cannot experience. A polygamous man can never experience this. Polygamous man can never experience what I am saying, that guarantee, insurance, the other person loves you, will never be experienced by a polygamous person. If you experience that, you lived a pure, fulfilling life. The life of the real Grihastha, the Vedic traditional Grihastha. Unless you have the courage to go near the truth, the real healing will never happen. You may have medically fit body, that does not mean you are healthy. Of course, whoever, I have seen, I can say 99%, the people who do not have the self-healing clarity, thoughts in the system, will never be able to maintain even the physical health. In last 5 years of my public life, around 1.2 million, 12 lakh disciples I have initiated. With that experience I am sharing with you, not just to boast or be proud about nothing, just to tell you, with this authority, with this experience, with this understanding, I tell you, person who does not have the self-healing clarity and understanding. When I say self-healing understanding, when you fall in depression, the thoughts which brings you out of the depression, the clarity which brings you out of depression. Just a year ago, I did a small research. I chose some of the people who went through meditation programs and who went through some spiritual studying, asked them to write whatever comes in their mind without editing for 20 minutes. And a person who is not exposed to spirituality, asked them also to write. When I read those papers, it was a very shocking revelation. A person who is not exposed to the spirituality, his thoughts, if he has written 100 thoughts, more than 80 are directing him towards more and more depression. Only 20 thoughts were self-healing, means bringing him out of depression. But the people who are exposed to the spirituality and study and meditation, I saw more than 60% of their thoughts are self-healing. Only 40 are towards depression. The self-healing thoughts, the self-healing clarity, the touch of the truth. Only a person who had a touch of the truth in his life can maintain health. Understand? When I say health, I mean even physical health. Otherwise, it is impossible even to maintain physical health, especially in this so-called modern society. The stress and the pressure and all those things. The person who put the question yesterday, this is too much truth for me, Swamiji. I'm afraid. Understand? You are afraid of your health. You are afraid of your health. Sometime, truth will be strong. No other way. But I tell you, it can create so much of ecstasy and energy. Ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand yourself in the outer space. Energy in the inner space, ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand in the outer space. Yesterday, the one concept which I was explaining again and again, it is nothing but another one kind of a dream. That truth, if you can just collect it and keep it inside, that is what I call knowledge weapon, Shastra Sastra. Whenever depression attacks you, suffering attacks you, life brings different scenes in front of you, the Shastra Sastra, knowledge weapon, can be so powerful, can be used so much, you can just come out of the depression. So naturally, these great truths, sometime, even if it is too much, don't bother. Try to digest, assimilate, and keep it in the corner of your heart. Let the Shastra Shastras be stored inside you. The more and more Shastra Shastras you have, knowledge weapons you have, naturally the depression will have the fear about you. It's just like if you have a huge army, naturally the other country will be afraid of attacking you. You don't even have to attack. The moment you display your power, the other country will think twice before attacking you. Same way, the knowledge weapon, Shastra Shastras, the self-healing thoughts, the more and more you accumulate, the self-healing thoughts, Shastra Shastras, inside your system, you will see depression will have fear to come near you. Depression will have fear to even look at you. The life, or what you call as so-called life, will be afraid to come near you. Even now, the truths which I am sharing, it may be a little strong, but I tell you, if you want the truth to do the process of healing in you, it has to be digested, internalized. Many times people ask me, just by giving few hours of discourse, how could you heal, Swamiji? But it is happening. How it happened in me, many people come and ask me. Just 2-3 days I sat with you and listened to whatever you said. Suddenly I feel my system is healed. My system is helped. My health is better. I tell them it is not simply listening. It is not ordinary words. You will see when these truths are added into you, you will completely rethink. You will redesign your whole life. What you think as desires, what you think as fear, what you think as worry, what you think as depression, all these things will suddenly have new clarity. All these things will suddenly disappear. When the load is taken out of your inner space, there is nothing else but healing. Healing is the only thing can happen to you. Here is a beautiful question. Sir, how to know master is enlightened or not among so many masters in the world? I tell you, even if the master is not enlightened, if your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Understand? If your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling connected, even if he is enlightened, he can't help you. Just forget about him. Even if he is enlightened, if your heart is not feeling connected to him, if you are not just feeling that vibration, that ecstasy, that falling in tune with him, he will not be able to help you. Just forget about it. So, don't have to bother whether somebody is enlightened or not. Bother more about whether you feel connected or not. It's one of the best way to avoid spiritual growth, judging the masters. It's a very, if you want to avoid spiritual growth, best method is judging the masters. Start judging so that you don't have to judge you. Many people come and ask me. One guy the other day asked me, young guy, he said, like how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, have you seen God? I am asking you, have you seen God? He asked me. He says that how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you, answer me. Have you seen God? I told him. When Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said yes, and Vivekananda was courageous enough to follow Ramakrishna. I tell you, not only I have seen, I am ready to show. Come on, that guy disappeared. We go on judging the masters, but do not bother about our qualification. I tell you, if your heart feels connected, if you feel some goodness being around him or about him, just go behind. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. I have seen many disciples becoming enlightened and masters unenlightened.
We have a lot of mechanisms inside our body. We have many systems inside our body. If it is not put to use, not only it is not useful, it is occupying unnecessary space in our system, in our being. If you know just how to switch it on, only nothing else, only one on. Just one switch on. It's enough. The whole thing is useful. Just like that, our whole system, if you know just how to switch on the mechanisms which is in our being, the whole thing will be useful. The whole thing will turn into the utility system which you can use it for your day-to-day life. When I say there are so many mechanisms which are lying down in your system, in your body, without being put into use, I mean chakras. Small introduction to the chakras will be able to explain what is chakras. The energy centers, see, almost all the ancient masters of all the religions, almost all the great masters of all the ancient masters of all the religion which worked on the inner sciences, they speak of these chakras, the energy centers. I just brought this to show you where the chakras are situated. I'll just give an introduction to the chakras, then you will see where the chakras are situated. All the great masters of all the religion, they speak about the chakras. Even though with a slight change in the numbers and the placements, the idea there are energy centers in our body is accepted by all the great masters. There are, you see, there is each and everyone gland has got a chakra nearby. Those energy centers take care of the activity of that area. What they say as a gland physically, metaphysically, chakras. Of course, chakras are not limited to the glands. It is not only the glands, it manages the whole area. Mainly that glands is managed by the concerned chakra. When we say the Agnya chakra, this is the energy center which controls, which activates, which manages the pituitary glands. Just like that, each and every chakra manages one of the glands, one major part of our body, our activities. Not only physical, mental, psychological, emotional and spiritual. All the layers, all the activities of your body and mind are managed by these chakras. The beautiful book on these chakras are done by a great yogi called Patanjali. Patanjali is a great master. Patanjali is the father of this yoga science. He is the first master who put the whole thing in a logical way, in a clear way. He describes about the chakras, how to meditate on the chakras, how to cleanse the chakras. The whole yoga science, the whole chakra science, the whole healing science originates from Patanjali. From Patanjali, the roots, the seeds are come out from Patanjali. Patanjali is the root, Patanjali is the seed for the whole science. Now the way in which I am going to explain chakras to you is the way of Patanjali. Of course, each and every master, little bit they differ. One or two small things, there are little difference. When Buddhism, they speak on the chakras, one or two small difference will be there. But majority of the masters, majority of the enlightened people, they go with Patanjali because he is more scientific, more logical, more clear-cut on this subject. So what I am going to give you is based on Patanjali. Patanjali is the great saint, great enlightened master who lived thousands of years ago in the place called Chidambaram. Chidambaram is the place in India where he lived and had his enlightenment. He has recorded his enlightenment in a beautiful way called Yoga Aphorisms, Yoga Sutras. That's a book which explains basically about the whole science of yoga, meditation, whatever life, how the life should be led, how you need to live the life if you want to have the longevity, health and Bliss. He is the father of all the postures, asanas, which we call asanas. Asana means, I think in West it is very famous now, bending the bodies and stretching out the bodies and breathing exercises. They are very famous in the West. All the yoga system, all the asanas are originally explained, are created by the Patanjali. He is the master who made all the description or a clear explanation. In a way, he has done the unabridged dictionary for the yoga philosophy. Unabridged dictionary, a complete collection of asanas, yoga system, mudras, meditations, chakra, about everything. And if you meditate on which chakra, in which way, what power you will get. Even to that extent, he has done a deep research and made an unabridged dictionary over this science. Let me explain about the chakras as Patanjali explains, according to the system of Patanjali, because what Patanjali says goes with my experience also. My experience also goes with what Patanjali says. So let me explain it. A small story. From that story I will be able to tell you the chakra, about the chakras. After the Second World War, a group of defense people, they were vacating their army camp. When they were vacating their army camp, they left a small open aircraft in one tribal village and went away. When they leave their army camps, they don't carry everything back. Some things they carry, some things if they can't, they leave it and go. Just like that, in an army village, in a tribal village, a small tribal village in Germany, they left one aircraft, open aircraft. Only 1 or 2 persons can sit in that sort of small helicopter. They left that open aircraft and went away. After 1 or 2 days, the tribal people, they have neither heard about aircraft or they have not seen. They don't even have any idea about the helicopter. They have not even heard about tractor, or to speak of aircraft. So the whole village gathered and saw, what is this? What is something new has come to our village? They were not able to understand what it is. And they were just going around and round that vehicle. They don't even understand it is something called vehicle. It is something like a vehicle. So they were not able to assess what it is. Suddenly one man told, it may be God who has come to visit our village. And all the other people told, no. If God means he should speak, he should give boons. It is not doing anything, it is stagnant as it is. They refused. The argument was refuted. Somebody else told, it may be some devil or the ghost has come to our village. Again it was refused. No, it is not doing any harm, it is lying down there as it is. Nobody was able to recognize, nobody was able to understand what it is. Finally one boy came and told, you see, bullock cart also they have a wheel. They know only one thing, bullock cart. They use bullock cart. Bullock cart is also having a wheel. And this vehicle is also having a wheel. So it must be a bullock cart. Maybe a little developed bullock cart. It must be bullock cart. When it is told with a logical way, the whole village agreed, yes, it must be a bullock cart. So they all thought that they have discovered what it is and they started celebrating, enjoying, running around the vehicle, pulling this way and that way, pushing this way and that way. The whole village was celebrating and enjoying the new bullock cart. After 1 month, it went on. They were playing with that vehicle. They put a big bullock in front of the helicopter and they started using that as a bullock cart. Throughout the village, they take round and whatever they want to transport, they started using this vehicle. It is going on. After some 3-4 months, one boy who was who has gone to a nearby village, nearby city to study, to do his school. He came back. He was a tribal boy. He went to a nearby city to do his studies. He came back and he saw the whole thing. He thought it cannot be bullock cart. It is done with so many mechanisms. He also don't know about a helicopter. He also don't know about aircraft. He has seen only the tractor. So he thought it must be one way of tractor. It must be one kind of tractor. So he got into that vehicle and did something this way, that way. Somehow he started it. He started using that as a tractor. So morning till evening he started using that as a tractor. When the people saw it can go even without bullock, they were wondering, they were surprised. How can it go without even bullock? It goes simply and comes back. There is no need for any bullock. So they decided it is a bullock cart without bullock. It can simply go and come by itself. So they were enjoying the vehicle as a bullock cart for 6 more months. After 6 months, one retired pilot, for some reason, for some research, somehow he came to that village. He saw the whole thing, what is happened. He started laughing. Then he explained to the villagers, see, it is neither a bullock cart nor a tractor. It's an aircraft. It can be used to fly. First, the villagers were not ready to agree it. What are you talking? How can it fly? It is such big mechanism, so heavy. Our body is much lighter than the mechanism. Even our body cannot fly. We cannot fly. It is more heavier than our body. How can it fly? They asked all logical questions. But the pilot told, you see, I cannot answer your logical questions. There are a lot of things which logic cannot explain. But the one thing I can do, I can fly and show. He got into the aircraft. He just took that. One round he went. He came back. He landed. And then he showed. You see, this much only I can do. Now you understand that it can fly. It's an aircraft. Then the whole village surrendered and asked the pilot, yes, now we understand. It's an aircraft. You see, a very small story, if you understand deeply, you will be able to understand your whole life. The vehicle, the aircraft is what is the thing, our body. God has given this body to us. The tribal villages have used the same aircraft as a bullock cart. The next step, man used the same body, same vehicle as a tractor. Third level, pilot used the same thing as a aircraft. Same vehicle or the same instrument. One man is using it as a bullock cart, another person is using it as a tractor, the third person is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given a same system for all of us. The body is the system. This is the system given to us by God, given to us by the divine. The people who live with a normal life, very ordinary way of life, just taking birth, having their food, reproducing some more children and dying. Nothing more in their life. Just if you weigh their life, few Benz, few bungalows, little bit of money, that's all. Nothing more. They take birth, do something, and then they die. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, why in all the cemeteries it is written, born on such and such a date, died in such and such a date? I told them, nothing worth mentioning has happened in between. Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. Only these two are worth mentioning. Born and died, over. You see, most 90% of our lives, 90% of the people live only in this way. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our life. So it's just a dull, dead, dragging life. When you live the life of only eating and reproducing and dying, if you have not done anything else except this, You have lived your life as a bullock cart, as the tribals have used. We have lived our life only as a bullock cart. We take birth in Muladhara. Muladhara means the lowest chakra. That is the sex center. We die in Swadhisthana, the next center. Next center is death. First center is birth. Birth and death over. Nothing more. Nothing else. Born and died. Nothing worth mentioning has happened. Even though if you have place, nothing worth mentioning has happened. That is the one kind of life in which 90% of us will live. 90% of us live only a dull, dead, dragging life. So there are next level people, as like a young boy who used that as a tractor. There are next level of people who enter into the field of art, culture, dance, poetry. When you enter into the layer of the art, when you enter into the level of heart, when you add some juicy things in your life, by dancing, by singing, by painting, by this type of artistic things, you use your system as a tractor. You expose yourself to the second layer. You come to the second level of understanding. You understand money is not the only thing to be achieved in the life. Money is necessity. It is a basic thing, okay, but it is only basic thing. Basic things are only basic things. It is not ultimate. There is a next step to be more joyful, to be more, to make the life more juicy. The artistic things. When you add art in your life, you use your system as a tractor. The third level, when you add spirituality, when you add meditation, when you add the joy, the spiritual bliss in your life, you use your system as a aircraft. The same system, the same body, the same vehicle, tribals are using as a bullock cart, the young man is using as a tractor, pilot is using it as a aircraft. The same way, God has given the same system for all of us. If you just live in a normal life, an ordinary life, taking birth, eating, drinking, giving birth to children, little bit of money, I want an easy chair, then finished. Nothing else. If you live that normal life, we are also using our life as a bullock cart. If you go to the next level, the dance, culture, art, poetry, not for the sake of name and fame, just for enjoying the art, you use your system in a second dimension. You understand your second dimension. You go to that next level of being. That is artists, where the artists reach. Rabindranath Tagore, the great poet like Rabindranath Tagore, the great Sthapatis, great people, great painters, all these people touch the second layer. They use their system as a tractor. People who have become enlightened, who have become God, who have become one with the God, who have had the spiritual joy in their life, spiritual bliss in their life. Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, Ramakrishna, Raman Maharshi, these great masters, Ramanuja, all these great spiritual people, they are using the same system as a aircraft. They are the pilots. They are the people who show life to us, how beautifully life can be lived, what best you can have from the system, how maximum can be extracted out of this system, how optimum the system can be put to use is expressed, explained by the great masters like Jesus, Buddha, Saint Francis of Assisi, Saint Thomas. All these great masters have lived their life as an aircraft. What is the difference between the tribal villages and the pilot? Tell me. What is the difference? Only one difference.
Villages don't know how to operate the mechanisms and gears. The pilot knows how to operate the mechanisms. That's all. Villages, they don't know how to operate the mechanisms. So they are using that as a bullock cart. Pilot, he knows how to operate the mechanism. He is using the same thing as a aircraft. Please turn. Where the spinal cord ends, no, it can be. Where the spinal cord ends, the end of the spinal cord, the Muladhara chakra, the first center, just 2 inches above, we are going to do the meditation. So for that you need to understand where the chakras are situated. Just 2 inches above Swadhisthana. Then navel, where the navel center is there, on that the third chakra, Manipuraga it is called. Then just near the chest, the center of the chest, we have, yes, thank you, no, this is enough. We have the Anahata, the fourth center. It is called heart center, Anahata, the fourth center. In near the throat, this area, we have fifth center, Vishuddhi. This is called. Near the eyebrows, you have the sixth center, it is called Amnya. On the top of the crown, on the top of the head, there is a chakra which is called Sahasrara. These are the 7 major centers, 7 major mechanisms which exist in your being, in your body. If you know how to breathe life into them, in an ordinary way, normal way, they are completely closed. They don't work completely. Only very minimum portion of their the chakras are active, are there. The energy which is supplied to the chakras are not enough. Very little portion of your energy is supplied to the chakras. If you know how to breathe life into them, if you know how to activate them, if you know how to concentrate on them, if you know how to energize them, you will see the same body with the same mind, with the same spirit. You will be able to live more joyful, more ecstatic, more collective life. The below chakra, lowest chakra, Muladhara, this chakra is managing all the sexual activities of your mind. The imagination, too much of imagination locks this chakra. And if you know how to live the life with little bit of less imaginations, as I told you yesterday, if the dreams can be little reduced, this chakra opens. The next level, Swadhisthana, the chakra which is below your navel, above the Muladhara, below the navel. If this chakra is getting locked by the unnecessary fear. You see, a small example can tell you about this chakra. If you just climb a 10-story building, and if you stand near a parapet wall and just peep in, peep out, you know that the building is safe, and the man who built the building, he only built the parapet wall. Even then, if you just put your head outside the window, you will have a slight feeling, just from the deep stomach, a feeling of fear that you may fall. The feeling which comes from the deep stomach, it comes from only Swadhisthana. And you are driving in a highway, the full speed. If some vehicle, without any traffic, without any rules, if it comes just near your vehicle, as if about to hit your vehicle, you will feel something is suddenly come up from your deep stomach. If you have felt a sudden fear, if you are in danger, you will feel that something suddenly happening in your deep stomach. That happens only from Swadhisthana. The fear, the unnecessary fear, and the deep feeling of insecurity locks the Swadhisthana chakra. If you understand the inevitability of life and inevitability of death, death is the only thing which can never die. Anything else can die. Death is the only thing which never dies. Uncertainty is the only certainty in the life. Insecurity is the only security in the life. If you understand the life uncertainty and relax with the fear of death, this chakra opens.
The third thing, Manipuraga is something to do with Ori. That is the naval center is something to do with Ori. That is the reason in all the language we have an expression. If you receive any news which you cannot tolerate, if a shocking news comes to you, immediately we say, I cannot digest it. I cannot stomach it. Not only in English, all the language this expression exists. Because Ori and Manipuraga is very closely related. Any news which makes you worry, you immediately say, I cannot digest it. And any news, if you hear any shocking news which shakes you, the first will be, stomach will be upset. The first thing in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Any disturbing news, any disturbing thing, have you observed? Anybody had this experience? Any shocking news if you receive, the first reaction in your system will be, stomach will be disturbed. Stomach will get upset, either diarrhea or indigestion. The stomach is the first portion, first part of your body, which will be disturbed if you listen any news, any the incident which gives you worry. So the Manipuraga is disturbed by unnecessary worries and the unnecessary depression. If you suppress any of your emotions, Manipuraga is the first chakra which will get disturbed. And Anahata is the chakra which continuously asks for the attention from others. Our life, throughout our life, we will be doing so many things just to get the attention of the others. Just to ask, just to get the certificate from others that you are a good person, you are a good wife, you are a good husband, you are a good children, you are a good son, you are a good daughter. To get that certificate, we put our whole life just for the certificates of others. When you just run behind the certificate of others, the Anahata is locked. So the Vishuddhi, when you compare and feel jealous with others, when you compare your life with others and feel jealousy about it, the Vishuddhi gets locked. If you take things too seriously and if you behave too egoistically, the prejudiced life, if your life is filled with prejudices, instead of living with reality, if you have too much of past on your head, the Anya is locked. Too much of past and too much of ego. Of course, past is ego. If you have too much of past, you behave with too much of egoistic way. That is the reason elderly people, if you just go near them, they will start, oh, in my good old days. Anything, the conversation will start, in my good old days. You can, with any elderly person you can see. If they live with a simple little bit of understanding, they won't start. Otherwise, in my good old days, things used to be like that. So the past is heavy on our life. If you have too much of past carrying in your life, it is not that just because you are 90, you need to carry the past. There is no need. There are many people who are 90, but mentally they are 19. Just because you have lived 90 years, there is no need you should carry the past. Just because you are elderly man, there is no need that you should be egoistic. But generally, we carry the past heavy on our mind. So wherever, even if it is unasked, we just go and give advice. See, the advice is so free of cost. So what to do? Even if nobody wants, even if somebody doesn't listen, we just go and catch them and start giving the advice. So just catching the people and giving the advice, just having the past on your head locks the Anya chakra, and continuously living a discontented life. Whatever life has given, we take the things for granted and we don't feel grateful for the life. That motion, that taking the things for granted locks the Sahasrara chakra. This is the gist of the 7 chakras. If you understand, God has given so much, divine energy has given so much. If you feel grateful, the Sahasrara opens. You see, we pray to God, oh God, give me the ring, give me the diamond ring, I should wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful that you are given a finger. You see the truth. We pray to God, we pray to Balaji. Oh Balaji, give me so much of money so that I will wear diamond ring. But we never feel grateful. Oh God, you have given me the finger. That is the way of our life. Whatever God has given, whatever the divine has given, whatever the life has given, we think everything is our birthright. Till we get only, our mind keeps quiet. As soon as we get, what we decide? Oh, it is my birthright. Everything is mine. Then what we go for? Next. What next? What next? What next? Taking things for granted locks this chakra. If you understand how much the existence has showered on you, how much the God has showered on you, how much the divinity has given you, the Sahasrara opens. You see, if all of you are, if a God appears suddenly in front of you and says, whatever you want, please make a list and give me. Will the list end any day? The list will never end. And if the God appears in front of you and asks, whatever I have given, please give the list, we will never make the list. You see, if the God has given you enough things and God has not given you enough things, there are so many things which is not given by God, and there are so many things which is given by God. This side also big list, and this side also big list. But we never look at this list. We never look at the list which God has given. We all our eyes, throughout our life, our whole concentration is what God has not given. That is the reason, from early morning till midnight, we continuously blame God. Oh, He has not given me this, He has not given me that. And finally we go to bargain also. Oh God, give me 1 lakh in the lottery. I will give you 10,000 in the hundi. If you don't believe me, deduct the 10,000 by yourself and give only 90,000 in the lottery. So these are our prayers. Yeah. Small story can explain how we bargain with God. Once a doctor, engineer, and lawyer. All these three people, this is a story I always use. All these three, they got together and they wanted to start a business. So when you start a business, you always naturally feel insecure. How to start, how to go about, whether I will be successful. So when you are feeling insecure, only then you call God. Otherwise we don't call God. We want God only when we feel insecure. So the insecurity, naturally they pray to God. You see, whatever profit comes, we will make it as a 4 shares. Each one for 3 of us. And the 4th share goes to God. 4th share will be put into hundi, temple hundi. So they decided that they will do this. Somehow the business has become so successful, more than $1 crore has come as a God's share. You see, if it is a $500 or $600 or $1,000 also, we wouldn't mind putting in hundi. If it is a 10,000 also we would have put. But the 1 crore, we always feel, why God needs 1 crore? After all, He has no issues. You see, we have issues, we have to educate our son, daughter. We need so many things, so we need money. Why God needs $1 crore? So doctors gave suggestion. First person, he gave suggestion. We will convert everything into gold and we will make a small round in the floor. We will throw all the gold outside. Whatever falls inside the hole, we will give it to the God. Whatever falls outside, we will take that as a prasad. God's prasadam. Next man told, no, we will make a little big hole. Whatever falls inside, we will take it. Whatever falls outside, we will give it to God. You see, the third man is a wise man. He told, you see, we will throw everything up. After all, God is there. Let Him take whatever He wants. Whatever falls down, we will have it. You see, after all, why should we give what has fallen on the ground? This is the way our logic works. See, till we get the things done from God, we oblige. When the things are done, we have our own logic to
fulfill. Almost all our prayers are like this only. When the things have happened, you see, when the prophet has come, when things are in the hand, we don't bother about God. Once people are going in a ship, suddenly a cyclone attacked the ship. Ship was about to collapse. One man started praying, "Oh God, if you save me, I will stop smoking." Then also ship was not stopped, it is again shaking. And then he started, "Oh God, if you save me, I will stop drinking." Then also the ship has not stopped, it is again in the danger. He shouted, "Oh God, if you save me, I will stop womanizing." The neighbor, the next man, he told, "Hey, don't go to that much. I think one ship is coming, we will be saved." This one boat is coming, we will be saved. Don't go to that much. You see, whenever we feel that we are insecure, we want God. Otherwise, let him be in the heaven. We don't mind, we don't bother much. That is the way of our life. Whenever we feel the necessity, the utility, God is nothing but an utility for us. We take the things for granted. Whatever He has given, we take the things for granted. We never feel grateful. How intensely you pray, you don't feel gratitude so intensely. Sometimes, very rarely, when you get something suddenly, you say, "All right, oh God, thank you." But never with the intensity of your prayer. We pray so intensely. "Oh God, give me this, give me that," from morning till night, only application writing. But when He has given something, we don't feel such a gratitude. We don't feel the gratefulness towards the existence. This is the energy which locks the Sahasrara. God has given so much, He has showered so much on our life. When you take the life for granted, Sahasrara is locked. When you feel gratitude towards the life, when you feel your thankful attitude towards the energy, towards the existence, gratitude is the greatest attitude. Gratitude is the greatest attitude which you can have towards the life. Then Sahasrara opens, when the Sahasrara flowers. So, these are the emotions which locks our major chakras. So if you can just understand, understanding itself solves half of the problem. See, we don't say, many people come and tell me, "Swamiji, I understand whatever you say sounds so right, but in practice we are not able to do what to do." This is the problem. Most of us face this problem. Do you say, "I understand if I put my fingers in the fire, I will get burnt, but every day I want to put my fingers in the fire"? Do you say that? No. When you understand, if you put your fingers in the fire, you will be burnt. Clearly, thoroughly, you never go and put. If you don't understand, then only you go and try. Same way, if you understand, these are the emotions which blocks your chakras. These are the ways which disturbs your chakras. You can really drop it. You can understand. But our understanding is not so deep. Once when you put your hands in the cigarette and you get burnt, you think, "I think only cigarette fire burns, not the lamp fire. Let me put my finger once more in the lamp fire." You put your hand in the lamp fire and again you get burnt. "Oh, lamp fire also burns. Let me put my hand in chimney fire and see whether that burns or not." So every day you try with new fires. When you understand all the fire burns, the time has come for you to go to the fire ground, the burial ground. The time will come. You need to go to the burial ground. You need to go to the cremation ground. So if you go testing every fire, naturally you will end up in the cremation ground. Nothing else. You will never understand. But understand, only once when you touch some one fire, not only this fire, all fire will burn. All fire will hurt. When you understand that, your life, you can come out of the sufferings. Your life will become a joyful flowering. Same way, understand not only this one problem, anything, not only one incident
anything related to that emotion, when I say that worry disturbs your Manipura chakra, unnecessary worry and too much of overbrooding disturbs your Manipura chakra. Not only it is related to one incident, it is related to all the incidents of your life. Anything, any incident, don't brood over too much. Don't worry too much. Just some 4 months ago, one middle-aged lady, around 40 years she came to our ashram. As soon as she entered my cabin, she started crying. This happened really. She started weeping and wailing. I told her, why are you crying, ma? Can you just tell me the reason? Let me see what can be done. She started telling, oh, my son is not listening my words. He is disobedient. If the same thing happens, I don't know, he may marry on his own. He may not marry the girl whom I wanted. In India, the son is a very good, you can earn a lot through a son. If you have one son, that is enough. You can earn enough money to run your life. If you sell that one son in the market, you will get enough money to run your whole life. So if he marries on his if he decides his own life, his own partner, what will happen to me? I don't know what will happen. So she started crying. I told her, you see, don't bother. Bring your son once. Let me talk to him. Let me try to help him. She suddenly told, no, Swamiji, I don't have to bring. I have already brought. She just let a 4-year-old boy. The son is only 4-year-old boy. She is so much worried. She is weeping and wailing. She is telling me he may marry on his own. I don't know what will happen in future. She is complaining so much. But when I asked about her son, she just let a small kid. He is only 4-year-old. You see, we are such a great masters of worrying. Even if you don't find any reason, of course, we find some reason to worry. If you don't find any reason today, oh, today everything is going well. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. And that is what we think, something very bad thing is going to happen. That is the reason today things are going smooth. If everything goes well, if you can't find any reason, you just start thinking, tomorrow there may be something very bad. I don't know what will happen. We start worrying about the next thing. You see, in the initial times, you need some reason for worrying. After some time, that becomes such a beautiful habit for you. You don't need outside reason. Even if you make some reason, even if you don't get any outside reason, you just make your own inside reason. Oh, things are going so smooth today. I think tomorrow something big bad is going to happen. Something very bad is going to happen. Some reason we find. When I say that worry disturbs the Manipura, the unnecessary worry disturbs the Manipura, not only in one incident, throughout your life, just look, just scan your life, see where all you unnecessarily worry, where all you invested too much of your worries, and remove that. Remove the energy, remove that zone. When you stop worrying, not only you stop worrying, your energy is diverted totally towards the living, towards the life. So you will have negative accounts will be reduced and the positive accounts will increase. Both the way it will be helpful. You see, if one man comes from the opposite side of the army, to your side, not only they are losing one man, you are gaining one person. So the result is 2. 1, here 1 plus, there 1 minus, here 1 plus. So when you stop, when you analyze and understand these worries, the root cause of your problems, not only the opposite army is losing one man, you are gaining that energy. That energy turns and helps you in a positive way. So a simple understanding itself can solve more than 50% of your problems. The maturity, understanding solves 50% and the other 50% meditation. So maturity and meditation can guide and solve major problems of our life. Our life can be transformed into a real joyful ecstasy. As on now, the life is just dragging, pulling, going on. When you know how to add meditation and maturity, if you know how to activate these energy centers, the chakras, how to breathe life into it, how to breathe energy into it, how to awaken those energy centers, the same life, the same routine, the same house, the same living style will be transformed into an ecstatic lifestyle, into an Ananda Yoga, into a spiritual life. When you live ecstatically, when you live with a joy, when you live with a bliss, that is a spiritual life. Spiritual life means not going into the Himalayas, not only simply sitting there in some forest, no. If you live your life joyfully, in a balanced way, in an ecstatic way, in a blissful way, that is what is a real spiritual life. So, let me pray and bless all of you. Let you all live and be with eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Seven layers in our being. Maybe I'll give you just simple diagram. Is it seen properly? No, I think. Now I think okay. Yes. Somebody asked me yesterday, there was a question. Somebody, why are you using all these modern things? I told them, what is the wrong? Perfectly all right. If Buddhas made 10,000 people enlightened without flight, car and computer, laptop and without any infrastructure, website, internet, when we have all these things, we should make at least 200,000 people enlightened, 2 lakh people enlightened. So what is the wrong in using? So let all this infrastructure be used to transmit the true science. It doesn't have to be used to transmit only the ideas which was in the head of the people who invented. See, just because somebody has invented this, it is not that you have to accept the ideology and lifestyle of the person who was invented. That is what we are doing. Not just taking the comforts and scientific great things from the West, taking their lifestyle also, idiotic. And you don't know, 66% of the Western countries, not just America, even the other so-called developed countries, 66% are taking some form of psychiatric medicines. Now we don't understand where we are heading. 66 is not small percentage. Sometimes I really feel blessed, fortunate that I am born and brought up in Indian villages. I was born and brought up in Indian village. I never heard so many problems. Not that I heard and I did not have those problems. I never even heard of those problems. The sufferings and problems which the so-called developed country kids are facing, I never even heard about them. It is good sometimes. So nothing wrong in using all this infrastructure. Let it be used and the proper ideas be spread. Otherwise, what we will do, we will start thinking the person who created this infrastructure, these discoveries, he knows everything about life. That is the foolishness. That is the foolishness. They may know how to operate all these machineries, but that does not mean they know how to live the life. In the East, we have done more than 10,000 years of research and development in the inner science, in the inner field. And let the inner science be spread using the machineries and infrastructures of the outer science. We have 7 layers in our body. First layer, I'm just trying to give you a visual idea. Of course, surely not our bodies are like a round shape unless you are really obese. Even then it won't be exactly this circle. I'm just trying to give you a picture, an idea. First layer is the physical body which you are carrying, made out of flesh and blood. The second layer is the pranic movement, the prana movement, which is happening in your system, like inhaling, the prana which stays inside you, and the prana which spreads all over the body, and exhaling and cleaning. There are 5 pranas: prana, apana, vyana, udana, samana. The 5 pranas. The Pancha pranas, pran, udan, vyan, saman, apan. The Pancha pranas, all these movements are called prana sarira. And the next, the inner chattering which is going on in you, it's called mana, manasarira, the mind. The 4th layer is the emotion. I can say intense inner chattering which does not respond to your logical analysis. That is what we call emotions. That is the 4th layer. And the 5th layer is which you experience in the deep sleep. And the 6th layer you will experience in a strong meditation technique, means thoughtless awareness. The 7th layer is enlightenment. You have 7 different layers in your system. If all 7 different layers fall in tune with each other, suddenly you will see all the samskaras will leave your system. If the samskaras are taken out of your system, suddenly you will see all these 7 layers fall in tune with each other. Balancing, reconnecting, reuniting starts happening. That uniting is what is called yoga. Beautifully, Patanjali describes yogaha chitta vritti nirodhaha, means living without samskaras. Only then the thoughtless state will be there. When the samskaras are taken out, the uniting happens. If uniting happens, samskaras leave your system. Physical, 2nd prana, 3rd mind, 4th emotions, 5th deep sleep, the karana sharira, the silence which you enjoy in the deep sleep. 6th, the joy, bliss you enjoy in the thoughtless awareness, what J. Krishnamurti calls as choiceless awareness. And ultimate, the 7th layer, pure enlightened consciousness. Understand, uniting all these 7 layers, removing the samskaras which you collected and stored, you store the samskaras in different layers. Yesterday somebody wrote me a question, Swamiji, this stuff was too strong for me, especially the analysis on the 4 states of consciousness. Mainly the answer for that question, that one question, when I come back I see the same world. Actually that person wrote a question in a very funny way. When I come back, I see the same house, same car, same wife. He underlined that word. That word was underlined. I didn't. Same wife and same life. But when I go back to the dream, I don't see the same thing. Answer for that question was very shocking to him. I think the same person again wrote one more slip. During the darshan, I got the slip. He says it was too strong. I didn't expect I will have such a clarity. I'm afraid of the clarity now. Understand, many times people are afraid of getting near the truth. Getting near the truth. The physical layer, the body out which the physical body is the first layer. The prana movements is second layer. The inner chattering is third layer. Emotions are fourth layer. The deep sleep, what you experience during deep sleep, that silence is fifth layer. In the deep meditation, what you experience, that joy, that intense, vibrant silence is sixth layer. Enlightenment is seventh layer. In the deep sleep, it will be graveyard silence, negative silence. In meditation, it will be intense silence. There is a big difference. When you fall asleep and come back, you will not become more intelligent. But when you fall into meditation and come back, you will be more intelligent. And you will be more blissful. When you fall asleep and come back, you may be fresh, a little relaxed, but you will not be more blissful. But when you fall into meditation and come back, that silence is called intense silence. Live, vibrant silence. So, the 7 layers, we store different samskaras in different layers. Usually the samskaras related to desire are stored in the prana, the breathing. And the samskaras related to chronic fatigue or tiredness is stored in the body, in the physical body. That is why 2-3 times you try to do some exercise, workout or even walking. First thing body will bring out is tiredness. But without bothering about that first level samskaras which are raising, if you enter into it, suddenly you will see that same action brings energy out of you. If you start walking, in 2 minutes your mind will suggest 10 times, I am tired. No, it is too much, enough. We did, today it is okay, tomorrow we can do. It will try its best. But if you don't bother about that samskaras and just go ahead, in few minutes the same action will bring energy. Chronic fatigue means a deep feeling to be in inaction, to be in rest, or non-moving or not moving is stored in the physical body. I always tell people, karma palatyaga, not karma tyaga. The results of the action should be surrendered, not the action itself. Karma tyaga is very easy. That is where the whole spirituality has ended. The worst thing happened to India is not our tradition, not following our tradition, not following what Krishna said, not following what our traditions have presented. But constantly, I am seeing the superficial, analytical reports. These fellows go on abusing. The other day, I was reading an article. There was a technical term they started using, Hindu rate of growth. I was surprised. It's just, he means the suffering of India is because of our tradition. It is not. Suffering of India is because we did not follow our tradition. We did not imbibe our tradition. Instead of doing karma palatyaga, we started doing karma tyaga, stuck in the first layer, stuck in the physical layer itself. I've seen in the villages, many places. There are some great things in the villages. There are some things like, instead of karma balatyaga, karma tyaga, like till morning 10 o'clock you will see tea shops will be filled. People will be sitting and talking. If you want to listen to the great Vedantic truths, Go to the village tea shops, morning 10 o'clock. You will see there people will be sitting on, just sipping the tea. Oh, without God's grace, nothing can be done. Only by God's grace, anything can happen. All great truths, but just to justify what they are doing, not to internalize. Karma palatyaga is supposed to be the truth. But the karma tyaga starts happening if you are stuck in the physical layer. The chronic fatigue or intense craving for the rest. I have seen people understand this intense craving for the rest brings diseases which will put you in the bed. Intense craving for disease, craving for the rest. Actually, if you see any advertisement for resorts, beach resorts especially, if you see a photograph, beautiful beach, a easy resting chair, and somebody resting, the moment you see that, immediately something starts happening in you. You feel you should also be lying like that, completely resting, totally in peacefulness, in the deep peace. The moment you see that, something in you is awakened. That's what I call intense craving for tamas. Understand? If you really find out the same beach, same chair and lie down, you will not have that same peace which you visualized. Till you exhaust the tamas engrams, lethargic engrams you carry in the physical layer, you cannot rest. Your desire for rest will not let you rest. Please understand. How can you say, Swamiji, my desire for rest will as naturally as to let me rest? No, it won't. Because it is from engrams. It is from samskara. Even if you find out the same beach, same chair, same bench, same place, try to lie down. The moment you rest, the moment you started resting, in few minutes this samskara will settle down, the next layer samskara will start. Even the decision to rest, if it is based on samskara, you cannot rest. First layer samskara is intense desire for rest. Continuously you will see your mind is pulled back. There is a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple goes to the master and asks, Master, give me the method for enlightenment. Master says, very wonderful story. He says, just take these 400 cows and when they become 1000 cows, come back. The modern day disciple would have said, what, you are making 600 cows out of my enlightenment. You are trying to make more cows out of my seeking. But he is really sincere disciple. He did not bother about it. He just took the cows. And the story says, when the cows have become 1000, when he came back, Master says, not only he became enlightened, he says, now we have 1001 cows. In Vedic tradition, cows are highly respected as a sacred thing. He says, this guy is also now raised to that level, sacred, the level of sanctity. Actual thing what happened is, continuously when you work with cows, they cannot let you rest. And they don't know you are working 24 hours. They don't know there is nobody else to replace you. They don't know that today is holiday. They don't know. But one person can work only 8-hour shift. They do not have all these problems. They will constantly demand your attention. This guy, by working continuously with them, the deep desire for rest has disappeared. I can say, the deep desire for vacation or the deep desire for rest, the chronic fatigue, if it leaves your system, 90% of your spiritual journey is over. That is the first worst problem. First layer samskara. The second, in the prana sarira, in the pranic layer, you store all the desires. That is why whenever your desires are changing, suddenly you will see the breathing pattern will change. If you are caught by strong desires, like a lust or anger, even anger is a kind of a desire. Strong desires, your breathing pattern will change. It will be chaotic. The third layer, mental layer. See, in the pranic layer, second layer, you store your thoughts about how your life should be. In the mental layer, you store your engrams about how your life shouldn't have been. Means guilt. If your energy moves towards the future, it is desire. If your energy moves towards the past and continuously it is rotating only about the past, it is called guilt. If it is flowing continuously towards the future, it is desire. If it is flowing continuously towards the past, it is guilt. Different ways of moving. The mental layer, the third layer, you store the engrams related to guilt. The fourth layer, in emotions, you store all the visualizations related to pain. Understand, the fourth layer is very powerful layer. In the fourth layer, you don't need any action or information to strengthen the engrams. In the first two layers, you need action to strengthen your engrams. Means the tiredness or the desire for vacation. The more you give the vacation, the more the desire will be strengthened. Same way, other desires, the more you enter into action based on those desires, the more the engrams will become strong. The third layer, guilt. Guilt-related engrams. You don't need to do the same action, but just the information about that action. Means, if you have seen the same place, or if you are seeing the same person, if you are seeing the same situations, immediately that engrams will become strong and it will be awakened. But in the fourth layer, pain engrams. First layer, chronic fatigue, lethargy engrams. Second, desires. Third, guilt. Fourth, pain. The pain layer, neither you need action, means you don't have to have the same pain again and again, nor you need information related to pain. You don't even need to receive information related to pain. Just the engrams are enough, they can multiply, they can expand, they can multiply. The deeper layers, the fifth layer, the layer you experience in the deep sleep, there, even though engrams are there, you cannot do anything about it, because in the deep sleep, your mind cannot do anything. It's an unconscious layer. In the first four layer, if you can reduce the depth of the engrams, samskaras, naturally the fifth layer and sixth layer will be cleansed. Fifth layer will be cleansed if you clean all the first four layers. If the fifth layer is cleansed, you will start experiencing sixth layer more and more. Sixth layer, meditation layer. Fifth layer is deep sleep layer. Sixth layer is meditation layer. If you are getting into the deep sleep layer more easily, it means the first four layers are clean. If the first four layers are not clean, then you will suffer more in the fifth layer. That is why the more stress and load, so much of suffering related to sleep starts happening in the life. Sleep has become a big problem. Now, especially in the developed countries, I am seeing they are able to get beds but not sleep. Their infrastructure has created the facility to have beds and different temperature, different comfort, so many things, but not sleep because too much stress. Not only that, if these 4-layer engrams are too much, in the 5th layer, the relationship between you and your body gets disconnected. I always tell people, reducing the engrams in the first 4-layer is making friends with your body. Making friends with your body, because you don't know how we are abusing the body. Understand? If you are having overweight, it is directly connected to some of these engrams. When you feel emptiness inside, lonely, you start feeling it. Sometimes you start feeling it by food or by drinking. Any one thing. Every single thing happening in your life is directly connected to some engram. Removing these engrams, I can say, is making friends with your body. Making friendship with your body. I can say this is the best way to heal. The other day, I received a big letter and a report from one of our devotee in USA. She came to our program maybe 2 years ago. Of course, the same meditation which we are going to do now, she did that meditation. She had a tumor in the Mooladhara, root center. She had 3 times surgery. She herself is a doctor. But again and again the tumor was growing in the same place. She came and she was doing this meditation which we are going to do today. And she was weeping uncontrollably during the meditation. I tried to tell her, please relax, but it was uncontrollable. Anyhow, after the meditation, I asked her, what is the problem? She said that I suddenly again relived the guilt. The young age, she has been abused by some of the close relative, some physical abusing, maybe sexual abuse. She said that suddenly that samskara opened up, that guilt opened up. I relived. That's the reason I am not able to control. I was uncontrollable. Please forgive me, Swamiji. I said, that's okay. Let it leave. Reliving is relieving. Understand? Consciously, reliving is relieving. And you will be surprised. Even of course, I am surprised. Of course, I know that relieving heals, but this is very miraculous. It really happened. And she says, after that relieving, after that meditation, within a month the tumor disappeared and never came back. Now at least 1.5 years over. Did not come back. I was shocked. I said, of course I know relieving heals, relieving the guilt, releasing all the samskaras heals. But this is really miraculous. The guilt which she created in the young age, not only about that, the hatred about it has not only evolved as a hatred towards that person, it has evolved as hatred towards the self, towards herself, and the part of that body part. So that hatred has become tumor and sickness. When that engram was released, when that guilt was released, when she became pure, when the guilt has left her system, suddenly she came back to health. The system came back to health. Understand? So many pains and sufferings, physical and mental illnesses, we are storing in our system in the form of some engram. Not only diseases, even disorders, weight, obesity, overweight, obesity, or many other disorders, even those disorders are directly connected to some of our engrams, working on the first 4-layer engrams and releasing them, reliving them and relieving them will heal your system very powerfully. Understand? It is little strong method, little strong technique. But I tell you, it's at least 100 times powerful than any yoga, any kriya you can do. Because yoga or kriya heals, no doubt. It takes its own time. This is like directly attacking the root center, root cause of suffering. Yoga starts working on your physical body, exhausts all the tamasic engrams and heals you. Kriyas, the breathing techniques, they start working on your pranic layer, second layer, and releases the desire engrams, reduces the stress and starts healing. But this method, the meditation techniques, straight away works on your fourth layer. You can work only maximum up to fourth layer. Beyond that, your logic cannot travel, your effort cannot do anything. Beyond that, only the master's presence can do any job. Anyhow, you can work up to the fourth layer. The meditation technique straight away works up to the fourth layer and heals you. That is why it will be so powerful. You need complete involvement, interest. You need to put your whole attention and awareness into the technique. If you can go into it and come out, you will see miracles happening inside you. Understand? If you don't know the science of miracle, you will be making accidents. If you know how to use your inner space, you will be making miracles. If you don't know how to use your inner space, you will be making accidents. Both are beyond your logic. Miracle and accident, both are beyond your logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it miracle. If the effect is not desired by you, if it is not benefiting you, you call it as accident. In your inner space, if you know how to use, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is planned for miracles. If you don't know how to use, you will be constantly creating accidents because you will be attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, same frequency actions in your life. So, this is a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process. Understand? I don't even want to use the word meditation technique for what we are going to do today. Today we are going to do two things. One is process. Maybe the second one can be called as meditation. The first one cannot be called as meditation because it's more like reliving, going into all the things about which you are afraid, all the things which frightens you, facing them, living them, reliving them. I call this as relieving. Reliving is relieving. And we will enter into meditation technique. Very powerful technique which you can carry and practice in your home every day. Can anybody become the master, or he is the chosen one? Nobody else needs to choose you. You need to choose you, that's all. Understand, fortunately, masters are not chosen democratic way. Nobody need to vote for you. All you need to do is, you need to vote for you, that's all. You need to choose you. Nobody else need to choose you. Just decide consciously, from today, I am going to live the reality, the truth of my being. That is the decision. You have become master, that's all. I always tell people, when I say I became enlightened on a particular day, do not think something has happened in my system. Of course, something has happened, but that is not the actual main thing I want to convey. First thing, what happened? Very consciously I decided, let me live my enlightenment. Because I decided, as an after effect, as a side effect, something has started happening in my body and mind. But people are always thinking, first that experience should happen, then you will decide. No. First the decision has to happen, then experience happens. So nobody else needs to choose you. Just you choose yourself. That is the best thing. Fortunately, there is no election for choosing the masters. In yesterday's meditation, I felt strong concentration between the eyebrows and vibration in the spine. Is this normal? Yes. Wonderful. You really had a good meditation. Vibration in the spine means the part of the Kundalini energy gets awakened. That is good experience. Swamiji, I would like to know the purpose of our life, our world, our universe and our God. If you know the purpose of your life, all the other three will automatically you will be able to understand. If you know the purpose of, here you are asking, I wanted to know purpose of our life, purpose of our world, purpose of our universe and purpose of our God. Purpose of your life is purpose of universe. Purpose of the universe is purpose of God. It means purpose of your life is purpose of God. Be very clear. Find out the purpose of your life. You will be able to find out the purpose of God. But unfortunately, I cannot tell you the purpose of your life. One more important thing. Whatever you think as purpose of your life, you will attract that kind of universe around you. You will create that kind of world around you. You will be devoted to that kind of God. Understand? Purpose of your life decides purpose of your world, purpose of your universe, purpose of your God. You create all other three out of you. If your purpose is just money, you will create that kind of a corporate world around you. You will create that kind of a corporate universe. You will understand the whole universe as a company. The other day I was reading a wonderful article describing whole universe as a company, Global Earth Holdings. And the big boss never visited. And so many people are spending so much of their time and energy continuously to prove the existence of big boss as they understood, so that they can have command over the company. And it goes on and on. Some books say one day big boss is going to take away all of us and have a different company, much better company, going to allot, re-allot, reshuffle based on our actions, hell or heaven. And some scriptures say the guys who are wearing only your robe, your dress, are talking real, right, true things about big boss. Till the end, the confusion goes on and on and on. Nobody knows what color, what kind, what way the big boss and are, where he is. The whole world will look like a corporate company, will feel like universe. And you will be naturally attracted to God, who gives, or whom you believe will give money. So purpose of your life is going to decide purpose of your world, purpose of your universe, purpose of your God. If you are enlightenment based, if you feel purpose of your life is not money and enlightenment, suddenly you will see, you will attract that kind of society around you, that kind of universe around you, and that kind of God or whom you believe will give enlightenment. That God, you will feel connected or attracted towards that God. Or if you feel you want both money and enlightenment, then your universe will be that way. You will create that kind of world around you. You will feel attracted to that kind of God or divinity. So, I can say, purpose of your life is the main core thread. Find out that. Fortunately, I cannot teach you that. Only you have to find out. Here, first thing, my daughter aged about 26 years says she wants to become sannyasi. She is not accepting for marriage. Please kindly bless. When an individual soul wants something, we can only bless for that individual decision. See, nobody can interfere in individual freedom. If the person wants to marry, you can't make her a sannyasi. If she wants to become Swami, you can't make her get married. Whatever she wants, let that happen. Only that is the right blessing. I can give only that blessing. I think you also expect only that. Because here you say, please kindly bless my daughter. That's what you say. Means, what she wants, let her achieve. Successful. Let her be successful in that. That's what I can say. If life is a dream, how can a master appearing in the dream can pull you out of it? It's a very nice question. You are asking, if life is a dream, a master who is appearing in that dream, how can he pull me out of it? Understand? In the night, if you dream that a lion is chasing you, Simha Swapna, the lion is chasing you in the dream only. But that dream can pull you out of the dream. Simha Swapna can just make you wake up. If you see the lion in the dream, what do? You just wake up. That very fear, you come out of the fear. Just like how Simha Swapna can wake you up, Master who is happening in this dream can lead you to enlightenment. Master is a Simha Swapna. Understand? He is a Simha Swapna. He can just wake you up. Just wake up. Will the process of purification today bring you out of temporary negativity? Will bring you permanently out of negativity? Just go into it. When my master cleared my samskaras and take care of me, my only duty is to do what he has told me. Not all this confusion about the layers. It is too much for a stupid disciple like me. Surrendering to master is all I have done. Understand? Surrender the idea you are a stupid disciple. That is important thing. Here you have surrendered everything else except that idea that you are a stupid disciple. Surrender the idea you are a stupid disciple, then you will be able to understand whatever I said. You will not say, this is too much. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I will do whatever you say, but not all this meditation. What do you mean? Meditation is what I am saying you to do. So do that. Only then, otherwise it is self-contradictory. Surrender to me. Guru Bhakti is supposed to lead you to Atma Bhakti. That's the reason for Guru Bhakti. If you say, I am surrendered to you, but I am stupid, it is too much for me, then don't think you are surrendered to me. You surrendered many things, but not the idea you are stupid. Surrender that, you will realize the truth. Unique thing with the enlightened masters will be their immense practicality. With philosophers, that will be missing. Actually, to become philosopher, you don't need anything. You don't need intelligence. I can give you just 2-3 tips how to become philosopher. Talk all big problems in an elaborate way. Second, try to teach or give solutions which you can never practice or you are never able to practice. Third thing, an important thing, never end a book or end your statement with a clarity. These 2-3 ideas if you follow, you can become philosopher from today. I tell people, when people come and tell me, I have too much worries, what to do, Swamiji, I tell them just worry and suffer. Suffering will teach. They think I will give them some consolation. Consolation is the worst nonsensical thing to delay your growth. Just suffer. Suffering is powerful enough to teach. I have seen. Suffering is, see, either be intelligent and learn from master, or suffer, life will teach you, that's all. It's a little hard way, but no problem. Just suffer, life will teach. So, do not try to avoid suffering. When you decide, I had to suffer, then naturally you will see, even 1 or 2 simple teachings, your mind will start picking up and start practicing. Usually when people come and ask me, I'm worrying too much, give me some way. If I give them some meditation, they will say, oh, I don't know how to practice this meditation. And if I give them some proper technique, after 1 month they will come and tell, now I have one more worry, I am not able to practice meditation. They will only add more and more worries because their very tendency, basic structure is worrying. Nothing can be done. I tell them, just suffer. Just suffer. Then they start getting defended. What? How dare you tell me suffer? I will come out of suffering. I tell them, this is what I wanted, please come out. The problem is, if I back them up, see, the human beings have become such, anything if you have to do, it will start happening only with vengeance or challenging mood. We forgot doing something based on inspiration. Anything has to be done challenging. If I say just suffer, die, who cares? Then he says, who are you to tell me that? I will now come out. Only with a challenging mood, violence, we even come out of violence. Even to come out of violence, we need little violence. That's why I tell people, suffer, it's okay. Sometimes I make fun of people who are suffering, then immediately they come out of suffering. They just come out because they don't want anybody to make fun of their suffering. Sometimes it is good. During the course of your discourse, you said one can only reach the 4th stage, and beyond that one needs the bliss of Guru. I did not say bliss, presence of a Guru. Why is it so? Whether an ordinary person like me desires to achieve to go beyond 4th stage, is it possible even with mundane attachments? What do you think you are doing? Now have you given up everything to come and sit here? No. Now you can go into the 5th stage or beyond 4th stage. See, when I said that statement, it was a technical detail. Sometimes people think everything can happen just by their effort. Just to tell that way it does not happen, I told you. But otherwise, you don't need to do anything else much. Just work on this 4th state. You will see the 5th state will become automatically cleansed. Before even working on this 4th, already they started worrying about the 5th. I have always seen these people. Alright, to cleanse the 4th and work on the 4th, how many years it will take, I don't know. The moment there is something which I said you can't do, immediately where attention goes, it goes, no, I should do only that. I should do only that. That is why many times I tell, you can't do meditation. That is only for intelligent people. Immediately they start doing. They just want to prove. Anyhow. There is a question I am not even able to read. To seek, after that I am not able to read. There is a story I always tell. One guy gave an ad in the newspaper, local newspaper. We need a person as a manager, for manager post, who knows how to read and write French. One application came. I can read, but I can write, but I can't read. This guy was surprised. Who is this guy who says, I can write, but I can't read? He calls that guy for interview. That guy comes. This guy who is interviewing, he says, I want a manager who knows how to read and write French. This guy says, I already applied. I told you clearly in my application, I can write, but I can't read. This guy says, please write. He wrote something. This guy picked up and saw the paper. He is not able to understand anything. He said, what you wrote? Read and tell me. I don't understand. The guy who wrote, he said, I told you, I can only write. I can't read. So I think somebody like that wrote the question. They can only write. They can't read. I don't know what is the purpose of my life. I feel good to bring smiles on the face of needy people. But I don't know what is the purpose of my life. How to know that? I can tell you. First, bring smile on your face. That's the purpose of your life. Then let that smile overflow and bring smile on every other person's face. If you don't have smile on your face and you are trying to bring it on others' face, in the name of service, you will be expressing and you will be just putting your ego, imposing your ego on others. A small story. NCC teacher, he told all his NCC students, every day you guys should do one good activity and come back and report. One day 3 boys stood up and said, Sir, today we helped an old lady to cross the road. Teacher said, for that you don't need 3 students. 3 persons are not needed to make one lady cross the road. This guy said, yes sir, it took 3 persons because she doesn't want to cross. Understand? Many times your service ends in imposing your ego. So let you bring smile on your face, a deep contentment, settlement. I always tell people, if you can solve all the problems of your life just by your knowledge weapons, shastras, inner clarity with inner healing, then start doing service. First thing you need to do is solve your life by having the clarity about Jiva, Ishvara, Jiva, Jagat and Ishvara. Jiva is self, Jagat is world, Ishvara is God, source of world and self. Then start doing service. Till then, work intensely for this. How does one identify self-healing clarity? The self-healing clarity, the inner healing is so powerful. It will release so much of peace in you, clarity in you. Suddenly you will see the problem with which you are pondering, worrying, confusing, planning disappears. And you are in that restful awareness. You are in that deep state of rest. That is the way you can identify the inner healing. When I witness no thoughts, when mind is thinking, I can't witness. Mind can do only one thing at one time. How can I witness when thought is coming? Why are you creating problem? If you say when you witness there is no thoughts, just celebrate you are in thoughtless state. Enjoy, you are in thoughtless state. Why do you think you should have thoughts and you should witness? You are only creating more problem. If you think when you witness you don't have thoughts, that is what we want. Just be relaxed. Do not bother about thinking. Let you be constantly in the witnessing mood.
Somebody is asking, how do we practice these three techniques? In order, how long every day? The technique which I gave yesterday and which we are doing today, both you can use when needed. But the technique we are going to do tomorrow, that only I recommend you to do every day. Here is a wonderful question. A lot of what you speak and demonstrate is indeed true and sharply laser-like. However, in the Indian context, when you speak of tradition or a lack of practice of tradition, don't you think we have not understood tradition? Also, is there not a misuse of outer systems of tradition for power that have rendered our psychology and disempowered compartmentalizations of spiritual, material, sexual, all disconnected? First thing, I don't think the outer systems of traditions have been used or misused for power as much as you are told. Maybe any system, when it is used by an uninspired personality, the system will be misused. Any system. So in the spirituality also, maybe one or two uninspired people entered, and the system might have been misused by one or two people, but that does not mean the whole system is a failure, and you have been told too many times about that one or two mistakes. See, in any system, whether it is political or social or economical, in any system, the amount of abusal, misuse happening, even if you know, you don't go for alternative. And you are told very less amount of the mistakes and abusal happens in those systems. But unfortunately, about tradition and spirituality, I think you have been given too much of information about two small things. And you start thinking of replacing or alternative. That is where the difficulty starts. I do not think so much problem has happened as you are taught or told. Your teaching focuses on the divinity inside each one of us, that each one of us connect with our consciousness. Then how is it that your followers chant your name? How does that help? You have to ask them, not me. At least I don't chant. Two things. There are so many things related to this question. First thing, I don't feel connected to this name. That's the reason I don't bother, or I don't feel pride when they chant, or I don't feel that something like fulfilling when they chant. No. Second thing, maybe my name has become now a brand name for my philosophy. Understand? It's like if you remember a particular shop's name, you remember all the products available in the shop. Same way, for my disciples, maybe my name has become a center word for all the teachings which they received from me, to remind themselves all the teachings which they received from me. Maybe remembering my name will be useful sometime. That's the reason they may be using. That's all the reason I can find or I can analyze. More than that, only they can tell. If my teachings, if the repeating my name helps you to remember my teachings, then perfectly all right. Otherwise, don't do. Otherwise, better remember your name. That's good for you. If it helps you, inspires you to remember my teachings and experience, then you can remember my name. Don't bother. And another one thing, if you feel like remembering the name, remember. Otherwise, don't bother. Don't worry about why they are remembering. It is their headache. They may be feeling helped, and let them remember sometime. There's a beautiful incident in Ramana Maharshi's life. Every Saturday, in front of his presence, in his presence, they will chant Ramana Sadguru. Ramana Maharshi's name as a song,
he himself will sit and enjoy. Somebody, what kind of enlightened being you are? You are enjoying your own name being chanted. He says very beautifully, why are you reducing the great power Ramana just to this 6 feet body? Why are you reducing that great energy Ramana as just this 6 feet body? He says, it's a great power. It's a great energy. Just like you are all enjoying that name, I am also enjoying that name. So, you don't have to reduce that energy just to this 6 feet form. Same way you don't have to identify. Still, I don't sign my name. If people ask autograph, you will see, I'll be only writing the mantra which I used before my enlightenment. Because I didn't feel psychologically connected to my name, the name with which you are all calling. Because from the young age I had so many names. Parents called by one name, friends called by another name, nickname, and now then the disciples are calling by another one name. The initiating master, the master who initiates, he gave different name. So many different names. Somehow I did not feel connected to, psychologically feel connected. That's why even when people ask me to autograph, I only write the mantra which I used before enlightenment. Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy. Or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, a low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experience inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. Please get ready for initiation. Today we are going to enter into initiation. I am trying to express some truths. Understand, yesterday whatever I added is Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to the inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I am trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just two things. Do not sleep, not only closing the eyes, even with open eyes. Many times, like changing the channel, in the house you are trained, more than 5 minutes you don't sit in front of one channel. In 15 minutes you go one full round and come back. Some 30-40 channel you go around and come back. Same thing continues everywhere, even when you sit in the discourse. After 2-3 minutes you already change the channel. Your eyes may be open. You may be sitting here, but you change the channel. Either in the dream state or daydreaming state or almost sleeping state or just somewhere. Just today, please do not change the channel. And second thing, completely be relaxed, and the words which comes out of the enlightened inner space, just play with the understanding. Oh, yes, what he says sounds great. Even if it is sometime, it will give you an idea. Oh, if I start practicing this, what will happen to this, what will happen to that? The prejudiced, presupposed, hypothetical questions, if you can just push them aside. Yesterday I saw many questions. If this happens, what to do? If that happens, what to do? The if has no answer. You can suddenly say, if world disappears, if world is destroyed, what to do? What to do? Nothing can be done. That's all. That if has no answer. The if is just a cunning way of postponing the truth. Now, only these two things. Just do not change the channel. Second, just be relaxed. Go with the whole flow. Go with the whole expression. Suddenly you will see, somewhere it clicks. Somewhere it just clicks. That click is what I call initiation. Initiation does not mean chanting some special mantra in your ears or doing something special. It straight away means making you experience a solid truth, giving you a clear inner space and confidence to live the truth. In Vedantic tradition, we have 3 words, beautiful words. Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana means intense listening. Manana means internalizing, contemplating. Nididhyasana means living. May I request you not to photograph or videograph? The problem is, they video record part and they say this is what I taught. Not only video recording, even when you go out and speak, people ask me, Swamiji, can we teach this meditation to others? You are free to teach. Knowledge is free. Understand? You are free to teach. Not only, I always tell knowledge is free. All these meditation techniques which I taught, everything is printed and published in book form. It's available in book form. All I request is only one thing. Please teach completely. Do not teach off and say that I taught all this. That is the only thing. So, this recording also, the same problem. They record some in between. And it does not represent exactly. That is the reason I request you. Initiation means the great truths, mantrayate, the words which leads you to the truth, the clear path which leads you to the truth. If it is experientially transmitted, at least one glimpse, then initiation has happened. Then you are initiated. Many doubt, when I use the word initiation, there will be so many doubt. I am already initiated by some guru. Can I have initiation? If I get initiated, can I go to some other gurus and learn something? Everything is perfectly alright, nothing wrong. I always tell people, go to all gardens and pluck flowers and make a beautiful garland for you. It's not like shop, if you go there, don't come here. If you come here, don't go there. Nothing like that. Our ego is such, if it is beaten by 10, 12 gurus, only then it will die. It won't die just by something which you learn from one person. So nothing wrong. Learn all best things from all sources and enrich your life. It is no way connected to any of the olden understanding you have about initiation. Initiation is just transmitting the authentic experiential clarity which happened into your inner space. Many times, when I start the initiation, I've seen people sitting, what does it mean by initiation? How is this going to help? How is this going to change? After all, few more words. That's the usual mentality. And especially when I give such a big introduction about initiation, people think, oh, he's wasting too much time on introduction. Why not enter into meditation, enter into initiation? The big problem is, whether you believe it or not, it takes at least half an hour for you to start listening to somebody. First half an hour, you will be preparing your replies. Usually conversation never starts till half an hour. Till half an hour, the listening never starts. It is just monologue will be happening. Just somebody talking and you will not be, either you will not be listening. If you are listening, you will be just preparing your answers. That's the reason I'm just preparing the mind. Unconsciously also you will be ready to receive these great truths, to receive the initiation, to receive the click. The click. Which word is responsible? Which moment the click happened, you will not know. But suddenly, once the expression of truth is over, you will see, you feel it. Yes, it is true. I am seeing it. It is true. So, just be prepared for initiation, entering into the truths. Let me express a main word, key word. I can call this word as Mahavagya. Mahavakya, the word which you need to completely understand. Maybe modern day Mahavakya. The word is unclutched. Be unclutched. That is the Mahavakya. Now, let us try to analyze, understand and internalize this one truth. One Mahavakya. We have beautiful different Mahavakyas in Vedic tradition. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. So many wonderful Mahavakyas. Ayamanma Brahma, Prajnanam Brahmam, Sarvangalvidam Brahmam. These are all different Mahavakyas. Be unclutched. What do I mean by the word? Being unclutched. Let me try to explain it with a simple diagram. How continuously our mind is working and how we are clutching, connecting and creating a life or suffering. How we are creating the ignorance or depression. Let me describe. Then you will be able to understand what do I mean by the word unclutching. Please come back if you have changed the channel in between. Now it is time. We enter into the Satya, the truth. The real experience of Atato Brahma Jignasat happening. Means let us inquire into the reality. and have courage to go into the experience wherever the reality leads. How our mind works, how we create thoughts and how we give meaning to it and how we experience life. A simple diagram. I'll try to explain. For example, the thoughts are happening in your system. These are all different thoughts. I'm just trying to give kind of a diagram. Different shape, different size, different length or different width, different kinds of thoughts. Sometimes thought is about some joyful experience which you had. Sometimes some suffering which you had, or sometimes some guilt thoughts, or sometimes again some joyful memories, sometimes some painful memories, then again some depressing memories, sometimes again then some suffering, different thoughts. If you just do a simple experiment, just for 5 minutes, if you write whatever comes without editing, as it is, whatever goes inside, without editing, as it is, and read that page again, suddenly you will realize you are nothing but a bunch of unconnected, independent, illogical, unclutched thoughts. Please understand. The thinking flow which is happening inside you is not logically connected. For example, if you see a dog in the street, suddenly you will remember the dogs which you have seen when you were a child, or the dogs about which you used to be afraid. You are frightened. Then you will remember your childhood days. Then you will remember the teacher under whom you studied. Then you will remember the place where the teacher stayed. The thought chain, the link will go on. But there is no logical connection between the dog which you saw in front of you in the street and the teacher with whom you studied when you were young. Of course, both of them barked at you, shouted at you. There is no logical connection. Suddenly from where the mind moves to where, there is no logical connection. If you study deeply, when you go back to your house, try this experiment just for 5 minutes. Just for 5 minutes, keep alarm, pen down whatever comes. If you think no thoughts are coming, write that also. Whatever goes inside, like the West, they have a Dragon software. All the doctors use for medical transcription. Whatever you speak, it will transcribe. I also use some time for writing books. If your mind is connected to a Dragon software, how it will transcribe? Transcribe the same way. Whatever goes on inside, with the same kind of grammatical errors, or same accent, or the same pronunciation, or same words, even if it does not make any sense, just pen down. Suddenly you will see you are nothing but a bunch of independent, illogical, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. You do not know why particular thought is raising after a particular thought. There is no logical reason. There is no logical reason. Just something arises, and then next something else is arising, Next, something else is arising. Thoughts are flowing. Words are flowing. When you are aware, usually, sometimes suddenly you will become aware of your body and your existence. At those moments, any thought which flows in front of you becomes your life. You start giving attention to it, either to fulfill or to escape. Understand? It's like a projector light is there. Any slide which is kept in front of that projector light is seen as the reality in the screen. One problem is this: in your inner space, the projector light is not continuously on. It just comes and goes, comes and goes. Whenever you are not aware of your existence, many times, even though your eyes are open, even though your body is moving, you will not be aware of your existence. You can see in your life, you will get into your car in your house, drive for half an hour. Only after you reach the office, park the car, and when you come out of the car, suddenly you will realize, oh, I finished my driving. Office come. I reached office. You would have taken 200 decisions in that half an hour. Right, left, giving brake, stopping for signal, but you are not aware of your existence. That is why you don't remember all these decisions you took and all these things happened in you. Means those few moments, the projector light was off. Any slide which was moving in front of it is not part of your life. Again, for no reason, the light comes on. When the light is on, when you are aware that you exist, whatever thought moves in front of you, they become your part. They become your life. Understand? It's a very subtle truth. Your life is totality of all the thoughts moving in front of you. But unfortunately, many times, many major decisions, thoughts, the life-changing incidents happens when you are not aware. It's like this film which moves when the projector light was off. That also is part of your life, part of your biography. But unfortunately, you are not aware of the scenes, decisions, thoughts which went on, which contributes to your life, which is also part of your life just because the light is off. Every single moment which passes in your life without you being aware of this moment of your presence is suffering. Either directly or indirectly, it will add to suffering. Either directly you will invite or indirectly you will create a situation for the suffering. It's a very important thing. How? When you turn your cars, the indicators blink. Same way, your consciousness also blinks. You do not know when it is on, when it is off. If you just see the thought flow in front of you, suddenly you will realize, oh God, all these things are going on in me. Then what is going on inside me? I myself do not know where I am heading. I myself do not know what is happening in me. Here, understand this diagram, then we will see more deeper and deeper truths. First, I wanted all of you to understand, you are not aware of all the decisions, all the thoughts moving inside you, inspiring you to live the way in which you are living, inspiring you to think the way in which you are thinking, inspiring you to be the way you are. You are not aware, but constantly we believe we are aware. That is the first illusion. That is the first illusion. The second, whenever I say this point, people get frightened. People feel frightened. Oh God, already I have enough suffering. Now he is adding one more suffering and one more fear that I do not know where I am heading. Understand? I am not adding suffering. I am just helping you to experience, open up to the reality. One more thing, opening up to reality, even though it feels like suffering in the initial level, will always lead you to the joy and bliss. Because Sat, by its very nature, is Chit. Sat means the truth. By its very nature is Chit, means power, consciousness. And Ananda, bliss. By its very nature, Sat leads to Chit and Chit leads to Ananda. Even though in the initial level it feels like a little more responsibility, little more load. Now itself already many of your mind would have decided, no. What he says may be right, that I am not aware of everything happening in front of me, but I can't become aware of everything happening in front of me. Oh, living in the present moment, being aware of whatever is going on, that and all is not for me. I tried many times, Swamiji, you don't know how many techniques I tried. Understand, we are not that dumb as we think. We are not that dumb as we think. We have huge possibility, huge potentiality. Maybe the right initiation has not happened, the right click has not happened. So don't close the file. No, I tried many times. You don't know how many gurus I went and how many techniques I tried. There are many people, I call them professional seekers. Their profession is seeking. Anywhere, any board, any Swami, any Guru, any saint, any Baba, any Mahatma, any Amma, anybody, they will be there. Not for learning, just for judging. What he is teaching, let me see. People come to me and ask me, I know everything, Swami, just give me in essence what extra you can add to me. I tell them, please, sorry, I don't know anything extra to add you. I can only remove something from you. What you think as knowledge, I can remove that so that the truth can happen. Please do not come to the decision, no, he's again, I think, going to teach living in the present moment. I know, I tried many times, it does not work out, and even if it works out, sometime it goes away. No, I am not going to teach you in living in the present moment. Because you are living, why should I teach? Even if you are suffering about your past, you are suffering in the present. Even if you are worrying about your future, you are worrying in the present. So you are in the present. I am not going to teach you to be in the present. All I am doing is trying to take away some ideas which you think as your mind. The first truth is you are not aware of all the things which is happening in front of you. You do not remember your biography as it happened. That is the first truth. You remember only as you want it. People ask me. Many times I tell them, if your thought per second, TPS, I call it TPS, thoughts per second, if it comes down, you will have clarity about your past and future. They tell me, what? About past, already I have clarity. Why should I have clarity about my past by bringing the TPS down? Now itself I know my past. No. Please understand, you don't know your past. You don't remember, recollect, the past as it happened. You recollect only as you want it, not as it happened. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, I use the word we because sometimes people think that the word you means too condescending. That's the reason I use the word we. The problem is, the public place, you can neither use we nor use you. If I say you, somebody feels condescending. If I use the word we, if you also have the same problem, how can you teach me? That is a big problem. Anyhow, because I don't have any other word, better to use the word we. What usually we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, some death. This is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people. just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought, different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears, it's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid, you don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know, today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. Your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done. In those days, only during marriage, the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce, she should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft neither we can break the pain shaft nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Just try to elongate the joyful moments. Try to hold on. If some joy happens, try to hold on to that experience. It won't stay. Not only that, try to reproduce the same ambience, same people, same place, same thing, everything, even the same temperature again. You will not have that same joy. Addiction means believing that joy or ecstasy came due to some object or person or situation, and trying to reproduce the same thing again and again, even though the same joy or experience does not come back again. Understand? This is the definition of addiction. Trying to elongate the joy shaft by recreating or reproducing or again bringing the same persons, situations or incidents or the happenings in your life. If you try, knowing that same joy is not coming is what I call addiction. Anything. Some people are addicted to partying. Some people are addicted to smoking. Some people are addicted to drinking. Some people are addicted even to newspaper reading, especially the violent things. You do not know how much of violence we are swallowing. Understand? The more and more violence you swallow, you will become aware only if the violent pictures are moving in front of you. Means the projector light which is inside you, the awareness that you exist, will come to life only when the violent thoughts crash in front of you. Because whatever you cherish, it's like alarm clock. You tell yourself, oh, I cherish this kind of thoughts. When those kind of thoughts are coming in front of my mind, please wake me up. It's an automatic alarm clock. If you are enjoying lustful thoughts, whenever lustful thoughts cross your system, you will come to the awareness, I exist. If you are enjoying violence, whenever the violent thoughts come in your system, you will come to life, that I exist. If you come to life, that I exist, the thoughts will get strengthened and empowered. If you empower a particular thought again and again, when those thoughts cross your inner space, you will come back to life. It will become vicious circle. This is what I call vicious circle. You empowering negativity and negativity bringing you back to life. You empowering again the more negativity and the more negativity bringing you to life and excitement. That is why if you start cherishing violence, please understand, if you start cherishing violence, you don't have to reach hell, you are in hell. Even if you reach, you won't find any difference. You won't find any difference. See, I am not talking about getting the informations about life, some accident, some murder. These are all knowing about life, to be safe. That is not I am talking about. Many times we enjoy violence, reading tabloids and seeing violent things in the media, especially reading tabloids. It's called letters, they call it selling violence. Very strong words are there. I don't want to use those strong words. Selling violence. The other day I was reading an article, very scientifically, with the scientific data and statistics. They say, in any city, if the boxing competition or boxing programs happen, what do you call in India? Same boxing. Fighting. This kind of programs happen, the public programs. I think in India it doesn't happen. The West it is very common. Boxing fighting happens. Within 30 days, the crime rate of the city goes up by 30%. You'll be surprised. Same way, the other study, if a group of people meditate sitting in the center of the city, within 30 days, 67% crime rate comes down. It's done by one of the leading organization teaching meditation, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi's TM group. They have done this research in so many cities and proved it. Anyhow, see, they can afford to have this boxing, these violent programs because they have infrastructure to control the society, to manage the society. There is no county, there is no village without police station. If you just call 911, in USA within 3 minutes, you will see a cop standing in front of your home to take care of you, attend you. We can't afford to copy, duplicate, bring the same violence in our society. Our country is running because of Ramayana and Mahabharata, not by any law enforcement force. With all our infrastructure, we can maintain only a small percentage of our country. Our country runs by cosmic constitution, the eternal cosmic constitution. We call it Sanatana Dharma. So we can't afford to break it. I want all our intellectuals to understand. Please understand. The Indian intellectuals should understand. We can't afford to break our dharma. We don't have a replacing infrastructure if we dump our dharma. We don't have something to replace and maintain the social balance if we are going to dump our dharma. We are swallowing too much of violence. Too much of violence, too much of these tabloid ideas. I've seen. See this, if you see the people who read these weekly tabloids, these idiotic things, you will see very low level consciousness. They will be constantly attracting accidents in their life, suffering in their life, because they are just waiting for painful incidents that gives them excitement. Kind of a very beautiful example by Ramana Maharshi. The dog will try to bite the dry bone, biting, the bone will poke the mouth. From its own mouth the blood will come out. The dog will think that blood is coming from the bone and drink the blood, enjoy the blood. Exactly same thing happens in you when you swallow violence, when you eat violence, when you are digesting violence. Save yourself from violence. Understand, not just by the physical violence, even the psychological violence which is constantly getting added into the society, into our system by too many sources. If violence excites you, you will be waiting for that kind of incidents in your life. If pain excites you, if you believe life is pain shaft, you will be waiting for that kind of incidents in your life and strengthen your belief. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea, last 9 years I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years, now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression, now you know for sure next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Then naturally then you say, no, Swamiji, I am in depression, please do something. My presence cannot help. Only your presence can help you. Your presence only can help you. Nothing else can be done. Same way, the pain. People come and tell me, Swamiji, last 20 years I have knee pain. No, it cannot be. Please understand, it cannot be. I am not disrespecting you or adding more suffering to you by saying all problems are in your head. No, I am not disrespecting you. I am just telling you the truth. All problems are in your head. Please understand, I am not disrespecting you by saying, I am just stating the truth. The knee pain which you experienced 2 years ago, the knee pain which you experienced 1 year ago, the knee pain which you experienced 2 months ago, the knee pain which you experienced 2 hours ago are independent experiences. When you connect them and see, you stop the possibility of self-healing. Please understand. You stop the possibility of self-healing. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Have you heard the story in those days? A young age, one woodcutter was there, he was cutting a tree near the river, and his axe fell in the water. One goddess appeared and she brought a golden axe and asked, is it yours? He said, no. Then she brought silver. She asked, is it yours? He said, no. Then she brought his axe made out of iron. She asked, is it yours? He said, yes, it is mine. Then she is very pleased and she handed over all the three. You would have heard the story. Understand, in that story, it is okay. But I wanted to tell you the extension of the story. Now second edition has come. Same hunter was cutting the tree on the same river. He was being assisted by his wife. Suddenly, by mistake, the wife fell in the river. And the goddess appeared, brought a beautiful woman. Young, beautiful. Then the wife. And I asked, is she your wife? This guy said, yes. And goddess got very annoyed. And she got angry. How dare you, greedy fellow? Last time with the axe, you told the truth. But now with the wife, you are telling the lie. He says, no, you don't understand my problem. Last time you asked, first gold, then silver, then my axe. When I said it is mine, you gave all three. Now again, if you give 3 women to me, what will I do? I know with one what suffering I am going through. That is the reason I took precautionary steps. I just wanted to stop with one. Anything is okay, but just send one, not second. Anyhow, just like how the goddess is asking, something better than yours, is it yours? Same way, every time, the Parashakti is asking, is this your new body? She is creating new body, the nature, the self-healing energy which resides in you. That is what is Parashakti, your mother's part, understand? The energy which is inside your body and rejuvenates yourself is the part contributed to you by your mother. It's from your mother, Parashakti. Your mother is a representation of the cosmic mother. So when cosmic mother comes and says, is this new intestine is yours? You say, no, bring my old one. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. One important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. Here, when you connect all the painful incidents and create a pain shaft, you create an enemy who does not exist and start fighting with him. You see, understand? I am repeating some of the words again and again because suddenly you might have changed the channel for the sake of people who are tuning in just now. CNN I have seen, they read the news, suddenly they'll say, welcome to the people who are tuning in just now, headlines once more. That's the reason I am reading the headlines again and again. If it is little boring, please bear with me. I am repeating so that it can enter into the system. Somebody asked Buddha, why are you repeating the same thing for 40 years? He says, if you would have heard first time, why do you think I will repeat second time? The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months, you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or, I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with a person. You live with a concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, either pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing. Between every thought, there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. Understand? Some of these important truths. Now we are coming to the initiation part. Any thought may suddenly click with you. God, yes, that is what is going on in me. That is what I am doing. One important truth. Even if you want, even if you try consciously, you cannot possess, sit, catch your suffering. Understand? It's a very important truth. Even if you try to catch, you cannot catch your suffering. Because continuously your suffering is also replaced by different thoughts. One person came and asked me an important thing. Swamiji, I am suffering with lustful thoughts. Please give me some solution. I told him, just sit half an hour Your mind should not go anywhere else. Meditate just on lustful thoughts. Think only lustful thoughts. No other thoughts allowed. In 10 minutes he opened his eyes and said, I am not able to concentrate on lustful thoughts, Swamiji. I said, what are you talking? You told me just now you are haunted by those thoughts. I asked you to meditate on it. Just be with it. Now you are saying your mind is not staying on those thoughts. Your mind is going somewhere else. Understand? Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. Am I right? You can have only one thought at a time. The moment some other thought is coming in your inner space means the earlier thought has lost its power or influence over you. Am I right? Please come with me. Every statement. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. The moment a new thought has come inside your system, the old thought has lost its power or influence over your system. For example, the moment you decide to stand up and leave, you renounce the thought of sitting and listening. The moment you renounce the thought of standing and leaving, you decided to sit and listen. It's like the moment you stand up, you renounce the thought of sitting. The moment you decide to sit down, you renounce the thought of standing up. Any thought which comes in you newly replaces the old thought. The old thought loses its power or influence over you by new thought. Am I right? One person came and asked me, Swamiji, I am haunted by death fear. I have so much fear about losing my wealth and about my death. Give me some solution. Please remove my fear. I told him, please have a cup of coffee. He said, what do you mean, Swamiji? I said, just think of having a cup of coffee and have a cup of coffee. He said, what is there? How can that help me? I told, the moment you are able to think of having a cup of coffee or decide to have a cup of coffee, the fear, that fear which is haunting your inner space has left your inner space. Am I right? Unless the death fear which is haunting his inner space leaves his inner space, he cannot think of having a cup of coffee. Am I right? So naturally, a simple thought to have a cup of coffee can remove the so-called powerful death fear. That guy said, no, Swamiji, it looks too simple. But the death fear comes back, what should I do? If it comes back, have one more cup of coffee, that's all. No, you don't understand how seriously I am talking. You are playing with me. I said, I am not playing. Just simple thing. Understand? Just simple understanding. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. The moment a new thought comes, it means the old thought has lost its power over you. Otherwise, new thought cannot come inside. Otherwise, the old thought cannot be replaced. If the old thought is so strong, it will just multiply and sit on you. It won't leave your inner space. The moment a new thought comes, it means the old thought has lost its power over you, it has left you. Only because of that, a new thought can come inside. So the moment you can have a thought to have a cup of coffee or a cup of water, the so-called death fear has already left you. He is not able to understand. He said, no. It cannot be so simple. I am really having fear, Swamiji. It comes back. I told him, now you know the method how to replace the death fear once, then do the same thing again and again, that's all. He said, no, it comes back. Once I can drink cup of coffee, next time what to do? Have a cup of buttermilk, that's all. No, it comes back third time. Have a cup of water, that's all. Understand, any thought which comes inside your inner space newly replaces the old thought, even if it was worst fear, even if it was worst depression, even if it was worst suffering, even if it was worst attachment, even if it was lust, anything it can be, anything it may be. The new thought happening in you proves your inner space is now replaced by a new thought. The old thought has lost its power over your inner space. Any thought which can lose its power over your inner space, why are you afraid of it? Why should you be afraid of it? Constantly we are carrying the fear that we will not be able to conquer our fear. We are carrying the fear we will not be able to go beyond our attachment. We are carrying the fear we will not be able to go beyond our suffering. Understand an important thing. This is what I call click, the initiation. If a thought can be replaced, if a thought can leave your inner space once, it means it can again and again removed as many number of times as it comes. That's all. People tell me, no, how many times I can replace? What is there? Every time when it comes, have a cup of water in front of you, sip once and keep it. Just play with your mind, tease your mind till it stops. Tease your mind till it stops. It may look very funny. No, it looks too simple. How can this be done? I may look like a mad person. Nothing wrong. Looking is perfectly all right than being. Looking is nothing wrong than being. Understand simple truth. If a new thought can replace the old thought, then naturally no thought can occupy and possess and torture your inner space eternally. This is what is the click. This is what is the basic truth. Just one thought, a cup of water. The thought to have a cup of water can replace the so-called powerful death fear from you. It can be replaced. It means what? All you need is cup of water to conquer your fear. All you need is cup of coffee to conquer your lust. But mind says, no, it is not that easy. No, Swamiji. It comes back, what to do? It again comes back. If it comes back, you also again come back. You also again stand up. Understand, if you can replace 10 times, the 11th time thought will not come. The frequency will come down. The frequency will come down. Fortunately, you have a pure inner space which does not get corrupted by the flowing thoughts. An important thing. You have, fortunately, a screen which does not get burnt by the burning scene. If you project a burning scene on the screen through the film, will the screen be burnt? No. Same way, fortunately, you have an inner space, pure inner space, which does not get corrupted, polluted, or get possessed by a particular idea or a thought. Understand? This understanding deeply can completely liberate you from all the sufferings you create for yourself. It can bring tremendous self-healing into you, tremendous freedom to you, and tremendous courage and confidence. See, now, if any fear arises in you, what you need to do? Cup of coffee. Cup of coffee. And one more thing, immediately mind will question, no, if I handle all fears like this, what will happen if my property is taken away? Who will maintain my family? Don't bother. You have an innate intelligence, which I call prarabdha, powerful enough, capable enough to manage your life using your body and mind. All you need to do is stop creating the sufferings which you are creating. That's all. Please be very clear. Life does not happen because of you. Life happens in spite of you. Life happens in spite of you, not because of you. Come back and clutch again and again. Do not clutch the thoughts and create meaning. Give meaning to it. Unclutch again and again. Come back and rest. You may say, how to unclutch? I don't know. I don't think I can unclutch from my mind. This very thought, I don't think I can unclutch from my mind. You already unclutched, because this new thought can come only if the old thought leaves you. Fear can come only if the lust leaves. Lust can come only if the fear leaves. You can have a thought to have a cup of water only if the fear leaves. You can have a thought to have a cup of coffee only if the suffering leaves. The moment you are able to think that I should have a cup of coffee, already the so-called suffering has left. If that is sitting inside your inner space, how can you have a new thought? You can't. Understand? Handle your enemy one at a time. If you think, no, it's a long story, you don't know Swamiji, I tried 1000 techniques, I can teach you many more techniques, nothing works. And my mind is not that simple as you think. Maybe your mind is simple, that is how it worked. Please understand, even in foolishness, we are not in peak. That's one of the important truths we need to understand. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No, it is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear, you cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove, you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hate. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough to unclutch and to rest. One important thing. Whenever any fear, any unsolvable problem comes, all you need to do from today is have a cup of water. That's all. And just say, that's all. Your mind will get little perturbed and shaken. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. And once you have replaced means, you can start laughing at it. I was afraid of you for so many years. I was getting shaken by you for so many years. I was getting frightened by you for so many years. All it takes to push you out is a glass of water, a cup of coffee, nothing else. A thought to have a cup of coffee, a thought to stand up is more than enough to remove the worst suffering from your inner space. Whatever can be. It looks too simple. That is why the problem is, Because it looks too simple. People come and tell me, no, Swamiji, it cannot be so simple. I think you missed somewhere, Swamiji. Really, people think, hey, he's too young, maybe he knows only few things, that's what he's teaching. Now that is the problem. Understand, truth is simple. Truth is simple. There is a beautiful traditional song, oh, so difficult to be a devotee of Shiva. Ramana Maharshi sang a very beautiful song. He says, no, so easy, the enlightenment science. So easy. I tell you, it is neither difficult nor easy. Even if I say it is easy, there is little difficult. It is not even easy, it is constantly happening in you. Don't you understand? Every moment a new thought is replacing the old thought. Why are you afraid that you will bring your old thought back? It's like trashing your emails and bringing it back from a trash can. You just bring it back from trash. Just now you trashed it, you deleted, and it has went to it has gone. Now you again go into the trash and try to bring that email back. Relax. Constantly, your thoughts are getting replaced. This itself shows nothing can possess your inner space. Nothing can overpower you. Nothing can overrule you. You have independence, intelligence to replace any suffering. You have freedom to replace any fear. You have freedom to replace any negativity. Understand? It's a very simple truth. Very simple truth. This is what I call unclutching. If you can understand this one truth and connect with this, if this one truth clicks, this can destroy the root of ignorance, the root of mind. Nothing else is needed. Nothing else is needed. And one more important thing, nothing else can work. Please understand, nothing else can work. Anything you try to do by creating new thought, creating new idea, people come and tell me, Swamiji, I want to escape from my suffering, should I chant some mantra? I tell them that will become one more suffering. No, really. I have seen people chanting Ramakrishna, 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 Ramakrishna. And in between, hey, have you purchased the vegetables? What happened to our market? Did you bring the accounts? Ramakrishna, 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 Ramakrishna. Understand, many times, when you try to repeat something, you create a new shaft. People feel offended. How can you say mantra japa does not help? I am not saying it does not help. Of course, let me tell you openly, it does not help. I just thought I will be socially polite, but let me be open. The satya is much better and much more important than being socially polite. Understand, I tested it in my life. For 10 years, not with one mala, I will have 2 mala. If I finish 1 mala, 1 round, I will push 1 bead. By that 108, 108. By the time I finish this mala, I would have chanted 10,008 times. I have done enough. I tell you, that only creates one more guilt. You are not able to do mantra continuously. Because by the time you move the next bead, already one thought has come. If somebody records what happens inside your system, Ramakrishna, move the next bead, Ramakrishna, move the next bead, Ramakrishna, move the next bead. That's what is going on inside. That is what is going on inside. Oh, I think I chanted too many times. Let me count. I know, because I have done it. Not only that, I have always seen people, when they close and with closed eyes, they will start counting the beads. After some time, slowly they will touch it, the other hand, and see how long it is going to take. Is it going to take 5 more minutes or 3 more minutes where the bead is there? Let me tell you, it's from my experience. Understand, an important truth. Do not try to create one more shaft. Just realize the shaft which you believe exists does not exist. That's all. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to understand. And rest in that unclutched awareness. Nirvigalpa Satya. Let me explain exactly what is unclutching. When you sit for meditation, when you sit silently, you will see so many thoughts coming up. Do not connect all of them and give a meaning to it. The moment you give meaning to the words, either you will try to suppress or you will try to execute. Either you will try to go behind them or you will try to suppress them. Understand? Creating a thought is Brahma's work. Maintaining a thought by going behind it is Vishnu's work. Trying to destroying a thought is Rudra's work. If you stop doing all these three work, you will become Parabrahma. That's all. Creation, maintenance, destruction. Relax from all three. Relaxing from all three is what I call unclutching. Let me give you one more detail or a very strong truth. When a thought arises in you, instead of giving meaning to it, just unclutch, means just relax to the source. When a thought arises, if you start giving meaning to it, what you will do, either you will try to do what the thought says, or you will try to suppress, hey, don't come, wait, I am going to meditate. Don't do both. Instead of putting your attention towards the meaning of the sound, just see the source of the sound. That's all. Then your mind will say, no, I am feeling bored. I am feeling bored is one more thought. Why are you clutching? You see, how will you have the idea that you are feeling bored? The boredom which you experienced 10 years ago, the boredom which you experienced 9 years ago, the boredom which you experienced yesterday are independent experiences. Why are you connecting all of them and giving that idea boredom? Only when you connect all of them and give the idea that this is what is boredom, now you will think, yes, I am having the same experience, I am having boredom. Do not connect and clutch and see. Just see. If your mind says, I am feeling bored, just say, what is boredom? Let me not give some meaning out of my past clutching. Let me see, what do you mean by the word boredom? Let me see how it feels like. Let me see how it feels like. Attend your enemy one thought at a time. If you think all thoughts put together is your enemy, you empowered your enemy. Always understand, when you work with your enemy, divide and rule. If you think all your enemies are gathered together, you will start having all unnecessary fears. Your enemies are not that intelligent as you think always. This is one of the important sutra. Understand? Even in your life. Your enemies are not that intelligent and cooperative, understanding as you think. Just like you, they will also have problem among themselves. Your mind, if you think your mind is your enemy, do not empower it by saying it is a one single huge organism. No. Handle it one thought at a time. One thought at a time. Because in your hand you have only one weapon. Means you have only one thought. One thought is one weapon. With one weapon, one thought, how will you handle 10,000 thoughts? No, you can't. So break your mind also. Tell your mind, come one at a time. We will face to face. We will see face to face. Face every single thought. Unclutch from every single thought. Your mind will say, no, half an hour I unclutched. Now again thoughts are coming. The unclutching happened 30 minutes ago, the unclutching happened 20 minutes ago, the unclutching happened 10 minutes ago, are totally different individual experiences. Why are you connecting all those unclutching and feeling that this unclutching and that unclutching is same? No. This moment, what is happening in me is an independent experience. A very subtle truth, please understand. You need to put your whole attention, your whole energy, your whole awareness. Only then the click will happen. If the click happens, you are blessed. Because this very single click can be used as a key for so many difficulties and problems in your life. It will revolutionize the way in which your mind functions, the way in which you make decisions, the way in which your fears threaten you, your desires drive you crazy. The whole thing will be reorganized. The whole thing will be revolutionized. If you know any big idea or goal which drives you crazy can be replaced just by a thought of having a cup of coffee, will you have respect for that goal? Will you have respect for that ideal? Suddenly you will see what all you thought as goal does not have any more power over your inner space. You say, no, that and all is really needed for life. I don't want to leave this, I don't want to leave that. You may try to catch here, there. But what to do? Even if you try to catch, it is leaving, it is slipping. How long you will try to catch a river which is flowing? You can't. Suddenly you will see a non-moving, immovable, the authentic self arises in you. That is what I call living enlightenment. Living enlightenment. Understand? An authentic being which does not need your mind to operate your body is what I call living enlightenment. Your being does not need your mind to run your body. If your mind is constantly staying inside you, it is just because of your fear. What will happen to me? How will my body run if my mind leaves me? You do not understand. If your mind leaves you, your life will happen in a much better way, in a much more intelligent way, because your mind is culprit. Your thinking is problem. Your dilemma is suffering. Your movement is depression. When you sit, if thoughts are raising, just remember, let me unclutch. Just unclutch. I am not going to empower this thought by following or by fighting. Let me unclutch. Again in 2 seconds, one more thought will come. Again, let me unclutch. After a few minutes, you will see continuously you are repeating a thought, unclutching, I am unclutching, I am unclutching. They unclutch from that too. The moment you remember, you immediately unclutch. Unclutch from the very idea about you. Understand? You have two identity. The identity which you carry and show to the outer world as you are. See, how you wanted world to know you. And the identity which you project to the outer world. That is called ahankara. And another identity which you carry in you, which you believe as you inside your heart. Which you feel as you inside your heart. This is called mamakara. Your whole life is nothing but a fight between ahankara and mamakara. How you want to project you and how you believe as you. What you want to project you and what you believe as you. Your whole life is nothing but the fight between these two identity. Ahankara, how you project you, will always be much more than what you are. Superiority complex. Mamakara, what you believe as you, will always be much lower than what you are. Inferiority complex. Your whole life is nothing but the suffering between this inferiority and superiority. Tug of war. Whether the thoughts are related to inferiority or superiority, neither give life nor suppress them. Just unclutch. Just unclutch. Now the fear, important fear comes. If I constantly unclutch, who will run my life? Understand, your prarabdha with which you created your body, that's what I call biomemory. Your biomemory is intelligent enough to run your body and maintain your infrastructure and expand your wealth. Trusting this truth is what I call bhakti. When Krishna says, Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana pariyubasade desham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam vahamyakam. Whoever resides in me, remembering constantly me, their needs and comforts, I myself bring and see that things stays with that person. Understand? This assurance he gives for the people who have the fear of unclutching and relaxing. I tell you, just try for 10 days. I'm not saying try for whole life. Try for 10 days. Try unclutching for 10 days. If your balance sheet does not increase, forget about me and my technique. Forget about. You will see it straight away adds to your life. Nothing will be reduced. Nothing will be taken away. Your clarity, your profession, your relationship, your health, everything will be added. 10 days, try this unclutching. Constantly unclutch. Whether you are eating, sleeping, driving. Of course, while you drive, don't close your eyes. Constantly try to unclutch. If it does not improve your life, then forget about it. Don't bother. I tell you, you will never miss it. I have seen how it just transforms your life. Don't have these hypothetical fears. Mind exists based on hypothetical fears. If you look into the hypothetical fears, mind will disappear. Mind will disappear. Do not entertain the hypothetical fears of your mind. Just try for 10 days. When I say this, I am responsible for these words. Understand? I know it is getting recorded. I am responsible for what I am talking. Just try 10 days this unclutching. I assure, I have seen, it only adds your health, adds to your wealth, adds to your well-being, and adds to your relationship. Only your fear creates an idea, no, if I do, who will pay my bills, who will run my life? You will run your life in a much better way when you are unclutched. You pick up a few thoughts here and there, like a conveyor belt. If the conveyor belt is going on, you pick up whatever you need and create a shaft. Same way, either you pick up all sufferings and create a pain shaft, or you pick up all joyful memories and incidents and create a joy shaft. If you try to elongate joy shaft or break the pain shaft, both is impossible because the shaft does not exist. It is imaginary. Third important thing, fortunately, every new thought proves the old thought has lost its influence over your inner space. This proves no suffering can overtake you. Eternal hell does not exist. Understand? The eternal hell is a foolish concept taught to you to torture, frighten you. Because even here, nothing can be eternal. It just moves. It just moves. There's a beautiful one-liner. You can't step into the same river twice. Because by the time, second time you put your step, river has moved. I tell you, you can't step into the same river even once. Because by the time you put your foot and it reaches the ground, water has moved. Constantly, the very replacement, new thoughts appearing shows you have an inner space which gets replaced, which gets rejuvenated, which gets refreshed, which is untouchable, which is pure. Because the inner space is pure, you are able to have new thoughts. The new thoughts happening proves the old thoughts have lost its influence over you. So do not be afraid of depression, suffering, fear, desire, anything. Do not be afraid of internal enemies. Let you be liberated from the internal enemies. And the last essence, ultimate thing, do not be afraid of unclutching. A small example, in the north, they will have a strange way of catching the birds. Trap. Strange kind of trap. I have seen in my wandering. I spent my 10 years in walking all over India, begging and eating and sleeping under the trees and meditating. I've seen in north, they will have a trap to catch birds. I have a small stick. They even brought a bird to give you a visual. I've seen how they trap the birds. Understand? Like this, they will put a stick and hang it between the trees. That's all. You will be surprised. How can this trap a bird? Understand? When this is hanging, the bird will come and sit here. Bird will come and sit here. When it sits, just because of its own weight, what will happen? It will become like this. It will become topsy-turvy, upside down. This poor bird, it starts thinking, if it leaves, if it relaxes, it will fall and die. I have seen for hours the bird will be hanging. The poor guy will be fluttering, will be trying its best, shaking the wings, but he will be hanging, thinking if he relaxes, if he lets go, he will fall and break his head and die. Have you heard any time a bird falling and breaking his head and dying? No. Fool does not know if he lets go, he can just fly. He can be liberated. Understand? I have seen the bird will be hanging. This hunter fellow, he will slowly come after 2-3 hours. He will come and just pick up that bird and put it in the cage. How that foolish bird is thinking, if it lets go, he will fall and die. Same way, we have the fear. If we let go our mind, if we unclutch, we will fall and our life will become mess. We will disappear. Understand? There is no history, there is no record. The bird which let go, which opened up, has fallen and died. Same way, there is no record. A person who was unclutched has lost something in his life. Just like how that bird, one more thing, that bird feels that stick is a security. It hangs on to it. But poor guy, the hunter comes, not only he loses the stick which he thinks as security, he is eternally prisoned. Same way, what you think as security, your mind and life, if you hold on to it, what happens? Yama is the hunter, death is the hunter. When he comes, not only what you think as security will be lost, the eternally put to the death, lost the truth. Understand? Just like that bird, in a very foolish way, we are hanging on to the stick, the mind, with the fear. If we let go, what will happen? What will happen? What will happen? Sometime I have seen some birds which are flying, they will come and poke this bird and tell, hey, let go. I had the same problem. When I relaxed, I just started flying. All it takes is just 2-3 minutes to balance. See, the bird will be topsy-turvy. When it leaves, maybe 2 seconds it will start falling and it will just turn and start flying. That 2-3 second chaos, courageously facing the 2-3 second chaos is what I call tapas. When you unclutch, there will be some revolution in your life, day-to-day thinking, decision making, in your daily routine, in your lifestyle. Courageously going through that revolution, going through the transformation which happens in you is what I call tapas. Understand? Rarely the bird which was stuck like this in the trap but had courage and let go, opened up, it comes back and says, tells the bird which is hanging, hey, let go, relax, listen. I was like you. When I opened up, I never fell and broken my head or died. I only became liberated. I only became free bird. Come on. Understand? If the bird lets go, if the bird relaxes, it will be enjoying its freedom. Same way, if you let go, you will become Paramahamsa. You will become Paramahamsa. Let me tell you, I was hanging. Now, just because I have seen this in my experience, let me tell you, with that courage, with that authenticity, with that truth, with that satya, please understand, when it comes from the experienced inner space, even if your logic is fighting, don't bother, you will have that experience. When it comes from the truth, it will reach your true self and being. All you need to do, just let go. You will become Paramahamsa. You will become Paramahamsa. Let you live enlightenment. Life lived in an unclutched way is what I call living enlightenment. Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing, you need to bring yourself again to the life energy, many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside, either from experience or from memory, can drain your energy. Or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside or memory from inside or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. The truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, a low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths. Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things, unconsciously you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It is just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. You don't know. No, he said he actually told me. You don't know. Today she'll pour coffee, tomorrow she'll pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas. Culture.
As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Jvarabhagna Murti, Kalasamhara Murti, and Devi Annapurnishwari, and beyond, I bless you all with Paramadvaita. Paramashivasya Jvarabhagna Murti, Kalasamhara Murtayoho, Devi Annapurnishwari, Swarupasya cha Parat Paratpena cha Paramavatare Aham Yushman Sarvan Paramadvaitena Asirvadam. Om. 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 Oh, listen. Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA. Navatattva. See, the tattva should be understood. Navatattva. The word tattva should be understood. Paramashiva says clearly. Proktani navatatvani kalani cha navashrunu. Tattva means which is you. Tvam means you. Tattvam means your tatata, your existence, your nature. That is why the Upanishad says beautifully, Tattvamasi Svedaketo, Tattvamasi, which is your very existence. Tat means existence. Tvam means you. Tattvam means your existence. Listen, yesterday I made a statement. Give me your attention for next 1 hour, I will give you God. I want to correct it. I'll correct that statement. Give me 1 hour of your attention, I will reveal the God in you. I am nobody to give you God. He is inside you. He is your nature. He is Tat. You just give me 1 hour attention. Now it is, as per Eastern Standard Time, 8:51. Surely I'll conclude the satsang by 9:51 or 10 o'clock maximum. This next 1 hour, give me your attention. I give you Tattvam, your nature. Your nature. Listen. Paramashiva, when he reveals this sutra, this great revelation, I'll read out once more, because many of you would have joined today, may not have attended the earlier last few days satsang. So I'll read out the original verse from his own words as he revealed in Makutagama, Diksha Vidhi Patala. Proktani Navatatvani Kalani cha Navashrunu Vidata Srishti Kaletu Sthiti Kaletu Keshavaha Samhara Kale Rudrastu Boha Kale Maheshwaraha Yoga Kaledu Sadakyo Jnana Kaledu Bindukaha Dhvani Kaletu Natatma Cha Anya Kaletu Shaktayaha Shiva Kale Viseshantu Cha Ishanopi Tatakramat Shivamurti Shaktimurtir Nadatma Bindumurtikaha Sadashiva Maheshana Rudra Keshava Vedasam. I just want to tell you, when I taste this sutra again and again, so many amazing teacher quality of Paramashiva, I am enjoying. I just want to tell you, see, Paramashiva uses the word Maheshwara and Ishana. But actually Maheshwara and Ishana are one and the same. He does not want student to have a doubt. He is revealing to Parashakti. But even to her, surely he knows Parashakti will not have a doubt, but after Parashakti listens, this will be transmitted to many generations and we will all be listening. So we should not have a doubt. So when he consolidates end of the sutra, he uses a new word called Maheshana to mention Maheshwara and Ishana is one and the same. So don't have a doubt. Just in 3 sutras, which can be written in a postcard. In those days that India used to have a postcard, which can be written inside that postcard. Nothing more is needed. Actually, you can write the original verse, even in translation, inside a postcard. In this one verse, how he reveals and so much of clarity. He does not want us to have a doubt whether Maheshwara and Ishana are 2 different persons. Then it becomes Dasatattva, 10, not Nava. So he is so clear. Finally, he consolidates and gives a new word, Maheshana. Means Maheshwara and Ishana is one and the same. So he gives the word Maheshana. Now listen. Somebody asked in the message, in the social media, that they want a table column. I'll project the table column. You can see it. You can also use it for Vakyartha Sadas. And you can enjoy it. I'll explain every step by step. Even this Vakyartha Sadas, I am asking you to do, to internalize it more. See, in those days, the man was filled with so much of silence because one, all these great revelations are given to you in forest. In forest, it is too easy to experience Nadatma. If you are serious about enlightenment, at least one Chaturmasya to Chaturmasya means 12 months. One Guru Purnima to the next Guru Purnima. 12 months you should spend in forest, where other than the natural sounds, no artificial sounds exist. If you are in that forest, the quality of your inner space, the percentage of Nadatma, Anagata Dvani in you shoots up. Then just internalizing, receiving the sutras, you will become enlightened. Now you are in city, concrete forest. If I ask you to drop the city, you may choose something else, but not dropping the city. So living in city, to have the same depth realization, Vakyartha Sadas is the best alternative. Choose Vana or Vakyartha Sadas. If you are not able to be in Vana for 1 year, then choose Vakyartha Sadas. That will help you to internalize, because you have become so talkative inside. See, Vana will teach you one great truth. You don't need to generate words when you are not talking. But now, you generate so much of words even while you are not talking. It's very difficult for you to internalize. So naturally, you need Vakyartha Sadas to grasp this Navatattva deeply. So, before I start the satsang, again, please pick up your cup of coffee or tea, hot chocolate, your Atmalinga. Actually, Atmalinga is an amazing storage mechanism. Listen, layers and layers and layers of truths I am revealing. Some of them are intensely packed in Nadatma, in sound. So even if you miss them, because you are having inner chatter, night before falling asleep, tell the Atmalinga, please. You documented everything Bhagavan revealed. So now I am keeping you under my pillow. Please download the whole thing into my system. He will do it. Don't think I am teaching you some child play. No. Don't think I am telling you some comic story. No. Later on, at some point, science will prove Spatika is the powerful way to store largest data just through frequency. Spatika is equivalent to trillions of chips. How you store data in the chip, pen drive, all that. Spatika is trillion times more useful to store cosmic archive data, the data which can be transmitted through the high frequency of Nada and Bindu. Spatika is the most powerful way to store it. So it will be good if you can keep the Spatika in your hand near the Ananda Kanda. That's great. If not, if you feel that your hand is paining, you are not able to hold long, then keep in your hand and you can rest the hand, no problem. But if you keep the Atmalinga in your hand, in your palms, when I am revealing these tattvas, and when it is going inside you, he will stand tall and tell you, it is happening, hey, it is happening, it is happening. That conscious access to the superconscious happening is happening right now. He will give you so much of energy, excitement. enthusiasm. So keep the Atmalinga on your palms and sit either near Anandaganda or resting on the knees, or you can even rest on the table, no problem. But let Atmalinga be in your palms. In Tiruvannamalai there is a temple, Adi Kamakshi. When Kamakshi came to Tiruvannamalai, as per Paramashiva's instruction, to do tapas, to have oneness with Paramashiva. See, in Kanchipuram she got married, but she wanted to become Ardhanarishwara, become one with Paramashiva. So for that, Paramashiva said, you come to Tiruvannamalai and continue your tapas. He gave some higher level tapas and then guided her to be with Gautama Rishi, and guided Gautama Rishi to guide her and support her and in her tapas. When she came from Kanchipuram and started her tapas in Tiruvannamalai, that temple is called Adi Kamakshi temple. Still it is there. In the temple, Devi is doing tapas. In her hand, Atmalinga is there. Just few days before they had Kumbhabhishekam, I'll get you the deity's photo. Before Kumbhabhishekam, they published that original deity's photo as it is. I'll ask them to project it. She has Atmalinga in her hand. So listen, you can keep your hand in resting position or near Anandaganda, but keep Atmalinga. And now listen. Srishti Kale, during the moments of creation, Brahma manifests in you. You can list 10 Srishti Kala. In your life. What all the Srishti manifestation you do in your life? It can be as simple as cooking, any type of manifestation, or as great as carrying a baby and making baby's body inside your womb. Any level of creation you are doing, list 10. And decide to have a conscious access. How I am manifesting this creation. Then sustenance. Yesterday I said, if you are in a female body, it's very easy to study, especially if you are pregnant. It is so easy. You can have a beautiful conscious access to how you are creating a body. Same way, for sustenance, there are few people who can make their whole life as a meditation process. If you are in a business, how you sustain your business from so many attacks. If you are having a career, working, doing a job, how you are sustaining your career among so many issues, especially if you are a doctor. When you are doing any surgery, attending to a patient, you are sustaining him. Whenever you do surgery, decide what kind to focus what energy is manifesting from me, guiding me so properly to handle and make decisions related to the patient's life and heart. What makes me make the decision to protect, to sustain the patient? See, when you are an integrated ethical person in medical field, it is too easy to have access to it because see, your intention is purely protecting, sustaining the patient. When that intention is pure, it is so easy to have a conscious access to the Vishnu dimension of you. If you are in business, career, doctor, even your simple sleep, when you decide to fall asleep in the night, listen, even though I go to the altered state of consciousness, lower than Chakrat, how do I sustain my life? How am I sustaining? Have access. You don't need a separate meditation time. Listen. I wanted to tell all my disciples, actually you don't need a separate meditation time. Even the daily puja you are supposed to do, you can make it, you can actually merge it with the satsang. Anyhow, every day you are going to come and sit in the darshan. And every day we are doing the Panchavachara puja in all our temples. So keep your puja set ready. During darshan, they do Panchavachara puja in the temple. That time itself finish the puja, that's all. You don't need to do separate ritual. You only need to do conscious snacking. I'm introducing new word. Conscious coffee, conscious snacking. It means once in a while